Do not accept a friend request from Hormel Foods. It could be spam. The only thing to make Theo smile in 4 weeks. Theodora, 6 years ago. You're gonna do it, and you're gonna do it now, or I'm gonna make your life a living hell, my sister hissed in my face. Another slap, followed by a vicious right hook to my stomach. The air whooshed out of me all over again, yet I still didn't agree. I wouldn't. Not today. Not this time. Did you know that Tyson is in town? My sister suddenly hissed. I felt my belly start to sink. No. You're going to do it. My sister smoothed a palm down my hair, her breath fanning my face. If you don't, I'll go do the same thing to our brother. I wanted to say that she wouldn't, but she would. Mostly because she had. My brother Tyson was my one and only friend in life. He was my confidant, and the only other person aware of the sickness that ran in our family. He was the success story, too. He thought he'd made it. But in reality, the only reason that he was able to live a life that was free of anything remotely sick, for example, my sister, father, or my other brother, Andy, was because I sacrificed my freedom for his. He didn't know it, though. I'd made sure of it. Well, what do you want me to do? I asked softly. I want you to go sleep with someone, she smiled. And make sure you get pregnant when you do. I would have laughed in her face had she not been serious. I can't do that, T, I said softly. That's immoral. My sister glared at me. You can and you will, sister, at least the sleeping part. I'll take care of the rest if you don't end up making a baby tonight. She sounded so sure of herself that I realized she would figure out a way to make it happen. Why? I asked softly. Daddy wants this man's support. She shrugged. I'm just following orders. I looked away. There was no way, none, I just wouldn't be able to do it. My virginity had been the one and only thing I'd been able to keep. So she and I would agree to disagree. I won't do it, I said firmly. God help me and my brother. My sister smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. 4 months later. Listen, Theo, my brother Tyson whispered. You need to take this money and go. I looked down at the money and shook my head at his sweet gesture. My brother had found out that I was pregnant, and he'd cashed out his 401k, his savings, and liquidated almost all of his assets just so I could have a fresh start. But it wasn't enough, and we both knew it. That money would buy me a year at most, a year, and that wasn't enough. Not nearly enough, unfortunately. Not when it came to my father, Tara, Andy. Oh, how I wish life was different, but it wasn't. The life I led was a sad one that didn't have a happy ending. It's too late for that, Ty, I whispered, palming my belly. It's too late for that. Tyson looked down at my belly, and I could see the frustration clear on his face. A baby will just be another pawn to them, he promised. You're going to see. This isn't going to go the same way that you think it will, that you're hoping it might. There's no good inside of them, only hate, destruction, and in Tara's case, nothing. They're going to hurt you and your baby, and where will that leave you? He was right. I knew he was right, yet I couldn't let that happen. If I left, it would mean safety for me and my baby. Maybe. There was absolutely no guarantee that I could stay hidden. But what I knew for sure was that it would mean the death of my sister's child. The death of my brother, because there was no way that my father, Andy, my brother's twin, and Tara, my twin, wouldn't figure it out, wouldn't realize that Tyson had helped. And there was also nothing in the world that would be able to stop her from using whatever she could to get me to come out of hiding, even threatening the life she carried. There were only a handful of people that even knew where I was, and none of them would betray my father. But one. I knew it. He knew it. Yet he was offering me this chance anyway. I'm not going to do that to you, Ty, I told him bluntly. Then neither of us will be happy. At least this way you can go about your business, live your life, and be somewhat happy. Tyson gave me a quelling look. You're my baby sister. His voice cracked. I can't leave you here like this. It's time for you to be free, Theo. Free to live your life. Free for your baby to live his or her life. I threw myself into his arms. You can, and you will, because if you don't, I won't have anyone to take care of this baby. He seemed to understand completely what I meant, and froze. You're not dying, Theo, he growled. No, not yet, I admitted. But they're going to find a way to ruin this for me, and you know it. You know it. I looked at him sadly. Wasn't that the whole point of my life, anyway? It'll be okay, big brother, I promise. With that, I pushed him toward the door. He didn't want to go. I couldn't blame him. I didn't want him to go either. Because the moment he left my father's house, I'd be locked into this hellhole until he could convince my father that another visit would be nice. Ty, I called when he got to the door. He looked over at me, his face distraught. Yeah, Theo? He asked. Don't worry about me, I told him. I don't want you coming back here. Ever. He looked like he wanted to turn around and beg me not to do this. But he'd give it to me. Because there were only a few things that I had control over in my life anymore. And don't ever mention me to anyone. My child's life depends on it, I said. Tyson closed his eyes. I love you, Theo Bird. I love you more, Tarosaur.
Prologue 2. I don't think the therapist is supposed to say wow that many times during a session. Coffee cup. Liner. 2 years ago. I stared at my good friend with a thoughtful expression. Why is Tara being all nice and shit? I asked softly. Rome shrugged and looked over his shoulder at Tara, who hadn't immediately screamed at us as she walked out the door. She'd smiled sadly, waved, and disappeared into her bedroom. Her eyes are different, Rome said. I think she's wearing contacts. I'd noticed something different about her, but now that I thought back to it, I realized that it might have been her eyes. I tried not to look at or anger Tara in any way, and we all knew that I did and would if I engaged in her in any way. I just couldn't help it. Tara was such a bitch to Rome, and even to their kid, Matthias. It was hard to see a kid treated like that, because then I'd think about my own childhood and get all the angrier. Needless to say, Tara was a crazy bitch with a capital B. Rome had really picked a winner to have a kid with, that was for sure. I didn't notice, I said, other than the fact that she didn't storm out of here and bitch about our coasters. Rome grunted and pointed toward the coffee table where Matthias's drink, a glass of chocolate milk, was sitting on the coffee table. Without, might I add, a coaster. That was so unlike Tara that it had my eyes narrowing in surprise. What the fuck? I asked. No clue, Rome murmured. And I'm not rocking the boat. It was nice to walk in here and not be treated like I was a piece of shit or the Antichrist. Or yelled at. Or a punching bag. There was that one time that I'd walked in on Tara going to town on Rome, calling him every name in the book, all the while little Matthias watched from the couch. I snorted. That's the truth. Tara hadn't even yelled at me, which she would have under normal circumstances. She hated me, despised, loathed. There wasn't a single piece of her that didn't dislike everything there was about me, and more. Hell, all I had to do was look at her as we took our trash out at the same time for her to lose it. As it stood, today's Tara had only given me a wary look and walked away when she realized she wasn't needed any longer. I guess yell if you need me then, I murmured as I headed for the door. Doesn't seem like you need a buffer today. Rome nodded and went to the couch where his son was lying, watching How to Train Your Dragon. Thanks, man, he said. Appreciate it. I walked out of the house, but the rest of the day I kept my wary eye on the place, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Yet it never did. It was about 5 hours later, an hour past when Tara would have normally kicked Rome out without thought or care, that I got curious. What the hell had happened to Tara, and who had replaced her? First, she doesn't lose her shit when we go inside, like she normally would have. Then she doesn't leave, storm out like her ass is on fire. Followed by her leaving him alone the entire freaking time, allowing Rome to spend time with Matthias without worry that Tara would slam inside, losing her shit and demanding him to get out hours before his time was up. And now, the icing on the holy shit she's acting somewhat normal cake? She allowed him to stay past his normal 4 hours. That was a miracle in and of itself. Which was why I was curious. So fucking curious. What the hell was going on that she was acting like a decent human being for once? Which was the reason I was now on my back deck staring in Tara's bedroom window. I'd learned really early on that I could do this. When I'd bought the house next door, it was because the house was too close to mine. I hated people being that close to me, but I'd wanted my house. It had been my grandmother's and I'd grown up in the house. But as I'd grown older and life happened, I'd started to get an aversion to people, especially when it came to my domain. After having one too many asshole neighbors in the rental next door, I'd made the owners an offer they couldn't refuse. Needless to say, I'd seen my fair share of weird shit off my back porch. Hey, it wasn't my fault that the neighbors never put up blinds, but what I saw when I looked inside her windows wasn't what I expected. She was just sitting there, on her bed, crying. Not loud, racking sobs, silent tears that coursed down her cheeks like tiny rivers, slow and steady. I felt my heart pinch, and I hated that. Hated that I felt sorry for the woman. Hated that I even cared. Usually I didn't. Tara's attitude was bad enough that most of the time I didn't have to work at hating her at all. Only, now that I was sitting there watching her cry, yeah, that was a tough thing for me to accomplish at that moment in time. And when she looked up, eyes of vivid blue, I'd never in my life seen eyes that blue, that brilliant. They almost seemed unearthly as they shimmered with tears and seemed to be locked directly on me. Even though it was highly doubtful that she knew that I was there, I was deep in the shadows of my porch and there was no way in hell that she knew I was staring at her. Yet she got up, wiped her eyes, and walked directly toward the windows as if she did know. She pressed her forehead against it, then closed those ghostly, inhuman eyes and continued to weep. I'd never in my life wanted to go to someone more than I did right then. But I didn't. I did, however, watch. And only when her phone beeped and she nodded her head, looking sick to her stomach, did I stop looking. But that was only because she disappeared into the house and didn't come back. And the next day, when I saw Tara taking out her trash, I made sure to look at her eyes. They weren't blue at all. They were brown and soulless. Chapter 1. Porn gives people an unrealistic time frame. There's no way in hell a plumber shows up at your house that fast. Liner's Secret Thoughts. Liner. Present day. "Josiah," my father called loudly from his office. "There's a storm rolling in." I groaned low in my throat and sat back in my office chair. I'd literally been sitting in it for less than 2 minutes, tops. I'd just come in from replacing a few power lines in a section of what we called the swamp. The swamp was a part of the area that literally always flooded. It didn't matter if we had 6 inches of rain or a tenth of one. That area was going to flood. And it'd stay flooded for a month, even if we didn't get any additional rain in that time. Needless to say, I'd been slogging around in shin-deep stagnant water for the better part of 8 hours, and I wasn't in a good mood. My calves were burning, and there wasn't a single thing I wanted to do more than sit on my ass and allow feeling to come back to my feet. Feet that were shoeless because my socks had gotten wet about an hour into the day, thanks to a leak in my waders. When what area, and how bad? I called back. If it was 3 days or less, I'd get up and start planning with him. If it was next week, we could just wait until my feet were aching less. Big fucking storm, he said. They just named her Blessin' Me, and they expect her to be a goddamn super motherfucking storm by the time she makes it to Texas. I closed my eyes and counted to 10. Son of a bitch, I groaned and stood up, my feet aching terribly, but I made my way to the office that my dad occupied when he was there, which was getting fewer and fewer as of late. He was slowly starting to transfer the business aspect of it all over to me, and it was a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing because the old man had worked hard over his life, and it was time for him to slow down. It was a curse because taking over my father's duties meant that I had to also stay in the office a whole lot more, and that meant a lot more paperwork and a lot less action. Walking into his office on bare feet, I made my way to his couch, made sure to pick up the laptop that was sitting on the corner of his desk on the way, and laid all the way back until my head was resting against the arm of the couch, my shoulder resting on an old ratty pillow that should have probably been thrown away years ago. Yet the pillow had once been stitched and made by my mother, so Dad kept it. Got an update on that girl's whereabouts today, too, Dad said as he turned his chair to face me. I thought you stopped that. I winced. I did, I admitted. But then I saw her a few weeks ago. Yeah, I got nothing. Dad crossed his arms over his barrel chest and stared at me with a curious expression. What is it about her? He asked. I didn't know. I wasn't sure if it was her or the other her, the one with the blue eyes. Is it possible for a woman's eyes to change colors? I asked out of the blue. Dad shrugged. I don't know. If I was a guessing man, no, probably not naturally. Maybe with contacts? I grunted. Dad knew everything I knew when it came to the Tara that was crazy and the Tara that I'd seen only once 2 years ago. 2 years, and I still thought about those haunting blue eyes. Still dreamed about the tears making them a shimmery blue so unreal that I only made them more vivid in my dreams. Thomas says that her and that brother, the one that's in the motorcycle gang, keep pretty close to their compound, he admitted. Thomas was the private investigator that we'd used since my aunt's murder 10 years ago. When the police officers had hit a dead end, my father had found Thomas, who'd been recommended by a couple of investigators at the Bear Bottom Police Department. Thomas had been an ex-cop who'd gotten tired of the red tape he had to stay in line with. He'd branched off on his own and had excelled at what he did, which was why we continued to use him, even after Thomas had found the woman responsible for the murder. Andy, better known as Tantor, I murmured. He's also why I wanted to keep an eye on the group. Because he tried to hurt your football friend? He asked. The football friend in question being Link James, a professional football player as well as a member of my MC. I shrugged. Partially. No, not really. I'd just seen him with Tara before, and their relationship had struck me as odd. I couldn't quite put my finger on the why of it, but there was just something about the entire thing that just smelled wrong. And their father? Well, that was a different can of worms entirely. I had never seen that man leave his house, but I knew instinctively that it didn't stop him from being a bad person and making bad things happen. Then again, Tara and Tantor did leave their house, and it was like they were extensions of him. At least, that was what it felt like anyway. From what Thomas and I were able to gather over the last couple of years, I'd been really, truly investigating them. Have you spoken to Rome yet about how you're investigating his ex? My father asked, breaking me free of my contemplation of that family. The Threadgills were no good, and that included the father who came off as a shining star on paper. No, I admitted. I don't think he really needs to know. Dad gave me a droll look. You wouldn't want to know if one of your friends were looking into your family? I made a face and looked at my laptop. This hits the coast of Texas, and says it's going to turn, I murmured. Go up the middle of the mainland. But then it's going to curl around and head back for the coast, hitting us a second time, all the while not slowing down even a little bit. Yep, Dad confirmed, amused by my change of subject. This line of storms is going to smash us if it turns. I think it's time to call in our reserves. I did too. It'd take some of them a couple of days at least to get here. Calling them in now was good, especially since, either way, we'd all be deployed to help with the aftermath of the storms. Did you want to know what few things the PI had to say this week? Dad asked. I looked at him and tried not to jump on the information, otherwise he'd know that I was invested in this more than I probably should be. I'll look at it later, I admitted. Dad took the papers that were on the corner of his desk and placed them on a stack of file folders. I narrowed my eyes. Okay, he said. I'll just send you the email once I get a chance. I gritted my teeth. Just give me those goddamn papers, I ordered. Dad chuckled and handed them over. Oh, and since you're going to be in the area, I have a crew out at the old Miller's Landing crossing. Can you go supervise between the hours of 1 and 2? He teased. It was only after scanning the papers that I knew what he meant. Is the crew working on something that is actually a problem, or did you make one up? I asked curiously. My heart was pounding in my throat. I also felt like my skin was about to burst with the excitement that was coursing through me. There was a lead. There was a motherfucking lead. Chapter 2. It's the start of a brand new day, and I'm off like a herd of turtles. Coffee cup. Liner. I found it by accident. Honestly, I wasn't even sure why I was there in the first place, but there was something about her that I couldn't stay away from. Tara, or not Tara, I wasn't even sure at this point. But there was only one person that could possibly know the truth that would actually tell me, and that was the man that I was following. The PI said that Tyson went every Monday and Wednesday to pick his daughter up early from school, a daughter that I hadn't even realized he had until about 6 weeks into investigating the entire family. Which was totally weird because Tyson worked at the hospital with 2 of the women from the club, and they hadn't even realized that Tyson had a kid. He never talked about her, never shared a thing about her. Hell, even when Tyson was with her, it was like he was only there out of obligation. The girl had a nanny that was with her for the majority of the time, and the nanny changed every couple of months. My guess was so that the girl didn't form any attachments. Whatever the reason, it was only another tick off the long line of this is weird that had to do with that family. Are you going to help, or are you just going to swing your feet on the back of that tailgate all day? One of the crew, Barry, asked. I looked over at the kid, then looked over at Jones, another member of the crew. Barry had been there for about a month, tops. He had no idea, I was sure, that I was the boss. Nor did he have any idea that I could fire his ass right this second and never hear a word of protest from my pop. Jones's eyes widened. Please don't, he read my thoughts. I just got him, and he's a pretty good worker. What are you talking about? Barry asked. I continued to swing my feet on the back of the tailgate. My feet ached, and I was fairly sure I'd stepped on something in the office that was now lodged in my foot. Just shut up and get back to work, Jones suggested to Barry. But it pisses me off that I'm out here working my ass off and he's sitting there doing fucking nothing, Barry pushed. Jones sighed and looked at me, pleading with his eyes for me not to do it. I wouldn't. Honestly, I liked the kid's initiative. I liked it even more that he was willing to confront a lazy crew member, even if he thought I was a lazy crew member. Listen, kid. I flexed my feet out in front of me. I'm not part of your crew. I'm not part of anybody's crew. But, saying that, I already put in a full 12 hours of work today. I've been up since 3 this morning fixing a line in the goddamn swamp. Trust me when I say I've done my time. I'm not even supposed to be here right now. I was supposed to be off 4 hours ago. I'm only here because I'm following that guy in the red Mercedes right there. Now shut up and let me do that. But, kid, Jones growled, low and frustrated. That's the fucking boss. His daddy and him own the entire goddamn company. Please, for the love of God, shut up before he fires you and I have to go through the trouble of training another crew member. That shut him up right quick. Honestly, he looked rather sick to his stomach once Jones got his words out, and he didn't look at me again for at least 10 minutes. "Yo," I said as I gingerly hopped off my truck. "Y'all hold down the fort, and don't let that kid drive my truck. If it needs moved, you do it, Jones. I'll be back." Jones grunted that he would, and the kid looked even greener. Grinning as I walked past him, I headed in the direction of the mental health facility that I'd seen Tyson walking toward earlier. He'd parked in Elite Repeat's parking lot, which should have been the PI's first clue that he wasn't really supposed to be there. Elite Repeat was a second-hand thrift shop in downtown Bear Bottom. It was one of about 10 shops on that particular block that was where downtown ended. It wasn't the most desirable place to own a shop due to the facility that was at the end of the block. A facility that the people of the city had been begging the city to force out for about a year when all the downtown businesses had been upgraded. Tyson browsed around the shops that surrounded Elite Repeats, stopping at a bakery 2 stores down from the mental health facility. A ritzy mental health facility, one that I had a feeling was more for the upscale crazies of the area and not just low-income families. Tyson and his daughter hadn't gone up to the front doors of the facility. They'd gone down a side alley that led to the back of the bakery where some seating was. But from where I was sitting, I could see them bypass the bakery's seating and continue walking past it to a gate that surrounded the facility. Then I'd seen him pull out a key, open said gate, and disappear inside with the little girl. From that point, they'd disappeared from sight, but I knew that they were inside the facility. There was no doubt in my mind. Now I just needed to figure out who he was visiting and why. Bounding up the front walk that led to the entrance, I stopped long enough to read the writing on the door that said, "The Bridge," on it in bold white letters with curly cursive font. Pasting a bright smile on my face, I made my way inside and was struck by just how fancy it was. Fancy wasn't even the word I'd use. Possibly aristocratic, high class, definitely not for me. I felt out of place the moment my dusty work boots hit the elegant white tiles of the foyer. The woman behind the desk that bordered the far wall looked up when I entered, and she smiled, looking unaffected by my work attire or my dirty work boots. "Hello," she said cheerily. "May I help you?" I grinned. "Actually, kind of," I admitted as I continued to walk toward her. "I'm here to talk to an owner, a manager." The woman behind the desk frowned. "I'm sorry, but both the manager and the owners are busy today. It's family day today for about another hour. Is it something I can help you with?" I thought about what she said. Family day. And my thoughts started to whirl. "Possibly," I shrugged. I was winging it at this point. "We're out there working on the grid, and I'm just warning businesses that in about 10 minutes it's possible that you'll lose power for about 10 minutes. She looked thoughtful for about half a second. "That's no good," she said. "Not with the families here. Are you certain we'll lose it?" No, she wouldn't be losing it at all. We were working on a different grid. Though the 2 facilities were close to each other, the lines that fed the businesses beside the Bridge mental health facility were different than the ones that fed their facility. "No," I admitted. "I was just warning you it might happen." I gestured toward where my truck and the 2 others were parked. "We're replacing light poles in the area, going from timber to a sturdier metal. Just wanted to give you a heads up." She was already nodding her head. "Well, thank you. I'll be sure to relay that message in the event that it does go out." She smiled, her eyes going a little flirty. Well then, obviously the stuffy desk chick liked to slum it every once in a while. Grinning, I looked around and said, "This is a nice place." The girl snorted delicately, and I got the impression that she didn't like the place, which surprised me because she sure looked the part. "It's privately funded instead of state-funded," she said. "Only the best for our clients." I had a feeling that she didn't really think that, but was definitely playing the part. "Well, that's nice," I said as I nodded my head once. "Have a good day now." As I walked out, my eyes snagged on a therapy dog pamphlet that was sitting on the corner of her desk. An approval sheet from a certain company. Bear Creek Therapy Dogs. Then I grinned, because I knew the creators of the therapy group. "Have a nice day now," the woman called to my back. I turned slightly at the door, waved, and then walked back out and down the steps. Instead of heading back to my truck, though, I went into the bakery. "Hello," I smiled at the young teen behind the counter. "I wanted to buy another cookie for the young child that was just in here. I caused her to drop hers, and I wanted to make it up to her." The teen grinned.
"That's sweet of you,"
she said as she reached for the colorful-looking cookies that had hearts and flowers on them, decorated in bright-colored icing.
"I don't have any more of the unicorn ones that she got specifically, but she was having a hard time choosing between that one and this heart, so I'll give you that one."
She paused.
"Do you need another cupcake for her mom as well?"
My heart skipped a beat. "Her mom?" I asked.
"Oh, yes," she smiled. "The little girl said that she was going to visit a woman over at the bridge. I assumed it was her mom. I thought you might have caused the whole lot to drop since they were both in the same box."
I was already nodding my head. "I did. You can add one of those to the order as well."
"The little girl said that the buttercream one is her favorite."
She sighed wistfully.
"They're all my favorites, but this one is definitely one of my mom's best."
"Your mom owns this place?" I asked as I pulled out money to pay.
"Yes," she said. "We moved in here about a month ago. It's great, much better than our last location out of our house."
Her teasing tone had me grinning. "I'm sure," I said as I spied a snickerdoodle cookie that had my name on it. "Can I have a dozen of those, too?" She looked at the cookies and then nodded.
"Sure thing."
"Y'all see that little girl a lot?" I questioned. I had the impression that she was here quite a bit.
"Every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday," she smiled. 1 o'clock on the dot. They're here to visit her mom, who's over at the mental health facility next door."
"Does she work there?" I questioned, trying to sound nonchalant.
"I don't know, honestly," she admitted. "I haven't been able to get that information out of her. The moment she starts getting talkative, her uncle shuts her up with a stern look."
Uncle. Oh, holy shit. What the hell was going on here? "Well, I appreciate you helping me," I said as I held out the crisp $100 bill to her. "I want to make sure I get the girl this cookie and cupcake before visiting hours are over next door. I hope you have a good one." The teen smiled as she counted out change.
"You too."
Instead of parking it on the bench right outside the door, I walked around to the side of the bakery and took a seat in the seating area and waited. It took them another 26 minutes to get there, but get there they did. At first, Tyson didn't see me. His face was clouded with something I couldn't decipher, and he looked upset. The kid did too. She was about 5 to 6 years old, and a little bit of a thing. Hell, I would have guessed she was younger if it wasn't for the chattering she was doing, as well as the non-baby look to her. Her face was skinny and her limbs were delicate and fine. There was no baby fat on her at all, like there would have been if she were younger.
"I want to stay longer next time," the girl pouted.
"I'm sorry, Lenny," Tyson said, "but you know that we can't. Rules are rules." Lenny grumbled something under her breath and then stopped to pick up a rock that was on the ground next to the fence.
"I like this one. I'll save it for Theo."
Tyson came to a sudden halt the moment he looked up and spotted me sitting there, staring directly at him. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, and he looked like he'd just tasted something foul. And was that fear that I could see on his face? He looked down at the little girl beside him and went ashen. "Lenny, darling," Tyson said, "why don't you run into the bakery and use the potty? We're going to stop at the grocery store on the way home, and they don't have a bathroom." The little girl did as he said without protest, and then we were left alone, which was weird. There was zero hesitation, no backtalk, no, "Can I have another cookie while I'm in there?" No nothing. That wasn't normal for a child. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Tyson knew exactly who I was. He knew because he'd seen me around town, had met me when all the shit had gone down between his brother and a friend and a fellow club member, Link James. Yes, that Link James. The professional football player who was so pretty it hurt. At least, that was what I'd heard, anyway. "I'm curious," I admitted. "That, and we're working right over there." He looked over his shoulder at the trucks that had the line almost replaced, then back at me. He didn't buy that I was there and so conveniently placed. Whatever. I wasn't. When he still didn't speak, I leaned forward. "Tell me what's going on," I ordered. Tyson looked away, his face going to the door of the asylum he'd just come out of. The little girl came back just as quickly as she'd left, and Tyson sighed. Bleeping the locks on his Mercedes, he gestured for the little girl to go to it. "Get in and buckle your seatbelt before you start watching the television," he instructed the little girl. There was no argument from Lenny. No nothing. Again, not normal. Not normal at all. The little girl was in the back seat, sitting timidly in the car seat, watching a movie that was on the flip-down entertainment system in Tyson's Mercedes. "You can't handle the truth," he admitted. "And honestly, there's nothing in the world you could give me that would make me tell you. I'm keeping 2 people safe here." I narrowed my eyes. 2? And safe from who? I asked. Tyson's chin went up as he refused to answer. "Tara?" I asked. He didn't twitch. "Andy?" I pushed. He stiffened slightly. "Daddy?" I barked. He began walking in the direction of his car door. "I'm never going to confirm or deny it," he said softly. "You may be curious." He opened the door. "But your curiosity isn't worth their lives." With that, he got in and didn't look back, which only made me more curious. My eyes went to the mental facility where someone very important to Tyson, sat inside, and I had a feeling I knew who it was. Now I only had to figure out how to get in there to confirm my suspicions. Chapter 3. Monday must be a man. It comes too quickly. Coffee cup. Liner. My big break came in the form of the PI. He sent me a message telling me that visiting hours for the facility were Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays for 30 minutes at a time. However, if I didn't want to do it at normal times, I could volunteer. Since he was still looking into who it was exactly that Tyson was visiting, I could either wait or go in there blind. I was going in there blind. I was going in there when I had 0 time to spare. The line of storms was barreling down on us and would be here in less than 4 days. That meant I had 3 days or so to find out what I wanted to find out, or I'd likely be busy for at least the next week. And knowing that, it would kill me, knowing that I didn't have answers. I was an answer person. I had to have them and understand a problem, or it would literally drive me insane. That was the problem with having an enormously high, immeasurable IQ. My brain literally never stopped working. I had to challenge it, or things would go bad, meaning I would get myself into trouble. I looked over at my dog, who I'd taught to do everything from bark on command to play dead or get me a beer. "You ready to go, Monster?" I asked my standard poodle mix, who was actually named Monster. He was a freakishly large dog for his particular combination of breeds, and weighed in at 120 pounds. He resembled more of a Great Dane's build, and likely had some of the larger breeds in his lineage. But since he was a rescue, I didn't really know what all was in him except for the poodle part, thanks to the curly hair that I had to get trimmed once a month or it'd be fucking awful. Monster, who was intelligent like me, got up and started for the door, making sure to pick his leash up on the way. He looked at me over his shoulder, and I caught the leash and clipped it on him before I opened the door to the house. I grinned as I remembered telling him to go shit on Tara's lawn and him actually doing it. The resulting chaos that had ensued from that one command had been enough to cause me to grin about it even a year and a half later. My phone beeped, and my grin widened slightly at seeing my new ID. "Look at that, Monster," I said to my dog. "You're a certified rehab canine." The badge that the PI had taken a picture of made us both look all official and shit. I pressed my hand to the leather vest that I was wearing and wondered if I should just leave it here. But then decided that I'd just stow it in my saddlebags for the couple of hours that I'd be there. Heart pounding and excitement thrumming through my veins, I tucked Monster's leash into his collar and told him to get seated. "Load up," I ordered. He did, heading for the trailer that I pulled with my bike when he was making the rounds with me. I didn't own a truck. I didn't need one. If I did need one, I just borrowed a company one and went on about my business, meaning that when I wanted to go anywhere and Monster needed to go too, he sat in the specially designed trailer that was made just for him. It had a seat and everything. He even had dog glasses to protect his eyes. Heading for my bike, I backed it up to the trailer and hooked everything up. Once I slipped Monster's eye protection on, we motored out and headed for the drop-off location to pick up Monster's therapy dog vest and my new badge. After thanking the assistant who worked for the PI for meeting us, I was headed to the bridge and thinking about a plan. A plan that centered around finding who I thought to be in there, but may not actually be in there. But I chose to hedge my bets and hoped that I'd find something more on what was going on, and also hoped that the chatty office lady was still there today so I could ask her questions. It turned out that I was in luck because the same woman was there as last time. But before I'd even gone in, I made sure to stop by the bakery and get the cupcake that was said to be Lenny's mother's favorite. After stowing it in the man purse, that I thought might be helpful to have with me in case of emergency, I made my way in and smiled my brightest smile at the woman behind the desk. "Hello," I called out the moment I was close enough to be heard. "How are you doing today?" She couldn't remember where she knew me from, and I saw the moment she decided that the reason she knew me was because I'd been there before with the therapy dogs. "Hello," she smiled brightly. "How are you two doing today?" Her eyes went to the poodle and she frowned. "My, that's a big dog." I agreed with a nod of my head. "I'm here to start my rounds." I showed her my badge. "Where would y'all like me today?" Her brows furrowed, and then she shook her head and said, "I don't remember y'all being on the schedule for today, but that doesn't mean much. I'm only told limited information. If you want to head on back," she pressed a button beside the desk, "I'll buzz you back." I winked at her and started inside, my eyes taking everything in as I moved. Oh, this was going to be fun. An hour and a half later, I was fairly sure that everyone in the particular mental health facility I was in wasn't actually mentally ill. Every single one that I'd spoken with over the last hour seemed to be a functional adult, and I hadn't met one yet that seemed to be missing a few of their Cocoa Puffs like I'd expected. The only one that really gave me pause was a man named Albert, and that was only because he wasn't wearing any pants. But even then, he'd been about to go into the sauna. Yes, you heard that right, a fucking sauna in a mental health facility. Now I was left wondering if I'd met every patient that the bridge had to offer. There were 4 rooms that I hadn't managed to get into yet. One was a staff break room. The second was a patient's room that was said to be outside near the pond that I hadn't found. The third was the boiler room, and the fourth was a conference room where I was told families and their patients met to discuss their progress. I was considering what I would do now when I heard a throat clear. "Excuse me, that's my room you're standing in front of and I can't get by." Monster chose that moment to sit on my feet, meaning I could only turn my head to see the woman. Only she was very short, and I had to nearly press my chin to my chest to be able to look her in the eyes. And what I saw made my heart pound. It was not Tara. In a wheelchair. Was it politically correct to call someone short that happened to be in a wheelchair? I didn't really know. "Oh, sorry," I fake apologized. I'd been hoping that she would come to her room eventually instead of making me chase her around the grounds. I had a feeling the elusive patient of the bridge was her. At least, I was hoping it was her. "Monster, move." Monster moved, but only so that he could walk up to the woman and place his head in her lap. The goofy dog. He knew exactly what to do to play it off. Not Tara looked down at the dog and cried. Her hands went to the dog's head and she dropped her head to her chest, shielding her eyes. And at first I didn't realize she was crying. It was only after a tear hit the top of Monster's nose and he licked it off that I understood. Sitting down in the chair beside the room, I waited while she and Monster had their moment. My eyes caught on the tattoo that was a dead-on match with Tara's, and I felt my stomach somersault. And I counted the differences between these two ladies. Other than the obvious wheelchair and the ghostly blue eyes, I could tell much more of a difference now. Her body was skinny, too skinny. So skinny that I realized she was on the verge of something scary skinny, like death. I could see all the bones in her arms and legs. I could see ribs underneath the regulation white t-shirt that the entire crew of patients here wore. Her eyes, before she looked away, had deep, dark bags underneath them. Compared to Tara's shining bleach platinum blonde hair, not Tara's, had a soft golden brown to it, at least at the top. About halfway to the top, I could tell that her hair had once been bleached and dyed, as if appearing to look more like a certain platinum blonde at one point in time. But she'd either let it grow out on purpose, or she hadn't been able to make it to the hairdresser in a while. The latter was likely the reason. I had a feeling that the girl sitting in front of me liked her control, yet never got to get it. And the goddamn tears. The ones that had happened last time with her sitting on the bed years ago. That was how I knew this was the same woman as then. This woman and that woman were one and the same. What I was confused on, however, was if this woman that was sitting in front of me and that woman were completely separate from Tara, different people entirely, or if they were the same, only Tara had multiple personalities. But then I thought about the kid that came with Tyson who had been adamant about disliking Tara, and Matthias being near the same age. They had to be. That girl was about 5 years old, and with Matthias being 4 when he died a year ago, that meant that the little girl and Matthias would have been very close in age. But my gut was leaning toward not Tara and Tara being two different people. A feeling that stuck with me as I watched the woman hold her hand out and stroke the dog's fur. When the tears finally stopped, I couldn't stop myself from saying, "What's your name, darling?" Her eyes found mine, and I sucked in a breath for a different reason this time. God, those eyes. So fucking beautiful.
"Theo," she answered hesitantly. "My name is Theo. Theodora, really."
What I did not see there was any type of understanding, of dots that were connecting. She had no clue who I was. No clue that I knew the other her that was an awful person and was fucked in her head. No, this really couldn't be the same woman. I'd see something, right? I'd be able to tell that she knew me. I spent years living beside that nasty woman. There was no way on God's green earth that this woman and that woman were the same, even if it would make sense. I offered the woman my hand and said, "My name is Josiah, but my friends call me Liner." She took it hesitantly for all of 2 seconds, then dropped it like I'd had something slimy on my hand. I looked down at my hand and only saw the calluses from work and lifting weights there. Deciding to change the subject before she got uncomfortable again, I blurted out the first thought that came to my mind. "Monster's really good about laying there and getting pets," I said, leaning back in my seat and stretching my long legs out in front of me. "Did you have a pet growing up?" She looked like she'd love to tell me something, but thought differently of it.
"No," she said softly. "I had a baby squirrel once, but my sister found it and threw it into the garbage."
Her hand covered her mouth as if she hadn't meant to say so much. Ignoring the way I wanted to pull her into my arms, I changed the subject. "What's your favorite kind of music to listen to?" Her face shuddered.
"I don't get to listen to much music in here."
Was there anything she did get to do while she was in here? I'd have to look at the rules to see what I was and wasn't allowed to do while I was here. Like bring my fucking speaker next time and play her some goddamn music. I didn't even have my phone with me, so I couldn't pull it out and play it. It was only when another half an hour had passed of our idle chit-chat that I realized that we'd gone over my allotted time by 15 minutes. "Shoot," I said as I looked at the multitude of faces that were aimed our way. "It's time for us to go, Theo. I'm getting the stink eye from no less than 4 people." She didn't bother to look around like anybody else would have. It was as if she were more than aware of what was happening around her, yet didn't seem to care.
"That's fine,"
she said softly, her eyes looking sort of heartbroken to see Monster leaving.
"Thank you for letting me pet him."
I winked at her and shouldered my bag. "He enjoyed it," I said. "What's not to like being petted by a pretty lady for 30 minutes straight?" Theo flushed. "Do me a favor," I said as I reached into my bag. "Eat this. A little girl promised me it was your favorite." Then I pulled the pink box out of my bag and placed it on her lap. She stared at it, a wave of terror washing over her face. When she looked back up, her hands trembling as she latched onto the box, I tried to give her my best, "I'm going to make this okay" smile. I hope it worked. Grabbing onto Monster's leash and giving it a soft tug, he headed out with me, but sat at my soft command when a doctor stepped into my path. "I've never seen a breakthrough like the one you just had with her," he said softly. "That's the first time since she arrived that she's ever so much as spoken to someone that's not her brother and his daughter." I felt my heart pound. "Really?" I asked, trying to keep the worry out of my voice. She didn't seem nervous or anything. At least not until the end, where she looked like I'd wielded a large knife in front of her face. "I'd like you to come back," he said. "Just for her. I can contact the agency and get another dog for the other patients. But if you're willing, I'd love to give her your full hour of undivided attention, or at least your dog's." He looked down at my mutant poodle and smiled. I thought about whether I wanted to come back, and immediately said, "I can be back tomorrow, as well as the next 3 days or so, but I work a full-time job, and with this weather hitting us in a couple of days, I'll be gone for a week. But once I'm back, I can resume once a day for an hour, if that's what you want." I was so full of shit. I also wondered how I was going to work out to be gone for an hour in the middle of the workday every single day. Once or twice, I could totally handle. Once every day for the foreseeable future? My dad was definitely going to be on my ass for that. But, for some reason, I couldn't just leave this woman here. I had to find out what was going on, and I couldn't stand the hurt on her face. "Does she eat?" I blurted out, unable to stop myself. "No," he admitted. "Every couple of days we're forced to give her a dose of nutrients via a tube down to her stomach. She doesn't like that, so she'll appease us by eating for a while. Then the whole process starts all over again. And then when her family comes in, the brother and sister that don't always visit her every family day, she really goes into a tailspin. The last time the sister came in, Theo didn't eat for a month." He shook his head. "Luckily, those visits are very few and far between. But saying that, I shouldn't be telling you this. I'm sorry, I'm just really excited that she's interacting with you. With him." He gestured to the dog. "Wow. Just wow." I held out my hand. "I'll be here tomorrow. I left her one of my cupcakes, though. Hopefully she eats that. She looked like she could use it." The doctor nodded. "She loves cupcakes. That's the only time I really see her eat something with happiness on her face. When her brother's daughter gives her that cupcake every time they visit." I felt something in my belly flip. "I'll see you tomorrow, Doctor." The doctor nodded. "Sounds good. Thank you for coming."
Chapter 4. My idea of help from above is a sniper on the roof. Theo's secret thoughts. Theo. "Do me a favor," the man Liner said as he reached into his bag. "Eat this. The little girl promised me it was your favorite." Then he pulled a familiar pink box out of his bag and placed it on my lap. I stared at it as my heart started to pound. When I looked back up, hands trembling in fear, he only smiled an "it's okay" smile and walked away. When he didn't look back, I was disappointed. I shouldn't have been, though. Not when my daughter's life had practically been threatened right in front of my eyes. Why did he know about my daughter? Nobody knew about my daughter. At least nobody was supposed to know. I'd spent 30 minutes straight talking to the man, and not once had I gotten a bad vibe off of him. Sure, he was tall, muscular, built, and quite a bit intimidating. But I was a pro at recognizing evil, and that man wasn't one of them. And as I watched him walk away, I felt like a piece of my heart had walked away with him, which was stupid. I'd only known him for 30 minutes. It must have been the dog that I missed. But hours later, as I was staring at my half-eaten cupcake in dismay, I realized it wasn't the dog. I wanted him to come back the moment he left. I wanted nothing more than to just get a glimpse of his face from across the room. Taking another bite of the cupcake, I hoped that he'd be back. I just didn't realize my hopes would be met only a short 18 hours later. I was sitting outside near the garden that I tended for the bridge when I heard the familiar click-click of nails on concrete. My heart started to pound 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I looked over my shoulder. My heart stalled in my chest when my eyes met those of a dark chocolate brown. Eyes the color of hot cocoa, my favorite drink in the world once upon a time. I sat up a little straighter and smiled as the dog came to me, sat on his butt and buried his nose into my hair. "Monster, have some fucking manners, for Christ's sake," Liner muttered as he gently wrapped his hand around Monster's collar. "Fancy," I said as he pulled Monster back. "I like the collar." Liner hadn't actually wrapped his hand around Monster's collar, but the handle that protruded from the collar. Monster's name was embroidered in a neon green print on the dog collar with an American flag stitched right next to it. It really was an awesome collar. One that I bet the military used, or something very similar. It looked very chic on the large poodle and gave him an air of authority that he likely wouldn't otherwise get thanks to his breed. Generally, when a person looked at a poodle, they saw a stuffy dog that was bred for the finer folks in life. However, Liner, with his harsh and brash demeanor, pulled off having the poodle really well. It also helped that Monster didn't have a standard poodle haircut. He was curly and shaggy all over. The only part of him that wasn't black was a small tuft of white on his right eye, encircling it halfway. "I had it made," Liner explained as he took a seat. "No wheelchair today?" I looked at the bench that I'd been sitting on before the sun had cooled the stone well enough for me to sit on the ground, then shrugged. "Didn't need it," I admitted. Not thanks to the cupcake and the meals I'd consumed. I wasn't sure why I'd consumed them. Normally I didn't. Eating was one of the only things that I could control in the hellhole I called life, and so I just didn't do it. Not unless a beautiful brown-headed girl with curls down to her waist brought me a cupcake. Or a large Goliath of a man with multiple tattoos, a beard that could rival a Viking's the color of a summer sunset, all golden red and beautiful, in a tattered pair of blue jeans. God, he was beautiful. I'd watched Vikings on Netflix recently, and Liner looked like he could fit right into the show without even trying. All he'd need to do was take off his shirt and display his abs. Abs that I knew were there based solely on the way his t-shirt fit against his skin. "Here," Liner said, producing another treat out of his messenger bag. "I got this at the bakery. It's still warm." I took the box carefully, nervous and fearful to look inside all at once. What was it that I was doing here? Should I be doing anything? Today was Tyson's day to visit, and I planned on asking him about Liner, making sure that it was okay to talk to him. But for this visit, I would act how I wanted to act, and do what I wanted. It was only for an hour. What could it hurt? Plus, the box that I was holding, which was warm, could hold a poison for all I cared. It wasn't like my life was worth living anyway. I was a prisoner. I was here because I was being held captive. What did it matter if what he was giving me was something that could harm me? "I swear I won't bite," Liner said, surprising me enough that I jumped. The lady at the front counter said that those were her best-selling products. I'd gotten there just as she'd pulled them out of the oven. I popped open the lid of the bakery box and stared inside. Inside was a rather large muffin, one the size of about 3 of my fists. It was also quite beautiful for a muffin. The top of it was dusted with powdered sugar, and there were chunks of strawberry poking out the top. "I asked her how she got those chunks of strawberry to stay at the top," he said, "and she told me that she pulls out the muffins when they're about halfway cooked and drops them on top so that they don't sink to the bottom." It made sense, but I'd never gotten to cook a day in my life, so I wouldn't really know that strawberries didn't stay on top of the muffin if you just dropped them in while they were still batter. I broke off a piece of the muffin and hesitantly took a bite, pausing slightly once the morsel hit my tongue. "Good," I said softly. That was a lie. It was beyond good. Exquisite, honestly. I broke off another piece and handed it to him. He took it and threw it into his mouth as if he hadn't just gotten a piece of food given to him by someone who was practically a murderer, though maybe he didn't know why I was in here. Maybe he was never told. But I highly doubted that. Liner was pretty hot. The nurses wouldn't be able to stop themselves from telling him why a patient was in here. A few of them were catty bitches who hated me. I was apparently a problem patient, so they wouldn't waste a second telling Liner what kind of person I was, or was supposed to be, whatever. Actually, Liner said as he licked his fingers, it was really good. If they have any left after I leave here, I'm getting another one. I smiled and felt a pang of sadness hit me. I wanted another one already. I also wanted to be able to leave. I'd been out of this place twice, and twice only over the last 5 years. Once when Tara needed me to be her for a couple of hours, playing the doting mother, and once more when I went to Matthias's, Tara's son's funeral. Both times were god-awful. Both times I'd contemplated running away and never looking back. Both times I'd dutifully returned to my cage, all because I couldn't take the chance that by leaving, my daughter would be left unprotected. At least this way, if I stayed in my cage, I knew that no harm would come to Linny. I knew that my family would leave her alone. Because as long as I was at their beck and call, she was safe. That had been what they said anyway. I was never really one to take them at their word, though, so I'd made sure of it in other ways. 1, Tyson protected her. 2, I would protect her until my dying breath. 3, I had a ticking time bomb. If they fucked up, the entire world would know about their true colors in about 2 seconds flat. You're quiet today, Liner said. You were much chattier yesterday. I made a humming sound in the back of my throat as I took another bite of the muffin, this one straight off the muffin itself. It smelled divine and tasted even better. I couldn't help but groan. I need a glass of milk now, Liner said. Do you think they have any here? I snorted. Getting anything here when you want is a joke. You'd have more luck walking back over to the bakery than you would getting anything from the staff. I paused and looked at him. Though, saying that, you might get what you want based solely on your good looks. He grinned. My good looks. I shot him a look that clearly said I thought he was stupid, causing him to laugh. If you say so, darling, he teased, then sobered. Do you like it here? I thought about that. Did I like it here? I liked it better than living at my father's house where he, as well as my siblings, were free to torture me, which was how I'd spent my entire life up until this point. But, saying that, I didn't like it here either. I don't belong here, I found myself saying. He frowned, about to ask me in more detail what I meant, but then a commotion had us both turning to see a combative patient screaming at the top of his lungs that he wanted his mommy. That's interesting, the man beside me said. I sighed and started to stand up, causing Liner to help me up to my feet. His strong hands caused little tiny bolts of lightning to shoot down my arms where his hands connected with mine. The rest of my strawberry muffin fell to the ground, forgotten as we stared into each other's eyes. But before he could say another word, an angry voice interrupted the moment. Time to go, Miss Threadgill. The worst nurse of them all, Nurse Patty, glared at me. I sighed and stepped back, feeling how weak my legs were. Yes, ma'am. Liner frowned and looked like he was about to argue, but I held my hand up to stop him. It's okay. It's protocol for all patients to go to their rooms if one turns into that. I motioned with my hand to the man that was still struggling. It was taking 4 nurses and 2 orderlies to hold him down. I'll see you tomorrow. He looked up at the sky that looked a little darker gray than it had a second ago, and frowned. I don't know. Maybe. With that, he left, and I watched him go. Then I shuffled to my room, making sure to pick up the strawberry muffin that had landed icing side up on the ground as I went. 52-second rule on the food, right? Some guys come to visit twice, I said softly to my brother. He knew that I had a daughter, and he knew that I liked those cupcakes. We looked down at the cupcake that Linny brought me every time she came to visit. They weren't actually my favorite. In fact, if I was to put a name on what I liked most, It would probably be the strawberry muffin or something similar, like a strawberry shortcake, that Liner had brought me this morning. However, since Lenny picked it out specially for me and brought it to me, I'd eat it no matter what it was. She was very perceptive for a 5-year-old and noticed when I didn't eat. She'd started bringing me the cupcake last year when I told her that the food here wasn't good enough for me to eat, in an attempt to explain why I wasn't eating when she was. It had been the Bridges version of Thanksgiving. "Let me guess," Tyson groaned. "He's about 6'3", 230 pounds, wears jeans and a plain black t-shirt and has a red-gold beard that is in desperate need of a shave." I blinked and smoothed my hand down Lenny's mop of curls, dropping a kiss down onto her forehead. I wouldn't say it's in need of a shave, per se. I would say that it's quite attractive, honestly. I had a lot of time to sit and do nothing while I was in here, so it was either read or watch TV, and I did a lot of both. I'd found myself gravitating toward a few of the shows. The motorcycle one that I'd stopped watching because the main character's girl had died, and Vikings. When I read, I usually steered myself in the direction of historical or the biker genre, all because I liked how overprotective the men were of their women. I liked how, at the end of the day, the women always had their men to count on. They never went a day when they thought that something might happen to them because their men always made sure that the women knew they would be there for them if it ever came down to it. I wanted that. Not that I would ever have that, but I wanted that. And that was what Liner came off as to me, a man that would protect his woman no matter what. "Well, you say tomato, I say tomato," he shrugged. "But yes, it sounds like that's him." Then he let out a huge sigh. "What?" I leaned forward. He shook his head. I pushed his shoulder with mine, grinning at him. "Come on!" He shot me a funny glance that I was unable to read, but then explained it. "I haven't seen you smile like that unless it was pertaining to Lenny in years," he clarified softly. I didn't know what to say to that, so I didn't say anything at all. He was right. I didn't smile often. There wasn't much reason for me to smile. I mean, what would be the point? Smiling meant that I was happy, and I sure the hell wasn't happy. "He brought me a cupcake yesterday and a muffin today," I shared. He made a sound in his throat, causing my eyebrows to raise. "Tell me before Lenny gets back from the bathroom." He sighed in a resigned way, then leaned back so that his back was resting against the bench that Liner had sat on hours earlier. "Had a feeling he wouldn't leave you alone," Tyson sighed. "So I had him investigated. He came back clean. He's part of a motorcycle club, the same one that Rome's a part of." My heart skipped a beat when Rome's name was mentioned. My hopes, what little that I had left, took a drastic plunge hard right. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. It wasn't like Liner would fall in love with a woman accused of doing what I'd been accused of. It wasn't like he was there because he wanted to be there. He was part of a therapy group. He was there because he loved his dog, not because he had any desire to see me. Sure, he'd brought me a muffin today. Big deal.
Chapter 5. I would have called you sooner, but I had a frog in my throat. T-shirt with Miss Piggy on it. Liner. The next day loomed even darker and muggier than the day before. The storm that was hours away from hitting us dominated the mid-morning sky, and I knew without a shadow of a doubt that it would only be a few more hours of peace and quiet before my day got really busy. I could feel the storm in the air, and I knew that at this time, 12 hours from now, I'd be cold, wet, tired, and hungry. I'd also be in the middle of a storm, 30 feet up in the air, trying in vain to fix a power line that might or might not restore electricity for 15,000 people. Monster walked in at my side, and I smiled at the front desk receptionist, collected my name badge, and nodded at the doctor that asked me to continue to visit Theo. He nodded back, and I sidestepped the grouchy nurse that had asked me to leave a half hour early yesterday. I was pretty bitter over that 30 minutes. I wasn't sure why, nor was I sure that I should care. but I did. I cared quite a bit, and I was pissed at her that she caused me to miss 30 minutes with a woman that I couldn't get off my mind. I found Theo in her usual spot, out by the gardens, this time on the ground with her back to the bench. She was sitting on a folded-up blanket, her feet tucked into her body with her arms wrapped around her knees. She was staring at the sky with a look of rapt awe on her face. When I arrived at her side, she looked over at Monster and me and smiled. Her hand went out to Monster, and he took the invitation for what it was and laid at her side, flopping his chin down on her bare feet. It was cold out today, and she was in sweatpants and a t-shirt. I assumed her knees were up to her chest, and she was hugging herself because she was cold. Instead of asking her why she was sitting on the ground, I sat down on the bench behind her and said, "If you sat on this padded bench and then wrapped that blanket you're sitting on around you, you wouldn't be cold."
"True," she agreed. "But that bench is super uncomfortable, and it's wet."
I felt the wetness from the wet fabric seeping into my pants, and I cursed. "You could have warned me before I sat down," I accused, joining her on the ground.
"I could have," she agreed. "But then I wouldn't have gotten to see your face as your butt got wet, and I only get so much enjoyment out of this place."
I felt my belly clench at her teasing words for 2 reasons. 1, because she was beautiful when she smiled, and 2, because I hated that she was here. I stretched out my legs and found myself saying something I hadn't intended to say. "I want to tell you a story about my friend," I said softly. "Do you mind listening?" I wasn't sure what made me think that now was the best time to tell her why I was really there, but I didn't want to leave tomorrow and not see her for a week without her knowing. I knew that she'd need to process everything, and to process it, she'd have to have time to think. And me being in the middle of cleanup from a wicked storm was a good opportunity to give her that time. I wouldn't have any free time myself to think about leaving her here by herself either. I was fairly sure that she was safe, despite her being in this place when I knew that she shouldn't be. "I saw you once before," I whispered. She turned her head so that she was staring me straight in the eyes.
"What?"
Her breath started to come in soft pants. I looked back up to the sky and began my story. "Years ago, I met a man," I said softly. "That man was an ex-football player and had a son that became really, really sick." The woman beside me stiffened almost imperceptibly. "For a year that boy lived next to me," I continued. I felt her head turn and her eyes on my face. "I saw a woman that was that little boy's mom every day for a year after they moved next door to me. She was a mean, cunning, crazy, backstabbing woman that I didn't like at all. The woman would go from cold and calculating to angry and venomous, all the way to a blank canvas in about 2 seconds flat. She was literally the worst kind of woman because you could never, ever predict her moods. But one thing she wasn't was nice. She wasn't considerate. And she always fucked with Rome, the father of that sick little boy, as much as she could just because she enjoyed seeing him suffer. I didn't look down at her despite wanting to. Then one day during a random visit, that sick little boy's mother turned into a sweet woman. For about 8 hours. She was nice, kind, compassionate, and most importantly, she was accommodating. She had turned into a woman that I didn't recognize, I said. And later that night I saw that woman crying on her bed, seemingly broken. Theo's breath hitched. She disappeared a few hours later, but for a while, I'd watched her from my back porch, I explained. And I felt this hole in my heart where that woman remained until I saw her a few months later, again, at the funeral for that same little boy. She made a sound under her breath that sounded like she was about to start crying. I wanted nothing more than to bring her into my arms. "You're her, aren't you?" I whispered. She didn't bother denying it. What would be the point?
"I'm her," she admitted. "Theo Threadgill. Tara Threadgill's non-evil twin sister."
"How did you end up here?" I asked bluntly. "You're the sanest sounding crazy person I've ever heard." She laughed humorlessly at my admission. I saw the decision in her expression the moment that she decided that she was going to tell me it all. Her face cleared, and a look of determination filled her face. She wanted me to know. I could also tell that she thought what she was about to say was going to scare me away. It wouldn't. Not much wood at this point.
I'm not crazy, she admitted. My sister is.
I frowned. What? She looked at the wall of windows that separated her from the inside of the building. She gauged that there was no one else around. Then she told me the most awful story she could ever have uttered.
My sister fucked up when she was having Matthias, she whispered. She fucked up bad.
I frowned. What? How?
Tara got pissed. Or maybe felt like she should be pissed, and overreacted like always. She's not too sure if she should or shouldn't be having those thoughts, so when she decides that she should, her reaction to said slight is over-extreme. Well, when Rome told Tara that he couldn't make it to the hospital because he was over 2,000 miles away at a game, she got pretend pissed.
I waited, eyes on her.
When she found out that he wasn't coming, she did what any woman would do, she began.
I pressed the heels of my hands to my eyes. Let me guess. What she did wasn't what any woman would do.
Not even close, she admitted. She took it out on me, and Lenny. Mostly Lenny. I didn't even realize she was in the room with me until I heard muffled screams. Lenny's screams. I reacted without thought, tackled Tara. When I got up to check on Lenny, to pull the pillow away from her face, she screamed that I was suffocating her. A nurse just so happened to be walking past at the exact perfect time, right when I was taking the pillow off, and I was tackled to the floor.
I had a feeling I wasn't going to like where this was going.
Nurses and doctors came into my room, and Tara puts on a really good show. Me, confused and not understanding that I should be defending myself, I get taken away forcefully only to find out that everyone now thinks that I tried to kill my baby.
Silence. Utter and complete silence.
But like always, my family swooped in and fixed everything. For her, at least, she whispered.
I was afraid that I wouldn't like what I was about to hear. I hadn't liked what I heard then, either. Not even a little bit. But knowing that there was more, that was making my belly ache.
Needless to say, it was an easy thing after the dust settled. Theo Threadgill became an attempted murderer, and Tara Threadgill went home with her baby. Happy as could be. Tyson went home with Lenny.
I don't think I like where you're going with this, I murmured, my mind racing.
My father was nice enough to get me into a mental health facility. Tyson fought tooth and nail for Lenny. And you probably know the rest, she finished on a whisper.
How come I didn't hear about this from Rome? I asked curiously.
I have no idea, she admitted. That would be something that you'd have to ask my dad or sister, because I honestly have no idea how the hell Tara kept all of that quiet.
I made a mental note to look into it all. Why do you stay? I asked softly. They're convinced that you're well enough to go. She looked toward me, and I saw the sad look in her beautiful blue eyes.
If I stay, Tara, Andy, and my dad can't really touch me, she explained. Here, I'm protected. Tyson has Lenny. Everything is okay, but if I leave, Tara will decide to start her experiments again, and my dad will allow her. Right now, I'm boring to her. If I leave, she'll remember that I'm not a completely useless waste of space like she thinks I am right now.
I wanted to throw up, but I knew that I couldn't stop myself from asking. Experiments? I asked carefully. She smiled sadly.
Lenny was one of her experiments, she informed me. I was supposed to be the one who seduced Rome.
That information dropped like a bomb between us. And why didn't you? I questioned, feeling something close to jealousy stirring in my gut.
I didn't want to, she admitted. I was a virgin. There were only so many things left that Tara hadn't ruined when it came to my life, and that was one of them. I just couldn't do it.
Why did she want it done? I asked curiously. I'd always wondered what was in it for Rome. I mean, when she left after Matthias got so sick that his death was imminent, she hadn't demanded anything, which wasn't her normal operating procedure. Over the years that Tara had been in my life, thanks to Rome, I'd not seen 1 second of time where she wasn't calculating her next move, where she wasn't demanding something of Rome.
My sister is by definition a sociopath.
That tidbit dropped like a lead balloon between us. What? She nodded. My sister is an expert at her craft. She shows zero emotion and honestly doesn't even have a conscience. However, she does have an innate ability to put on a good show, and she enjoys making people think that she has one. You were talking about an experiment, I found myself saying. What kind of experiment? She blew out a breath and dropped her head to her knees for a few seconds before picking her head back up. She wanted to cover all her bases. If she wasn't able to carry to term, or if Matthias somehow passed away, she'd always have a backup. Me. She smiled sadly at her lap. Artificial insemination. Tara found the absolute perfect donor. God, she had to have it planned for months in advance to have gone to such lengths. She shook her head. I have never prayed as hard as I did for a baby of my sister's to live. She looked up then. And I feel horrible. Because the moment that baby did live, and Rome knew of him, I prayed for his death. I stiffened. I prayed that either he went to live with his father or that that little boy would die because I didn't want him to have to live the life I lived, she whispered. Rome might have been aware, but he might not have. My brother, Tyson, lived next to me for 15 years, and he never once knew that anything bad was happening to me. Never once knew that every night since she was 10, Tara would lock me in the closet and leave me there all night. Or that she would knock me out with whatever household chemical she could find that would do the job long enough for me to be unconscious. I'd wake up, and I'd be in the dark again. I was going to be sick. Rome wouldn't have been able to protect that boy from harm, she whispered, and I knew it. I couldn't even say a thing because I was stuck in here. And the times that you were able to get out, I remember you covering for her at least once, I said softly. The funeral. I was sure that was just for you. She smiled then. She threatened Tyson and Lenny. I'd do anything for Tyson and Lenny, even spend a few hours pretending I was her soulless self so she could do God knows what. She paused. I spent a total of 49 hours with that kid, at different times. And he knew when it was me. I'm not sure how, but he knew. I remembered the way he spoke of his mother, and there toward the end Matthias had explained that Tara wasn't all bad. But sociopaths were all bad. There wasn't a single thing about them that was redeeming. I'm not sure that she was as bad as you think. Theo burst out laughing. It wasn't a nice kind of laugh either. It was one that hurt physically to hear. Why do you think she ran experiments on me? She asked quietly. My stomach clenched and my back stiffened. All of a sudden, her experiments started to make sense. She needed to know how to react in any given situation, she said softly. From the age of about 10, she started. She wanted to know what made me tick, why I cried, why I was pissed, what made me pissed, how to manipulate people with emotions, how to put on a good act. Trust me when I say she became an expert all because of me. I closed my eyes as realization dawned. I'll spare you the gory details, but any time that you think that Tara has an emotion or is feeling something, she whispered softly, that's probably because she used me as a guinea pig to show her how to react. I swallowed hard, and a line of lightning streaked across the sky. My brother, though not soulless like Tara, wasn't much better. He could definitely feel, but that was where that ended. Nothing made him care at all, not unless you triggered him into caring. And trust me when I say there wasn't a single thing that I would ever want my brother caring about. She paused. At least not when it came to me. She took in the stiffening of my body. Your brother tried to ruin one of my friends' lives, I said softly. Let's just say he's not my favorite person either. Between Tara and Andy, y'all have a really shitty family. Her eyes bored into mine, and she didn't flinch at my blunt words about her family. You have no idea. She whispered those words. They were barely audible, but I'd heard them, just as she'd intended me to. My family, other than Tyson, they're the worst people I could ever dream up. However bad you think they are, multiply that times 10, then square it. My jaw clenched. I don't know much about them at all, at least not beyond what I told you. She looked away, her eyes studying the streak of lightning that pierced the darkening gray sky. Big storm, she whispered. Big one, I agreed, looking at the rolling clouds. Are you safe? She looked over at me and then shrugged. As safe as one can be with a sister, brother, and father like mine. Her cryptic words made me want to pepper her with more questions, but then my cell phone went off with my father's ringtone. I sighed. I have to go, I said softly as my phone started to buzz consistently. When it stopped, it just started right back up again. I work with the power company. I'm the guy in charge, and if they don't have my direction, they're like chickens in the rain. She blinked. I don't understand. I grinned. Chickens can drown themselves by staring up at the sky during the rain. That's my guys if I'm not there. Plus, I like to supervise when they have thousands and thousands of volts of electricity that they're playing with. She stood up, giving Monster one more pat on the head. When she was straightened all the way, I realized that she was still short, even when she wasn't in a wheelchair. She was about 5'2", if that, and compared to my 6'4", well, she was downright tiny. Her bones were tiny. Her hands were tiny. Her lips were plush, but tiny. I'd break her if I ever held her. But I immediately shook that thought off. I wouldn't be holding her. I wouldn't be doing anything with her. Nope. No, nuh-uh. She smiled at me as Monster tried to worm his way into her arms. I like your dog, Liner. Josiah Ampere Peldecki, I answered. Liner is something I got when I started working for my dad at the age of 18. Her head tilted slightly. As in Ampere Electric? I grinned. The one and only. She followed me to the red line that was in the middle of the floor that led to the bedrooms. I saw her stop just short of it. My eyes went to the line that slatted across the floor, butting almost completely up to the front of the nurse's station, then to her. A line you're not supposed to cross, I teased. She shrugged. Beyond this line is the doctor's lounges, the private quarters for those that stay overnight, and the pill room. She jerked her chin up in that direction. They don't want us crossing it without permission. And since I'm not a rule breaker, I do as I'm told. I winked. Come on, cross it. You know you want to. Her eyes went to a nurse that was standing near the room she'd indicated had the drugs in it, then went back to me. I'm sorry, but no. The nurse had her eyes locked on Theo as if she was just waiting for her to do it. Maybe another time then, darling. I winked. I'll see you next week. Her face fell. Next week? Was that sadness in her eyes? I was a masochistic bastard because I was hoping it was. Yeah, next week. I paused. At the earliest, to be honest. If the storm's half as bad as the National Weather Service is predicting it to be, I could be gone longer. Her shoulders slumped. Be careful. I tugged on a lock of her hair. God, she was beautiful. I will, darling. With that, I took off and tried not to look back. I accomplished my goal, but I didn't feel like I'd won, not even a little. There was something about that woman that drew me in, and I couldn't help but think that the longer I allowed this to go on, the worse it was going to be.
Chapter 6. Hey, girl, you're looking like a king cake. Let me put a baby in you. T-shirt. Theo. The storm was worse than they predicted. How did I know? Because a tornado tore through the middle of town, heading straight for the bridge. I'd never in my entire life been so scared as when I heard those tornado sirens go off. The one and only nurse that liked me, Madden, who happened to look a lot like me, turned her head and stared at me with a look of horror on her face. They're saying they spotted a tornado headed straight for us, one of the doctors, Benjamin Wheeler, said. My wife just called. She said it passed right by our house. Took the neighbor's house, but not ours. She also mentioned that the tornado sirens are malfunctioning and none of them are going off on the other side of town. I closed my eyes tightly and prayed that Tyson and Lenny would be okay. Hopefully they would. Their house in town was nowhere near this part of the city for obvious reasons. It was also as far away from my dad's place as it could get while still being in the same town. Time to take cover, then, I heard said from the man at my other side. It was one of the orderlies, a large black male that had arms the size of my waist. His name was Tyrell, and he had a voice like sin. He was also hot as hell and had lips that just begged to be kissed. He was in college to become a mathematician and had about 2 years left before he graduated. So not only was he hot, but he was smart as hell, too. "Where? We won't be able to handle getting all of the patients out of their rooms. They will be fine where they are at, won't they?" the nurse that I didn't like, Sharona, asked. I stared at her with anger plain on my face. "They're in exterior rooms. What? Would you just like them to die? Then you'd be out of a job," I snapped. Sharona's eyes were on me. "I could lock you back in your room," she suggested sweetly. "Sharona," Dr. Benjamin said, "now's not the time, and of course we let them out of their rooms. We need to take cover in the hallway. That's the most interior place that we have in this facility, and it's on the protocol in case of emergency. Please, start unlocking the rooms and rousing the patients." Of course, the tornado would happen at night. Of freaking course. That was usually how it went, correct? But it didn't matter what time it was. I'd been up for hours and hours thinking about the man that was in this storm. I'd never really given it much thought before, but I could see how his job would be dangerous. During my computer time this morning, right before the storm had hit, I'd done a Google search of lineman and hadn't really liked what I'd found. It was ranked one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs in the world, and 50 out of every 100,000 people died while doing it. And that was just the fatal parts of the job. You could also be injured by the actual electricity or fall off of the electrical pole. Many opportunities to maim and hurt yourself and be forced to go on living with that pain for the rest of your life. Needless to say, after my Google search, I hadn't been too comfortable about his job title. Moreover, I didn't know why I cared. But I did. A lot. The wind started to shake the building we were standing in, and I went ahead and grabbed my blanket, pillow, and book and walked to the hallway where we'd be for the foreseeable future. Madden followed in my wake, unlocking the 2 closest doors that were near to where I was sitting. Once she had both patients out of their rooms and luckily seated away from me, seeing as they really were crazy, she came to sit next to me. "If this place gets hit with that tornado and I die, I want to make sure that I do it sitting next to him," Madden whispered. Madden had a crush on Tyrell, and when I say crush, I mean a crush that would make one of my romance novels proud. "I'm sure he's going to make his way over here," I assured her, "but you may want to move away from me so he's not thinking he has to sit next to a crazy person." Madden looked at me like I was nuts, which was funny since I was supposed to be. But Madden was a different kind of person. Despite knowing what I'd supposedly done, she'd never treated me as anything less than a worthwhile human being. She also knew that at this point I was in here on my own volition. See, my mandatory time that I needed to serve was up last August. Now I was just here because here was safer than there. Plus, I had a feeling Madden saw more than she was letting on, and her eyes always narrowed when Tara showed. I was fairly sure Madden wasn't fooled even a little bit. "He's so beautiful," she replied dreamily. I snorted and waved at Tyrell as he started looking for a place to sit. He came over just as Madden started to whisper curses in my ear about how she was no longer going to slip me the good meds. I tossed her a look over my shoulder as I said, "You don't give me any meds at all." Her face tilted. "And why's that?" I shrugged and turned back to Tyrell as he bent down. Man, he smelled good. Were men supposed to smell that good? Granted, Liner had smelled divine, but I thought that was just me being attracted to Liner. And though Tyrell was pretty to look at, he wasn't mine. He was Madden's. He just didn't know it yet. "Yeah?" he asked. I patted the ground next to me. "I have a couple of questions for you," I said softly. Tyrell took a seat on my other side, and I felt Madden quiver next to me with excitement. "What's up, Hobbit?" I looked at him with a raised brow. "I thought we discussed you not calling me that." The window in one of the bedrooms at the end of the hall shattered, and my heart leaped into my throat. Glass pinged to the floor, along with the rain that was surely falling completely sideways now due to the wind. We also discussed you and your habit of not eating, and yet you still have trouble accomplishing that, he countered, seemingly unaffected by the glass shattering. I bit my lip. I ate today, I admitted. You ate because a boy gave you another muffin, Madden said from my other side. The entire building felt like it shook, and my breath once again caught. That boy sure does make me happy, I admitted. Or maybe it's his dog. It's the man, darling, Tyrell said. Trust me on this. I snickered and felt my heart lodge somewhere in my throat, just as what felt like a bomb went off. Then eerie silence. I looked over at the person that was across the hall from me, Sharona, and shared her terror. Cover your heads, I heard called. I turned and covered my head, feeling like I'd practically crawled into the wall as I did. I felt Tyrell's body on one side of me and Madden's on the other, then nothing.
Chapter 7. I hate ranting to you. You'll just use sound reasoning and logic where all I'm really looking for is a person that says, I hate that bitch too. Text from Liner to Rome. Liner. Tornado went through town, I heard my father say. Took out that bakery. My eyes sharpened on my father, and I stared as he tried to tell me something. All the while, my heart rate felt like it was nearing tachycardic levels. That was when it all clicked into place. The bakery. Next to the bridge. Son of a bitch. Is it bad? I asked worriedly. Dad's eyes were hard and unyielding. Place is a mess. The tornado picked up and touched back down right on top of that building. It's in ruins. So far, they haven't found any fatalities. I looked at my computer bleary-eyed and wondered if I could go down there under the pretense of wanting to check on the happenings. Then I remembered I was one of the volunteer fire department and didn't fucking need a reason to go down there. I had a legitimate reason. Can you survive without me? I asked, standing up and gathering my keys. I didn't bother waiting for him to reply. I knew he could survive without me. Sure, he didn't have to do it all that often anymore, but he was a fully functioning adult, capable of pointing fingers and delegating tasks just like I'd been doing all morning. I'd started my day off outside fixing lines, but had moved inside once relief in the form of other branches of Ampere Electric started to arrive. Once the 8th truck had shown up, I'd gone into the office to get a fresh change of clothes and something to eat. When I'd found Dad swamped as he tried to figure out which part of the grid he should fix first, I stayed and started helping him instead, which was where I was when he'd gotten the phone call about 10 minutes earlier. I was doing this before you were even a desire in your mother's eyes. He slapped me on the back. Get out of here, kid, and don't come back without her. The smile didn't reach his eyes, though, and I had a feeling that he thought I might not be coming back with her. More like coming back with the news that she wasn't on this planet anymore. And that didn't sit well with me. Not at all, not even a little bit. I was really, really attached, and I wasn't sure I should be. That didn't stop me from walking out the door, though. It also didn't stop me from walking straight into the chaos the moment my bike maneuvered past a piece of the gate that used to surround the bridge. You can't leave that bike there, man, Wade, one of my club brothers and a cop from Bear Bottom Police Department, grumbled the moment I parked it. We have an ambulance loading right there. At least when the next one shows, anyway. That's as close as they can get. I nodded my head at my club brother and backed it into a spot where I'd sat just a week ago while waiting for Tyson to come back from his visit to the bridge. This good? I asked. Wade nodded. You won't be able to get out if that ambulance gets here, but looks like you're in for the long haul anyway. I nodded my head. I am. For now, anyway. If Theo was hurt, I'd be taking her to the hospital. Be careful in there, Wade said as I stood off my bike. The building is unstable. I looked at the building and felt my heart lodge in my throat at the sight before me. The entire area surrounding the bridge looked normal, other than a few downed trees and debris. The bridge, though, it looked like a tornado had sat down right on top of it and tore the entire center out. My father's report had been wrong. The bakery hadn't been touched, and neither had the building on the other side of the bakery. The bridge looked to be the only building on the entire block that looked like it had sustained any damage. Hell, even the forest behind it looked untouched. Of all the luck. I will, I agreed. The power cut off to this part of the street? Wade nodded. It is, called it in myself, and I talked to your old man. That must have been the call that my father had gotten. Made sense now. All right, I said softly. See you later. Wade fist-bumped me as I passed by, and I continued up the walk, pulling on a yellow utility vest that I'd grabbed out of my saddlebags as I'd walked by. I stopped next to Bayou, my MC president, who happened to be the fire chief, and offered him my hand. He took it and shook once before turning his gaze to the mess in front of him. All the residents were in the hallway, he said softly, as well as all the staff. We're clearing the path to it right now. I looked at the mess before me and knew that there was no way that all those residents had made it out alive. The building was a total loss. Have you found anyone yet? I asked softly. He gestured to the ambulance that was just pulling up. Wade was guiding it to the spot that he'd indicated I shouldn't park, and it was then I saw the body that was next to a tree, covered only in a purple sheet. One female, about 30 years old. Pound, pound, pound. My heart was practically beating out of my chest. What'd she look like? I asked softly. Bayou, our club president, didn't ask why I wanted to know. He didn't care and assumed I had a good enough reason for showing up, let alone asking about a deceased person that I shouldn't care about. Brunette, around 5 foot or so. I closed my eyes and counted to 10. Tara's sister is here, I said softly. Bayou's shoulders tightened, and he looked at me like I'd just spoken in tongues. She has a sister, he asked, sounding eerily calm. Twin, I replied. Looks just like her, only with blue eyes instead of those dark brown, almost black eyes that Tara has. Bayou cleared his throat. I don't know if it's her, he admitted. I was informed that there was a nurse here that resembled that one. There was no other choice. I had to walk over to the body and find out. Something compelled me to do it, and I wouldn't be able to work knowing she might be over there. Walking stiffly, I made my way to the spongy, rain-soaked grass where the body was laying. I came to a stop next to the sheet, which I now realized wasn't just purple, but a swirl of darker and lighter purple as well. Steeling myself for the worst, I lifted the sheet and stared into sightless, blue eyes. Chapter 8. Today I learned that there are female penguins who exchange sex for rocks. So if you're having a bad day, just know that there are hooker penguins out there. Text from Castile to Liner. Liner. The very last thing I wanted to do, 35 hours later, was go home. But I didn't have a choice. I needed a few hours of sleep that wasn't on the hard ground or upright in a computer chair, and I needed a shower worse. I was in a state of shock, I decided. My day had gone from bad to worse. After doing all that we could at the bridge, that is, helping join the search and rescue, transporting people across town in my company truck that was brought out to me, and overall filing through debris and destruction, I'd moved back to the office only to find out that 2 of our crew members had been electrocuted. After spending 4 hours at the emergency room with them, I'd then gone back to the office only to turn right around and hit up a call of a live wire near the park. It had all gone downhill from there, and still, all I could think about were those sightless blue eyes staring up at me. Parking my bike at the back of my house where I normally parked it, I spared the empty house beside mine a distracted glance, then headed up my back porch to the door. There I typed in the key code and walked inside, instinctively listening for the alarm to disengage as I did. But it didn't, and I frowned. The door had been locked, I knew that much, but the alarm hadn't been set. What the fuck? Monster, hurry up, I ordered, holding the door for him. He went out, took a piss, and came right back in before heading to my bedroom. Thinking that tomorrow I would need to call the alarm company about the problem, I locked the door behind me and then went to the bedroom without turning on a single light. When I got there, I started stripping out of my clothes and dropped everything in a large pile next to the bathroom door, then flipped on the bathroom light. Reaching into the shower, I cranked it up to the hottest it'd go, then stepped inside without waiting for it to get all the way warmed up. It took me all of 2 minutes to wash and rinse, and I was out before the water had a chance to have any effect. Moments after stepping out, I dried off with a hand towel since I couldn't find any actual towels, and then put on my boxer briefs that were sitting on the counter that I hoped were of the clean variety. I had a feeling that my housekeeper had picked them up and left them on the counter for me to see, wondering if they were clean or dirty. The thing was, I didn't put my clothes away. They all sat in a large pile at the bottom of the bed, and sometimes they fell onto the floor while I was sleeping, which also happened to be where I kept my dirty ones. This happened a few times a week, and the housekeeper, Rome's wife, Izzy, tried to do her best to separate out clean from dirty. The ones she had questions about usually went on the counter in my bathroom where my hamper sat that rarely got used except for dirty towels. It was when I was flipping off the light in the bathroom, about to dive headfirst into the bed, that I saw that the lump I'd once thought was my pile of clothing to put away wasn't my clean clothes. The pile was a person. I froze, fury roaring through my veins, and stared at the small lump. Then that lump rolled over, revealing semi-wet brown hair and a mass of curls. Everything inside of me froze at seeing her in my bed. I walked over to it quietly, staring at the woman that I could now tell apart from her sister, and felt everything that had been rioting inside of me still. I'd known, of course, that the body that had been dead at the site wasn't her. I'd known, but seeing with my own eyes was crucial. I'd been so fucking worried. Theo. She was in my bed, sleeping. She was here, alive, not carried away by storms, not lying dead in a ditch miles away from where she was supposed to be, and exactly where she should be. I didn't wake her to ask her how she got here. I also didn't think that it mattered. Not right then, anyway. Instead of waking her up and peppering her with the questions that were on the tip of my tongue, I only walked around to the other side of the bed and climbed in, being careful not to get too close to her. When I woke up, I'd ask her what the hell had happened. But for now, she was safe, and exactly where she should be.
Theo. I woke up and everything hurt. My head, my back, my hands, even my fingernails. I groaned and rolled over, hitting something solid, and knew without even opening my eyes that the person in the bed beside me was Liner. The solid man groaned and rolled, taking half the covers with him. Smiling at the hog that he was, I got up and sat up on the bed, allowing my feet to dangle down. They didn't touch the floor. That was because Liner had a bed fit for a king, literally and figuratively. The thing was at least 4 feet off the ground, and last night I'd had to practically drag myself into it using the flat sheet as a rope. Monster, who'd been lying at the end of the bed, stood up and did a full doggy stretch. His eyes were on me and his tail was wagging. I grinned and got up, practically falling out of the bed. A groan nearly escaped my tightly clenched lips, and I breathed out roughly. God, I hurt. Bad. So bad, in fact, that I might have needed to go to the hospital. Yet doing that would have alerted my father that I was alive, and for now, I was happy with him thinking that I wasn't. The only problem I could see was that Tyson would have to be informed. I shuffle-stepped to the bathroom, my face relaying the pain I was in the entire way. After relieving myself, washing my hands and using a bit of toothpaste on my finger to half-ass brush my teeth with, my ankle was once again throbbing, almost as bad as it did last night. It was sprained. Just a sprain. It wasn't broken. I'd just made the decision to go back out and get in bed with Liner again when there was a hesitant knock on the door. I felt my heart kick up a beat and turned, slowly making my way to the door. By the time I got there and pulled it open, I had tears in my eyes. Liner took one look at me and stiffened. "What's wrong?" he asked. I held up my foot and gestured to it with my good hand. "I think I sprained it." He looked down at it and hissed. "That looks like it hurts," he murmured. I shrugged. A little. He bent down to examine it, gingerly picking up my foot in his hand and probing it. "How would I know if it was broken?" I asked, trying to breathe through the pain. "You know," he said. "If you can walk on it at all, I'm guessing it really is a sprain. It just looks rough." That was true. "I need to sit," I said softly. "Can we go to the bed?" He stood up and instantly was at my side, bringing his arm around my back to cup my waist. "Lean on me as you walk. Use me as your crutch," he ordered. I nodded my head and did as he'd asked, using him as a crutch. "Your bed is freaking tall," I mumbled as I stared at it. "I don't know how—" Eep! I laughed out loud, which caused my ribs to smart, as he picked me up as if I weighed nothing more than a feather and placed me on the bed. He sat me on the bed and was gone seconds later. My ears strained to listen as I heard him moving around the house, talking to Monster and then letting him outside. He came back what felt like forever later with a bag of ice in one hand and a water bottle in the other. He gestured for me to lean back against the headboard, then grabbed the pillow he'd used last night. Once he had the ice situated on my bad ankle, he sat on the edge of the bed and stared. "Tell me how you got here last night." Not, "Tell me how you bypassed my security system," not, "What the fuck are you doing in my house?" Just, "Tell me how you got here last night." "I'm not 100% sure, to be honest," I answered honestly. "Last night we were in the hallway with the entire staff and residents of the bridge. The tornado came, and then I can't remember anything from there until I was walking. At first, I felt like I was dreaming due to all the destruction. Then when I got out of the area that the tornado had hit, it was like just any other night. As if nothing had happened but a small little rainstorm." "Walking," he said. "Walking where?" I shook my head. "That's what I'm saying. I was just walking. I came to, and I was on the street that led to your house." His brows rose. "I remember you saying that you lived next to Tara," I said softly, looking into his beautiful eyes as I explained. "And it was between this house and that house over there." I gestured somewhere behind me. "But then I remembered you saying that you saw me in her room, so I went to this house. I saw Monster through the window, and I broke in." His lips tipped up. "You'll have to let me know how you accomplished that." I felt heat rise to my face. He wasn't mad about me breaking into his house. He just wanted to know how I'd done it so he could fix it. "It was a necessity to know how to get out of places," I said softly. "After everything that Tara put me through, then my father and Andy, well, I learned really quick not to be stuck somewhere that I didn't want to be stuck. That also means that I can get out of places, or into places that I want to. Your system was fairly easy, just a basic alarm system." His eyes twinkled, then sobered. "That's all you remember?" I nodded, feeling horrible. "When I came to, I thought about going back. I was actually 15 steps in the opposite direction of your house when I realized that this was the perfect opportunity to disappear." His eyes narrowed. "Disappear?" I nodded. "I wanted to see if you could help me disappear." Chapter 9. Look, I'm sorry. I simply don't meet the minimum height requirements for your roller coaster of bullshit. Meme. Theo.
"But what about your daughter?"
I thought about that. I thought about it a lot. "My daughter doesn't even realize that I'm her mother," I said softly. "I think she suspects it, but I don't think that she really knows. Plus, what kind of life is she going to be able to live where I'm in the picture? I'm more trouble than I'm worth."
"What kind of life is she living right now?"
he countered, looking like he was getting mad. For me or at me, I wasn't quite sure.
"From what I've observed of her and what my PI has observed of her, your brother doesn't really even try to be a parent to her. She's just there, existing. That's not how a kid should be treated."
I started to get mad. "What do you want me to do in this situation?" I asked. "I mean, I don't have much choice here. I'm lucky that Tara and my father haven't taken an interest in her yet."
"Then why did Tyson keep her at all?" he countered. "Why not give her up for adoption? Why not go drop her off at some random fire station? At least then nobody would be able to find her. She might have a good life."
I looked away. "You don't think I haven't thought about that?" I asked. "Because I have. A lot since it happened. But my family watches my every move, watches Tyson's every move. They know everything. And if they saw how much we cared about her, they'd take an interest. And I don't want them to take an interest." He looked at me with pity in his eyes, and I absorbed that. Hell, I even pitied myself. My life sucked. There was nothing good about it except for one bright spot when it came to my daughter, but even that was tainted. "I should have never had her," I whispered softly. "It would have been less cruel. I should have found a way." "Kids are miracles," he countered. "We'll figure out a way to make this work. I've already been doing that. My dad and I have already been looking into it. I've also been in contact with a few men that are in a nearby town. They are friends of some of the guys in our club. They specialize in making families disappear." "Your dad?" I smiled softly. "Sounds like you got one of the good ones." His face changed slightly. "I can't have kids. Thanks to my dad." I looked over at him in surprise. "What?" The gasped half-screech, half-outraged murmur that came out of my mouth was near comical. "Beat my ass so bad that I got an infection that racked my body for days. I laid on the floor of my bedroom for 4 days with such a high fever that I nearly died. When I came to on day 6, fever-free, it was to find out that I was in the hospital after my mother finally thought I might die and not make it." "Killed all my swimmers," he answered. I looked at him oddly. "The man that you're working for beat the crap out of you and you're still working for him?" I asked incredulously. "Asking him for help, genuinely spending time with him and asking him for help. What the hell?" Liner's lips twitched. "Does it make you feel better to know that at the time he had a brain tumor that was making him say and do things he would have never said or done if he was of sound mind?" he asked. I might have to think about that. "I don't know," I admitted. "I'm not sure. Should that be something that's forgiven?" Liner shrugged. "Dad knows exactly what he did now. After the brain tumor was removed, he remembered exactly what he'd done when he was in that altered state. He feels terrible. I still catch him looking at me like I've ripped his heart straight out of his chest." "Why'd your mother wait so long to bring you to the hospital?" I asked. "Then what happened from there?" "My mother was scared," he admitted. "Of my dad, and of my dad getting taken away. She'd lived with him for 22 years with him being the perfect, devoted husband and father, and then he turned into a maniac for about 2 weeks. When they arrested him, my mother got a lawyer for both him and me. The lawyer had a psych hold put on my dad, and while they had him, they did a couple of scans of his brain and found the tumor." He paused. "It helps that I was 16 at the time and didn't want to press any charges. I'd lived with my dad that long, too. I knew that he would have never done that under normal circumstances. I also was dumb and allowed him to beat the shit out of me because I'd done something stupid." "What was that something stupid?" I whispered. "Totaled his car after a night of joyriding, drinking and smoking marijuana," he admitted, looking flustered. "I also ran over our cat." My mouth fell open. "That's awful," I finally admitted. And it sounded like it was a lose-lose situation, that nobody in that entire story had won. "Clusterfuck," he agreed, reading my face. "And the cat lived, if you're wondering. We called him Lucky after that." I just shook my head. "That's just a tragedy," I admitted. "I don't even know what to say to that." He shrugged. "Nothing to say. I'm just saying that you don't always know what's under the surface. But that aside, I think that if we're going to make you disappear, you need to disappear with your kid. Give her a chance to have a life that both of you deserve." A little over 7 days later, we were parked across the road, in Liner's work truck, fixing a line. Well, I wasn't fixing a line, and neither was Liner. His crew was, though. We just so happened to be parked amongst them as they worked. And while they did, I stared across the road that separated us from the school and watched my daughter. "It's hard raising a child that's not your own," I said softly to the man that was beside me, watching as my little girl played in the sand all by herself. Tara, Andy, and my father scare the crap out of her, which they should, since they're scary, I said softly. And then there's Tyson, who's scared to show any affection to her at all in case my family decides to use her against him. I felt sick to my stomach. What about the multiple nannies? He asked softly. I looked down at my hands, then back up at Linny, hungry for a few more stolen glances of her. I loved her with my whole heart. There wasn't one thing on this earth that meant more to me than her. I think that was Tyson's gift to me, I said softly. He didn't want his little girl to love anyone more than me, so he changes them up every so often so she can't form attachments to them. He's so standoffish with her, she doesn't really know what to think about him either. But when she comes and sees me, I don't pretend not to love her, and she knows it. He looked like he'd been hit in the stomach. You told me you couldn't disappear, he asked. Why? Why not get her and run? Change your name. I smiled sadly. My father is high in the government. He can do things, get to people that are normally untouchable. My voice quivered. He's a bad man, Josiah. Words can't even explain how bad. He made a grumbling noise in his throat. I have a friend, he murmured. Just got out of prison. Used to be a cop. I'm going to have him look into your father and brother, sister. But the other friend of the friend, they're going to get back to me on what you should do next. This tornado that hit, it was perfect. It's the perfect excuse, and you should use it. She shivered. What you see with Tara is what you get. She's just a pawn. She has no conscience, so she does what she's told and doesn't care what happens to her or to others as she does. Andy? He and my father are the ones you need to worry about. He made a sound in his throat. Children can be lost all the time, he said softly, trying not to scare me. But you've been gone out of that facility for a week now. How long do you think it'll be before they try to take her to make you come out of hiding? I swallowed hard. I was hoping that they'd think I was dead, I said softly. They had 4 people disappear that night. 2 still unaccounted for. I was hoping that they would think I'm just one of them that was lost and will never be found. He made a sound in the back of his throat. Or they're thinking that you're waiting, hiding. Using the tornado as a front. He paused. Which you are. I looked down at my hands and said, What do you suggest? I suggest you take her. Before they can.
Chapter 10. Bayou. Do you run? Liner. My mouth. Group text. Liner. I knew she was scared. Hell, I could practically feel her shaking all around me. The meeting with the Men of Free, an organization that was experienced in helping battered women escape from abusive situations, was something that scared the absolute crap out of her. I could tell without a shadow of a doubt that she was scared to hope, scared to think that maybe this could all work out. I told her that it would, yet she was still refusing to budge, refusing to think that maybe I was right, maybe everything could work out. How does your ankle feel? I asked, trying to take her mind off of what was about to go down. Much better after the Motrin and rest, she admitted, biting her lip in worry. It'll be okay. I promise, I said softly. Nothing will happen. What if they say that they can't help me? She whispered, sounding fearful. What if they say that I'm dumb and I should have left a long time ago? I scoffed. They're not going to say that. They know the deal. They're more than aware of your situation, and they're going to be understanding and kind. I highly doubt anything negative comes out of their mouths at all. And I was right, mostly. The moment that Hoax came into the room and saw who I was trying to find help for, he'd frozen solid. Hoax was married to Prue, the daughter of Sam, one of the men that had started Free. When Hoax had gotten out of the military, he'd started working for Free, and was slowly starting to take on more than just a supporting role as the time passed. I was sure that in a couple of years Sam would just be a helping hand instead of the entire program like he was now. Hoax was also a member of my MC and hadn't known who it was I was trying to get help for, only that I needed help for a friend. And I saw the moment he almost said no. "Theo, honey, go have a seat at the table," I urged as I stood up. "I have to talk to Hoax for a second." Hoax's jaw set, and he looked like he'd rather throw Theo out than help her at all. Sam, Prue's father and Hoax's father-in-law, seeing that something was wrong, followed us out. The second the door closed behind us, Hoax turned on me with a ferocious growl. "What the fuck, Liner?" Hoax hissed. "What in the absolute fuck are you doing with Tara?" I was already shaking my head. "Not Tara." I turned to Sam. "I asked for you to do this without him." Sam shrugged. "I got suspicious when he was having this meeting without me, so I came despite being asked not to," Hoax scoffed. "By the way, that sure the fuck looks like Tara." I tilted my head slightly and then looked at him like he was goddamn dumb. "Did she look like she knew you at all?" I pushed. Hoax opened his mouth to reply, then shut it again with a frustrated growl. "No," he finally admitted. Tara knew all of the club, seeing as most of them had taken a few rounds with Rome, taking turns sitting there with him so that he didn't have to face Tara's wrath by himself. And Tara wouldn't have missed the opportunity to shoot a couple of scathing words in Hoax's direction, even if he was about to find her help in which she desperately needed. Hoax's lips thinned. "Just listen to her entire story, okay?" Hoax gritted his teeth and walked away without saying a word, leaving me standing with Sam in front of me. "Swear to God," I said softly, "she's not what she seems." "Twins?" he guessed. I nodded. "I wasn't able to pull up much about her," he said. "Only a birth certificate, and her daughter's birth certificate. She has no credit, no school history, no college classes, no nothing." I gritted my teeth. That's what happens when you're not allowed to live a life. Sam's eyes narrowed. "Just listen," I urged. Sam nodded once and then gestured for me to follow Hoax into the conference room. I did, finding Theo at the large table. She looked like a child sitting in the large seat at the very end, and Hoax sitting at the other end, glaring at her, wasn't helping. As I walked by, I kicked the side of Hoax's chair, causing him to curse. When I took the seat beside Theo, I could tell that she was mad. At me. I sighed. "Theo, this is Hoax. Hoax is in the MC." Understanding dawned on Theo's face. "Oh," she said softly. "I'm sorry. I'll go." Then she started to get up, but Hoax and I said, "No, sit," at the same time, causing her to freeze halfway standing. I tugged on her arm to get her to sit back down and said, "Tell him your story, honey." Theo swallowed hard and then desperately reached for the bottle of water that sat in front of her, unopened. She twisted the lid, or tried to, and sighed. I took the bottle from her, twisted the cap off myself, and then handed it back. She took it with a grimaced expression on her face, gulped half the bottle down, and then sat it in front of her without the lid. We all waited. "My first memory is of my sister tying me to the bed when I was 6, she started. Both men at the table froze. "I woke up and my hands and legs were tied to the bed. Tara was standing over me with a kitchen knife in her hand staring at me," she said softly. "When she finally realized that I was awake, she'd previously been staring at the pulse on my neck. She bent down and pressed the knife to my neck, right under my carotid artery, and pressed down hard enough that I felt the tip of the knife break the surface." Still the men said nothing. "I screamed, waking my father up," she continued. "He walked in, sounding distracted, saw what was going on, then admonished my sister for making a mess. And since my father encouraged us all to be ruthless, he didn't do anything about the blood that was leaking out of a cut on my neck. Nor did he tell my sister to untie me." "What about your mother?" Sam asked. His voice didn't relay anything other than curiosity, but I knew that he was feeling something based on the clench of his hands that were fisted on top of the table. "My mother died when I was 4, I was told," she shrugged. And on it went. Theo at the end told her entire life story, leading up until the day that she found herself walking down my street with no recollection of how she got there. "They said they had 2 patients die and 2 were still unaccounted for." Sam sat back in his chair. "That works out well. your disappearance. They're going to count you as dead, a casualty of the tornado." Theo didn't say anything. "Have you tried to contact your brother?" Hoax asked, a little more relaxed at hearing Theo's entire life story. I wasn't sure that he totally believed her, but I could tell that he was leaning toward wanting to.
"Assuming you're referring to Tyson, no, I haven't tried contacting him."
She shook her head.
"I've thought about it, but no."
Hoax sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Say I believe you about all of this," he started. "What do you hope to accomplish?" Sam turned to him and shot him a look that I wasn't privy to, but whatever that look happened to be, it caused Hoax to sigh. "Your sister hurt my friend," Hoax said softly. "It's hard to see the difference between you and her." Theo didn't offer any false platitudes that she knew wouldn't help. Instead, she waited. "It'll take us about a week to set something up," he answered. "Until then, we suggest you continue staying with Liner. You'll be safe there." Theo nodded once and then stood up, offering them both her hand. My eyes went to the bones of her wrist. Even in the weeks that I'd known her, she was still too small. She was slowly putting on weight, but not at a fast enough rate to appease me. She could stand to gain about 30 more pounds, and even then it might be on the low side of acceptable. But I could tell that she would one day get there. One day, when I was no longer in her picture.
"Thank you, gentlemen," she said softly after shaking each of their hands.
I stood up and cupped her elbow, guiding her out of the room. Hoax's eyes shot to mine, and for the first time since he'd seen Theo, he looked uncertain. Good. Turning back to the exit, I held the door open for her and gestured for her to go in front of me. She did, but tossed me a glare over her shoulder.
"You could have warned me," she growled. "You could have said that I was walking into a viper's den."
I patted her on the hand as we walked toward my truck. "They don't hate you," I promised. "They just wanted to get to the bottom of the story, I swear. And, to be honest, I did request that Sam do this alone. Hoax started with Free when he got out of the military. He's still new, and biased, which was why I asked that he not be included in the initial meeting. The day was gorgeous, and there wasn't anything more I'd like to do than go for a ride with Theo on the back of my bike. After having a week of cloudy days, it was nice to see the sunshine. Which reminded me. "I need to go to the office," I said softly. "Would you mind going with me?" She sent a glare in my direction.
"Do I have a choice?"
I tossed her a look over my shoulder. "Of course you have a choice," I told her. "But yes, I think you'd be safer if you were with me. And those men behind me agree." She sighed.
"Yes."
I grinned at her. "I shouldn't be long, I swear." That was all lies. My dad was swamped, and I ended up staying there for far longer than I ever intended to. But still, even when we did leave, she continued to be mad at me. There was a point that I admitted defeat. Gathering breath and trying not to throw up as I did, I called out for her. "Theo!" Nothing. Not a sound. I guessed that was what I got. I told her after she stared at me with her scared rabbit eyes that I wouldn't bother her the rest of the night. But what I also didn't take into account was the predicament I now found myself in. There was only so much I could be expected to do, to be honest. So I did what any sane man would do. "Theo, I need help," I called out again. I knew for certain she wasn't asleep. And when I heard the soft thump-thump of steps coming from the direction of my bedroom, I gave a pain-filled grimace. The dog started to make that sound again, the sound that you never want to hear in the middle of the night, and I prayed that Theo hurried. "Run!" I cried out. The footsteps went faster, turning from shuffles to hops. "Door's open, just come inside." The door swung open, revealing Theo's worried face. "Monster, go outside," I cried out in frustration. Monster started running like only a dog about to barf could do. Theo, understanding the problem now, followed him at a much faster pace than she'd come in here with. I heard the back door open, the alarm start to go off, and then the door slam back shut. Moments later, I was lying on the bed, wondering what I'd done in a previous life to deserve this. She hesitantly arrived back at the door, took one look at me, and burst out laughing. "This is so not funny," I bellowed, dislodging a piece of monster barf off my chest. I felt it roll down my side and start to seep into my shirt as well as probably my sheets. She covered her mouth with her hand and tried to cover the laugh, but she needn't have bothered. I could still very much see the laughter. "The code to turn this off is 4894, I called out loudly. "Could you please go turn it off before the police get called?" She disappeared again, showing up moments later with it blissfully quiet and still laughing her ass off. "Now will you please find a way to get this massive pile of dog barf off my chest, please?" I begged. 5 minutes later, with a garbage bag between her hands and the still warm throw-up, she wasn't laughing.
"This is disgusting," she said.
"Try having it on your chest," I countered. She made a squeaking noise in her throat.
"I can only imagine."
Monster barked at the door to be let in, and I growled in frustration.
"Do you want me to let him back in?"
she asked softly. I shook my head. "Negative. I'll bet he barfs 4 more times tonight. His ass is sleeping in the doghouse. Literally." She finally managed to get most of the puke off of me, then gestured to the shirt.
"I can cut it off you, and we can just roll it up, or you can take it off and get this in your hair."
"Cut it." 15 minutes later, I was shirtless and fresh out of the shower. Unfortunately, I had to walk to the laundry room in only a towel. Monster had barfed on my last clean shirt. My last clean, in really good shape shirt. I'd have to make a run tomorrow to the men's section and get some when I took Theo to the store to get her own clothes. Not that I had a problem with her staying in my clothes for the foreseeable future, because goddamn did she look so much better in them than me. But I wanted her to have her own things, to begin to feel comfortable here.
"You were right, he's barfing again,"
she murmured as she watched the dog heave from the glass sliding door that led to my backyard. "He ate a sock today," I admitted as I walked past her to the laundry room. "And he knows damn well when he eats socks it makes his stomach hurt. Yet every fucking time I accidentally leave a pair on the ground, he eats one, like fucking clockwork." I'd just made it to the door of the laundry room when I heard her gasp. She must have turned around and seen my naked back. Grinning, I walked inside and closed the door almost all the way, allowing a large enough gap in the door to allow her to look if she so chose. I wasn't sure if she did or didn't, but I wanted nothing more than for her to look.
"Hey, your phone is ringing,"
Theo said, sounding not as distant as I would have thought. "Can you bring it to me?" I called out, hurriedly slipping into a pair of sweats, sans underwear. I heard her feet pounding as she once again hurried in the direction of the room, and I closed my eyes as I carefully thought about why I liked the sound so much. I just liked her. A lot. I also liked the fact that she was where she was supposed to be, with me in my house. But not for long. I viciously tore myself away from those thoughts. I couldn't think about that right now, couldn't think about that at all, because if I did, I'd admit that I really didn't want her to leave. I'd also have to admit that there was something about her that called to me, to the man that I was within, not to the person that I let the world see. I wanted her to know the real me, and that was where it got dangerous. I couldn't let her know the real me.
"Here,"
Theo said breathlessly, breaking me out of my inner thoughts. I blinked, swallowed hard, and then took the phone from her hand. After catching her eyes, I gave her what I hoped wasn't a forced-looking grin, and then placed the phone to my ear.
Chapter 11. I don't have a welcome mat at my door because I'm not a liar. Welcome mat. Theo. "My friend's house burned down," Liner said as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Do you mind if they stay here? I'm the only one with a spare room." I bit my lip. Did I mind that they stayed here? Yes. Was I allowed to mind? No. I was a guest, too. I couldn't say no. "You can say no," Liner said, practically reading my thoughts. Castile and his woman Turner are more than capable of getting a hotel. I immediately shook my head. "No, that's fine. You can have them stay here. Do I need to hide?" He shook his head. "No, I'm not trying to hide your presence, darling. I'm just worried that you're not going to do that well." He was right to have that concern. I was scared of everything. My shadow, a sound that I'd never heard before but turned out to be a dog barfing on his master's chest. You name it, I was scared of it. Granted, I had a good reason for being scared, but I wasn't going to allow myself to be this person forever. I had to start somewhere. "Are you sure?" Liner scrunched up his face in concern, causing one side of his beard to pull up along with his cheek, making me want to smooth it back down. I nodded, looking more confident in my answer. Castile's not going to hate you on sight, he said softly. He's not like Hoax. Castile's a cop. He's trained to look at the big picture. I smiled, and he nodded his head, his hand going back up to place the phone to his ear. When he did, a sliver of skin flashed, causing my eyes to go to his lower belly. Only minutes before, when Liner hadn't closed the door all the way, it had allowed me to see a portion of his naked body as he got dressed after the mishap. What little of it I'd seen had been beautiful, wonderful, sexy, and hard. God, I wanted to touch the man all over, which was a conflicting feeling for me, seeing as I wasn't used to having these feelings at all. I never found anyone attractive. Hell, the one and only person I'd wanted to kiss when I was in 8th grade had been kissed by my sister first, and she did it deliberately right in front of me. I hadn't wanted to consider him as anything other than just a guy in my class after that. I may be willing to be someone's second, as long as that someone's first wasn't my sister. There was a line, and I drew it there. It was thick, dark, and there was no doubt that that line was there to anybody that was made aware of it. What's that look for? I pasted a small smile on my face, hopefully one that was enough to make me appear as if I was okay, when I really wasn't. Oh, nothing, I said softly. I was just wondering if they wanted to eat. His grin was every bit as hot as his abs. Seriously, this man standing in front of me, I just couldn't with him. He was hot, beautiful, and everything I always prayed would help me. And yes, I'd prayed. I hadn't prayed for anything but him. Him, exactly. Granted, I hadn't pictured the colorful tattoos that would run up his arms and disappear into his shirt sleeves. I hadn't figured the man's ears would be pierced, or he'd have a tattoo on his neck. I hadn't pictured the beard or the bulging muscles, but I had pictured a man that would protect me whether I wanted to be protected or not. And Liner was definitely that man. Yeah, you can come over, I heard him say into the phone. You eaten yet? I licked my lips, trying not to continue my downward spiral of thoughts, and failed. Why? Because Liner sat down hard on the kitchen chair that was right next to me and brought his feet out in front of him to cross at his ankles. The next thing he did was bring his hand up to rest on his abs under his shirt, meaning I got an eyeful of his belly. He had a trail of hair that led from his belly button to the waistband of his jeans. The hair there was dark and on the thicker side, surprising me because he didn't have excessive body hair anywhere else. I wondered if he had hair on his chest as well as his belly, or if it was just thick there. All right, I'll order a couple of pizzas. See you in a bit. Liner thumbed his phone to end, and then immediately opened up an app on his phone. Curiously, I moved closer until he was a couple of inches away from me. What are you doing? I asked inquisitively. His eyes flicked up to me and flared for a few long seconds before he looked away, licking his lips as he said, Ordering pizza off an app. I blinked. An app? He jiggled his phone at me. An app. On my phone. I frowned. I'd seen him doing a lot of things on his phone over the last couple of days, but I hadn't realized he could do that kind of thing on his phone. Technology has really advanced since when I had a phone, I said softly. The last one I had was a flip phone, one of those slim ones that was about the size of the palm of your hand. I've noticed Tyson on his phone a lot when we're visiting, but normally he's just reading on it while he gives Lani and I a couple of minutes by ourselves. You haven't had a phone since the flip phone, he asked, sounding cautious. I shook my head. No, and even then, not since I was a teenager. He shook his head, then patted his thigh. I'll go buy you a phone tomorrow, he said. Get you out of the dark ages. I licked my lips again and felt my mouth go dry at the implications. Sit on his lap? Was that really a good idea? Come on, he urged. I'll show you how to order pizza. Then he tugged lightly on my wrist, urging me to come down onto his lap. I did, and didn't think twice about it. I sat in his lap and watched as he showed me how to use an iPhone. First, we ordered pizza. Then he navigated to the Safari app, where he then went to a clothing website and told me to order some clothes. When I hesitated, he rolled his eyes. I have more money than you would think. Trust me when I say a couple $100 in clothing purchases won't be noticed. So that was what I was doing when the pizza came. Sitting on his lap, flipping through his phone, ordering clothes, and listening to Liner as he said, "Not that one, or that one," when the pizza finally arrived. Liner placed both hands on my hips and easily lifted me up to standing, then deposited me at the bar that was between his living room and kitchen. I continued to look through the clothes and found a couple more pairs of shoes before I heard the eerie silence that filled the room. Silence that didn't last long as I lifted my head and stared at the man that was across the room, in the entrance of Liner's house. "What the actual fuck, Liner?" Liner shook his head. "Long fucking story, bro. Long fucking story." To say the next couple of hours was tense was an understatement. Liner was right. It was a long fucking story. A story that started and ended with Liner giving every little piece of information he had on me out to this man that was sitting on the couch in front of us, looking pissed off and tired. We'd eaten, we'd talked, and now I was wondering if I should get up and go to the bedroom. "You should offer them a shower," I whispered. "They look tired and dirty." Liner had leaned over so that he could hear what I had to say, then turned to look at his friend. "Y'all can take a shower if you want. You have a bathroom connected to the room that's not being used." He paused. "You'll have to share it with Theo since it's a Jack and Jill bathroom, but just make sure to keep the door locked. Otherwise, y'all might walk in on each other." I flushed. My door would be locked. Oh, and I'd be using the hall bathroom. I hadn't thought about that when he'd said that he'd be staying over. But there was no way in hell that he was walking in on me. I was determined to grow a spine and to start acting like I wasn't scared of my own shadow. But there was no way in hell I was taking a shower where I was vulnerable with a man like Castile on the other side of the wall. I bet that he had the ability to pick locks. "Thanks, Liner." Castile stood up and held out his hand to the woman that was plastered to him. Her name was Turner, and she was a hoot. I liked her a lot. It was nice to have someone talk to me like I wasn't 2 steps into the crazy lane. Turner smiled at Liner and me. "Thank you for dinner and the use of your spare bedroom," she said. "We really appreciate it." Liner stood up as well and offered Castile his hand. "Anytime, man. Anytime." He said it to Castile as if he was the one to say it, making Turner and I share a look that caused both of us to smile. "I'm letting Monster out and locking up for the night," Liner said, causing Monster to hop up on his feet and dance around, happy to be acknowledged. "All right, I'll try not to set the alarm off," Castile snorted. With that, Turner and Castile were walking in the direction of the spare bedroom they'd stored their meager belongings in earlier, leaving Liner and I standing at the back door waiting on the dog. "Not too bad, was it?" he asked. I pursed my lips. "I guess not," I admitted. "It was definitely more comfortable than when I met Hoax." He grunted out a reply. "I can imagine. Hoax has never been one to hide his feelings well, though. You probably wouldn't have any idea what Castile thought unless he flat out told you." I didn't know what to say or think of that, so I chose to say nothing. "You looked freaked out about the shower," he said. "Do you want to use mine until they leave?" "Until you leave" was left unsaid. I opened my mouth to say no, but yes came out instead. "I would thank you," I said softly. "I'm just not Tara sometimes." I shivered. "The shower isn't a good place for me." His eyes narrowed. "You'll have to tell me about your shower demons one day." I thought about that and decided that maybe I would. Maybe I'd tell him everything one day. Then he might realize that I was a lost cause and think good riddance as I was shipped out to parts unknown. "One day," I confirmed. "Just not today. Thinking about it makes me not want to shower for at least a week. And yeah, I cleaned up dog vomit off your chest today. I feel like I need one." My attempt at humor didn't go over well, and I could tell that he wanted to say something more. Instead, he let Monster in and then walked into my room, then into the bathroom and collected all my stuff that he'd bought me out of the shower and off the counters. Then he closed and locked that door that led to the bathroom and continued on to his room with me, following behind him like a lost puppy. After placing all my stuff down on his counter, he lifted a couple of towels out of a cabinet, then took a robe off the back of the door. "I don't ever use this," he said. "Got it for Christmas last year." I smiled at it. "It's nice," I said to him. He spared a glance at it, then scoffed. "Do you honestly see a man like me wearing a robe like this?" The robe really was nice. Big and plush, soft. Definitely not something I'd expect to see on a man like Liner. Then again, maybe I could. Having something so smooth and soft against skin that looked just as smooth and soft, it looked like a match made in heaven. "I think you might enjoy it if you tried it," I admitted. He rolled his eyes and tossed both the towel and the robe to the counter, then turned until we were face to face, only inches apart. "Do you want me to show you how to work the shower?" he asked. I looked at said shower and searched for why he would think that I'd need him to turn on the shower, and then realized that he was right. Or he would have been if I hadn't already used it once before. Then I'd had no clue. Mostly because there were no freaking knobs to turn or levers to pull. Also, there was no shower head. It had taken quite a bit of me fiddling with things before I'd figured it out. I said softly, "No thanks, I figured it out already." He grinned and walked right into the shower. Liner's bathroom was set up as one large room with the shower and the toilet area in a recessed alcove that broke it off from the rest of the room. The shower portion took up what looked like over half the length of the room, but was walled off by a glass partition. A massive tub cut off the lower portion of the shower from the top portion, shielding the modesty of those within, if there happened to be more than one person in the room at the time. "Wow," I said, finally taking my first good look at the bathroom. "This is nice." It was really nice, really, really nice. And I knew nice. My father had every single luxury that was known to man. If there was something he wanted, he made it happen. He had the money and the means to make anything happen. But this place, it was honestly not something I'd have expected of Liner. He didn't seem like the type of man that allowed things like this to be in his place. "I had it remodeled," he explained. "When I moved in, the bathroom was absolute shit. It looked like the previous owners intended to start something similar, but either ran out of desire to do it, or money. My guess is money. I just kind of finished it. I like it now. Other than this." He pressed his finger to a button, and a whirring sound began in the walls, followed shortly by shower heads opening up from the walls. Shortly after that, water started spraying, and then the room began to heat up. "Oh, wow," I repeated. "Holy crap. 7 shower heads?" 8. He pointed to the rainhead faucet in the ceiling that I hadn't seen until now. "I don't like that one. It's too soft and seems like it falls directly over my face. If I step out of the way of it, I find myself stepping directly into the spray of that one." He pointed at another faucet. "And then I get a mouthful of water for my troubles." I grinned. "I can see that." He pointed at a dial. "This is how you turn the heat up and down. I have it at like 105, I think," he said. "When you're done, just press this button right here." He pointed at another button, and I nodded. "Yell at me if you need me," he offered. I smiled. Then he was gone, shutting the door softly behind him. I swallowed hard and started to ease out of my shoes, followed shortly by my socks, pants, and t-shirt. I looked at the articles of clothing on the floor, all clothes that Liner had scrounged up for me, and wondered how I'd gotten so lucky. How had I been given this man? How did I deserve for a man like him to mess with a girl like me? A girl that looked identical to a woman that had hurt his friend badly. I looked at myself in the mirror and wondered if I'd ever be able to escape Tara. Tara, who had tortured me from a young age, and found pleasure in my pain. Then there was Andy. Andy, who seemingly only got interested in me when Tara had done her worst, and he could make my torture complete by unleashing his own version of hell. And my father, who watched his 2 children do what they wanted to do to a person of his own blood. I didn't see what Liner saw. I saw a woman. A short woman with blah hair. She was too skinny. Her face looked like it could use some work. Possibly a nose job, thanks to Tara breaking it over and over again. She had sunken blue eyes, bags for days, and a sallow complexion that always looked like she needed about 2 weeks' worth of uninterrupted sleep. There were stress lines on top of stress lines, and there wasn't a single smile line amongst them. But as I got into the shower, rinsed off and got out, wrapping myself into the plush robe that dragged on the ground due to my height limitations, and Liner got his first good look at me wrapped in his clothing. He looked at me like he didn't see the same woman that I did. As if I wasn't Theodora Threadgill, Tara Threadgill's identical twin sister. No, he looked at me like I was just Theo. His Theo. Someone that was deserving of his kindness. And that made me feel things that I'd never felt in my life. Things that I wasn't sure that I should be feeling. Especially since I was leaving in just a few short days, and he was helping me go. But the fire that he'd started burned deep. I wanted him. And I wasn't sure I could talk myself out of doing what was slowly starting to swirl in my mind.
Chapter 12. Wade. If you had a shot for every time you thought about quitting, would you be sober or drunk? Liner. I'd be dead. Text from Wade to Liner. Liner. I never expected it. It came out of the blue. 1 second she was in her room where she was supposed to be, and the next she was in my room crawling under my covers, and I was lost. My eyes felt like they were peeled open and sandpaper was lining the lids, but I opened them anyway. For her. What's wrong, baby? I asked softly, sitting up and rubbing my eyes with one fist, trying to clear my vision enough to see her. The baby had fallen from my lips so easily that it felt utterly natural, like it was meant to be, her being my baby. She didn't stop to talk, didn't really say much of anything. Instead, she continued to crawl until she was pressed up against me from shoulder to feet, and I couldn't help my response. I'd been fighting my body's reaction to her from the moment that I'd seen her at the bridge. Then she'd come into my home, and I'd had to control myself. I'd had to put my growing hunger for her on the back burner because she was so fragile. Plus, I didn't want to spook her away with my desire. I didn't want her to know what I felt in case she didn't feel the same way. I don't know what I'm doing, she whispered into the darkness, making me blink even more rapidly to clear my vision. It didn't help. My confusion at being woken so abruptly by her cleared only to reveal that the room was dark and that the clock on the wall showed that it was just past 3 in the morning. You don't know what you're doing? I asked for clarification. My brain was a bit foggy, and I couldn't quite get with the program. After my 3 house guests had gone to bed, I'd stayed up for another 3 hours helping Dad man the phones and set up work orders for the men to complete once they were finished with their current jobs. As of right now, we still had about 8,000 people without power, and they were starting to get pissy. Then again, I didn't blame them. I mean, they had no clue what we were doing and how dangerous our jobs were. They also had no clue that we were working in such difficult positions. They just knew that they paid for a product and it wasn't getting delivered to them. Yes, she whispered against my throat, causing shivers to steal down the left side of my body, the side of my body that she wasn't pressed up against. And that was when I realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Oh, holy mother of fucks. Baby, I rasped. If you tell me no, I'll leave, she whispered. But I want this. Theo, darling, I tried again. I'm fairly certain of my decision. She sounded certain. Theo, I tried once more. I've been thinking about this, about you, since I left your bathroom in your robe. I pretended that your robe was you, Liner. I've never had an orgasm before. Never been kissed. Never had sex. Never anything. I'm literally the Virgin Mary here. I had an immaculate conception. One that I don't remember. Jesus. I just want you. I froze. She was almost 30 years old, and she'd never had an orgasm. I've had a baby, but I've never been naked with a man. I've never even been kissed," she whispered. That's when my control broke. She sounded so saddened by that fact that I had to kiss her. I had to show her what she was missing. And I did show her, by placing my mouth on hers in a kiss so soft that it could have not been there at all. "I touched myself," she informed me. "I stayed wrapped up in your robe and touched myself." She swallowed hard. "I think I did it wrong." I squeezed my eyes tightly shut and pulled away, knowing that she'd regret this if she allowed it to continue on. But when I went to pull away, she followed me, straddling my body with her legs and pressing her bare pussy to my belly. My cock, which was hating me for confining it in a pair of boxer briefs too tight, stiffened even further than it already was. Her hair fell around us as she lowered herself down until her mouth was once again on mine. And that little thread of control that I'd managed to hold on to unraveled, revealing the man that I was within. The one that I kept hidden from everyone. The one that wanted Theo with every single cell in his body. There was no more trying to convince her that this was a bad idea, because it was a bad idea. We both knew it. I knew it. She knew it. Hell, I was sure by the end of this night even Castile would know it. But that didn't stop me from placing my hands on her hips and pulling her down even harder against me. That didn't stop me from taking her mouth in a possessive kiss that showed her what it was really like to kiss a man, especially a man like me. She gasped and pulled away, but one of my hands moved until it was buried in her curly hair, and I pulled her back down. I tasted her, devoured her, and ultimately left my impression on her mouth. She gasped into me, stealing my breath, and I practically shivered with delight. I was a demanding man. Out of everyone on this earth, I was probably the last man that should be showing a virgin that had never been kissed what it was like to do those things. But I found myself supremely satisfied that I was the one that got to show her. That I was the man that she was going to remember being her first in all things for the rest of her life. I groaned into her mouth and loved the way she started to grind against me, rubbing her extremely wet pussy all over my hard belly. My other hand came up off her hip to smooth up and down her thigh, letting her know my intentions before I made the move. She lifted her hips, giving me access, and I took it. Delving my hand between her thighs, I took one slow swipe from her clit to her entrance, testing her readiness, despite being able to feel it on my belly. She was absolutely soaked. So soaked, in fact, that I could fit my cock to her entrance and take her right then and there. Not that I would, but I could. I could notch my cock at her entrance and forge my way inside, taking her in one long, slow push. She ground her pussy down onto me, begging me without words to do something. So I did. I swirled one lone finger at her entrance and sank it inside her to the webbing. She gasped and dropped her upper body down a few inches, causing her nipples to graze my chest, dragging the tips deliciously against my chest hair. Her head dropping down even farther as she tried to figure out what to do, which sensation to focus on. Her hair was also tickling against my neck and around my face, causing me to let go of it for a few long seconds to sweep it up and over one side of her neck, and then re-fist it. Not that I minded her hair all around us in messy disarray, but I wanted to focus on other things, like withdrawing my finger from her heat and sinking it back inside again, this time curling said finger. She panted and dropped until her forehead was resting against mine, and I inhaled deeply, loving the way she smelled, all soft and sweet, and mine. So fucking mine. "Ride my finger, baby," I ordered. God, she was so tight. Like the tightest I'd ever felt before, for sure. I was selective with my bed partners, and the ones that I did take to my bed were definitely not people that I would ever say were loose or well used. But Theo, it felt like I wouldn't fit. And spoiler time, dicks always fit. But when she started to move on my finger and her tight walls went even tighter around me, well, I was seriously considering whether or not she would hate me later when I finally got my cock inside of her. "It's not enough," she breathed. "I want more." I added a second finger on her next grind down, and she shook her head, her forehead rolling against mine. No, I want more. I knew what she meant. She wanted my cock. She wanted it badly. I wanted it just as bad, but I wasn't ready. I knew the moment that I got inside her I would blow, and if I didn't get her off first, her first sexual experience would be a big disappointment. And I didn't want that for her. I wanted her to remember this as being the best feeling in her life. The thing that she thought about on cold winter nights with the covers pulled up to her chest. The thing she dreamed about when she started dating other men when she was finally who and what she was supposed to be. Free. Her mouth suddenly came down on mine, and she shifted upwards, dislodging my fingers that were doing a stellar job at making her climb the ladder to her first orgasm. I want to come on your cock, she breathed. Please. Her begging had my heart stutter-stepping in my chest and my resolve disintegrating. I couldn't help it anymore. I had to give her what she wanted. Using my hips, I quickly rolled her until she was lying on the bed beneath me. My hips were now solidly in between her thighs, and she was already bringing her legs up and out, making room for me. Please, she begged again. I blindly ran my hand up her belly, hating the way I could still feel her ribs and knowing without a doubt that it was much better than it had been. But that didn't stop me from thinking she was the sexiest thing to ever walk this earth. You're sure? I asked, knowing if she said no, it'd be next to impossible to stop. But I would. Yes, she promised, her hand coming up my arm, curving around the muscles of my bicep and up and over my shoulder. She came to a stop at my neck, and she pulled me down until her mouth could reach mine. Then she kissed me, telling me without words just how ready she was. Her tongue was hesitant and inexperienced, obviously new to the game of sex and kissing and need, but she didn't let that stop her or scare her, trusting me to show her the way of it. I did, stroking her tongue with mine, breathing her in and showing her what I wanted, what I liked. Her hand went between us as we kissed, reaching for my cock. I lifted my hips, her hands finally finding the waistband of my boxer briefs and quickly diving inside. The moment that her hand wrapped around me, I froze, my mouth on hers. She sensed my impending doom and laughed into my mouth. Please, Josiah, she whispered. Not my nickname. My real name. The name nobody used anymore. Nobody but her. I let go of her hair and started to push at my underwear, quickly divesting myself of them while also not straying far from my place between her thighs. The moment that my cock sprung completely free, I shifted my hips until I could reach her entrance, and she guided me. My cock felt liquid heat, and I groaned. I'm not gonna last, I breathed. I'm already on the edge. Come inside of me, she urged. I want you inside, please. I shifted my hips until I was pressing more fully against her, and she never let go of my cock. Not until my dick had forged its way inside of her and made it impossible for her to hold on to me any longer or risk not getting all of me, which she obviously did not want to do. God, she groaned. You're big, huge, gigantic. I was all of those things, but she was also just as tight, small, and unbroken. I pushed in harder anyway, then pulled back only to go right back in again. Over and over I repeated this process, all the while praying to whichever God that would listen that she came, and came quick. Because the way she felt wrapped around my finger, well, that was nothing compared to the way she felt wrapped around my cock. Liquid heat, tight, soft and hard. God, her pussy was rippling all around me, and it felt like she was spasming and moving. God damn it, there was no way I could hold on. My brain was already scrambled. And just like that, I couldn't find the common decency anymore. That part of me that said that she should come first. I broke away from her, letting her hair go, going up onto my fists that were planted on either side of her head. Hold on to my arms, I instructed. It's about to get rough. Her tiny hands wrapped solidly around my fists and didn't let go. I took that she was ready, and started slowly at first, giving her my full length, but also keeping it at about a 5. When she lifted her hips and then her legs, all at once showing me how flexible she was, but also urging me to give her more, well, yeah, she got all of me then. My hips started to slam against hers, the sound of our skin slapping paired with the sound of our breathing as well as the headboard squeaking filled the room. Her breathing hitched, and I wished that I'd turned on a light before we'd gotten started, wanting to see her face to see if I was hurting her. But the way she was moaning, a slow, silent keen, had me guessing that she was feeling just fine. Better than fine.
"Josiah," she breathed. "Something's happening."
I felt her pussy start to tighten even further, and knew that my roughness had been exactly what she needed. I tilted my hips to a different angle, and that keening turned to full-on squeal as I hit that secret spot inside of her. I didn't have time to smile or gloat, because she was coming. I wasn't far behind her either, seeing as I'd been riding the edge of disaster since I'd had my finger inside of her. Hell, since she'd sat on my chest, really. I slammed into her harder, finesse all but evaporated. My thrusts got choppier, and my breath was sawing in and out of my lungs like a freight train struggling to make it up a mountain. And then my release came, and I was shooting inside of her wet pussy, filling her up with everything that I had to give. Even after I'd come, I couldn't stop myself from slowly pumping my hips, loving the way she felt. So wet and so tight. Like she was made for me. When I finally came down to lie beside her, pulling her with me sideways so that her body laid the length of mine, my arms were screaming. I didn't care, though. I loved the way she felt, the way we felt. My cock was now laying wetly between her thighs, and I could feel the coolness of the air on the rest of my body as well. I reached blindly with my foot and caught the covers, then pulled them up over the both of us. It wasn't until she started to speak that I realized I'd started to fall asleep with her in my arms. But what she said had me well and truly awake.
"My sister once locked me in the bathroom. In the shower."
My stomach contracted and everything inside of me froze.
"I was naked, and she started to let men back. One by one," she said. "They looked at me, taunted me. And when she didn't get the reaction out of me that she wanted, she turned the shower on. Cold. Really cold," she explained. "We had one of those controls that you had to turn it on outside of the shower. The entire cubicle of the shower was glass, forcing us to put the controls outside of it, or ruin the aesthetics, as my dad liked to call it."
I pulled her tighter into my body.
"The shower was kind of like yours, with a lot of spray heads. There really wasn't anywhere to go to avoid the spray," she confessed. "I could direct them off of me as best I could, but still it wasn't enough."
She breathed out.
"Within about 10 minutes I was shaking with cold, not to mention the men were still coming back. And before you ask, no, I had no clue who they were. I swear to God, it was like Tara just went and found a bunch of random men to bring back just to fuck with me."
That sounded like something that Tara would do. At least the one that I was slowly getting to know thanks to Theo's nightmares. The one I thought I knew was bad enough, but the woman she was slowly painting a picture of in my mind was much, much worse.
"I don't know how long I was in there. It felt like days," she shivered. "The men stopped coming eventually. But the water never stopped. And soon it went from being super uncomfortable to painful."
She licked her lips.
"My skin turned red, then a deep shade of purple."
She swallowed hard.
"I couldn't chafe my hands up and down my arms anymore because my skin started to slough off."
I closed my eyes, barely retaining control enough not to shake with rage. Barely.
"I started to bleed, and the towel was turning red as the water rinsed it down the drain," she whispered. "And then Tyson found me."
I'd never really liked Tyson much. In fact, I thought he was a pompous douche. But then he'd shown me that he defended his sister the best way he could, and I realized that he wasn't that bad. Sure, he could have probably done more, but the more and more of the puzzle that I got, the more I realized that maybe he couldn't. Maybe he was just a small tadpole in a big pond of fucked up fish. Whatever the reason, I was happy he was there for her when I couldn't be. I was also kind of pissed because regardless, I would have done more. I would have royally fucked up my life if it meant that she was safe, and later that her daughter was safe.
I know what you're thinking.
She pet my chest, running her fingers along the hair there.
That Tyson didn't do enough.
She was a goddamn mind reader. I still didn't say anything.
But Tyson was a small kid back then. Smaller than he is right now, she murmured. He and Andy were a ways apart. Where Andy grew tall and bulky, Tyson stayed slender and small. Tyson never stood a chance, just like I didn't, when we were that age. Tyson isn't even a big guy now. Andy was, though. Still is.
She shivered, but I could see how she thought that. Why did they only do it to you? I whispered into the dark. Why not Tyson? And why were both sets of twins so different? I mean, first you had Tara, who had no moral compass at all, who didn't care what she had to do to get what she wanted. Then you had Theo, who was the exact opposite of everything Tara represented. Selfless, uncaring of what she had to go through as long as those she loved, Lenny and Tyson, stayed safe. Andy and Tyson, from what I'd heard, were complete opposites. I didn't know either man well. Sure, I knew that Andy tried to do his level best to fuck Link's life up just because he was a part of a motorcycle club. Our motorcycle club, the Bare Bottom Guardians MC, that supported the Dixie Wardens MC. And Tyson had attempted to date Conley, Link's wife, though it had only been one date before he decided that she was too much work. That is, she'd lied about being pregnant, and he thought better of his decision. At the time, I thought it was just because he was a dick. Then I realized that it wasn't because he was a dick. It was because Tyson already had a lot on his plate. A lot being Lenny.
I don't know, she admitted. But Tyson did his level best to help where he could. My father sent him away to boarding school.
Why not you? I asked. I sounded like a broken fucking record at this point.
I don't know. I don't pretend to know my father's motives at all. If I did know anything at all, I'd likely not find myself in the situation that I find myself in.
I snorted. What happened after Tyson found you? I asked softly, not wanting to hear it, but knowing she needed to say it.
He helped me out of the shower and tried to clean me up. But it was bad. By the end of that day, I had a fever because infection had set in. It went on for another 2 days before Tyson was able to convince my father to call a doctor. The house doctor that fixed my family up without any questions asked came over, did what he could, and prescribed me a boatload of medication. I still have some slight scarring on my legs, she explained.
I could happily torture Tara right now and sleep like a baby tonight. I wanted nothing more than to string Tara up by her toes and reenact every single punishment that she had ever inflicted on Theo. And I likely only knew a small portion of the terrible things that had been done to her. How much more did she do to you, baby? I asked. Was that the worst? Please tell me that was the worst. She laughed.
I'm never going to tell you everything.
I hated that answer, but I also loved her for it. My mind ground to a stop when I realized what I'd just thought. I loved her for it. Fucking loved. Son of a bitch. What the hell was wrong with me, falling in love with a woman that I knew would be leaving me? I quickly forced my brain off that subject, too. I couldn't think about it, not now. Maybe when everything was all said and done and I had nothing else to do but wallow in self-pity, then I'd consider it. But until then... And why is Andy the only one without a T name? I questioned. Theo snickered at that.
That's a long story, she admitted. Do you want to hear it now?
Why not? I was wide the fuck awake now. Yeah, I said, sliding my hand down lower to cup her ass. She didn't stiffen. Instead, she pushed even farther into me.
Well, it all started when the twins were born, she admitted. Tyson and Andy were born exactly 19 minutes apart.
Okay, I drawled.
Andy was born first, so my mom called him Andy, after her brother that passed away. Since the day that my mom's brother died, she knew that she wanted to name her firstborn son Andy, she explained.
When Tyson was born, she wanted to continue with the T-name tradition that she and Dad had started. She continued it when Tara and I were born. Not sure why, but whatever. Okay, I said. I'm hearing an underlying hostility there. She snorted. You could say that. Andy hated that he was the only person in the family that didn't have the T name. Even my mother had it, Tina. So we had Tina, Thurgood, Tyson, Tara, Theodora, and finally Andy. I thought about that for a few long seconds, then nodded my head. I honestly might be kind of pissed about that, too. She snickered at my admission. I think it might have been better for Mom, Tyson, and I to not have the T name, since the T name seems to have a little crazy attached to it. She paused. My mom died when I was 4. From then on, everything was bad. I think my mother was the only one that could hold everyone together. After that, things just fell apart. I shook my head and ran my hand down the length of her spine, then back up again. When I got to her neck, I curled my fingers around it and squeezed lightly. I don't think she held them together as much as helped hide their brand of crazy, I admitted. That, and y'all weren't really old enough to get to the level of crazy that your brother and sister seem to be holding strong at. She sighed. Can I tell Tyson where I'm going? She whispered softly, her breath tickling my chest hairs. I shook my head. It's best if nobody, not even me, knows where you are. That way, if it comes down to it, you're safe. Nobody but a few know where you are. She swallowed hard, and I could tell that she didn't like that answer. But she accepted it when I said what I said next. Lenny needs to be your top priority at this point, I murmured. Fuck everyone and everybody else. Even me. Chapter 13. I'm glad I learned how to find X during school instead of how to do my taxes. Said no one ever. Liner. Things are heating up at the Threadgill compound, I heard Sam saying to my ear. The brother that has the kid is acting twitchy, and I think he's about to run. At least that's my general opinion. He paused. We were going to wait to collect the girl until we had everything set in place, but with the way he's acting, I think you should get her now. I didn't even hesitate. I'll go get her myself, I said softly. Do that. He paused. And also, we've moved up the timetable on our end, too. We should have everything in place the day after tomorrow at the latest. Tell her she has about 36 hours she needs to hold it together. Then we'll have her a place. 36 hours was all that I had left of her. I wouldn't think about it right now. I had other things that I needed to do. Telling Turner and Castile that I had somewhere to be, they waved at me from the back porch swing. And since Thea was in her room with the door closed, I took that as the don't disturb me that it was and left her to it. She'd been hiding in her room since I'd woken up earlier. When I'd woken to an empty bed and an even emptier feeling heart, I'd given her the space that she so obviously had needed and went to work in my home office. I'd spent a couple of hours in there, fielding calls and calling in reports to my crews when the PI, Thomas, had called with the news. Grabbing the keys to my company truck, it'd look a lot less suspicious if I had a utility truck parked down the block instead of my personal vehicle. That, and when you were kidnapping a girl from school, there had to be certain steps that were followed. Kind of like protecting yourself without alerting anybody to what you were about to do. Luckily, I had friends' kids that went there, and I knew that there were a few problem areas that arose over the last school year. My friend, who'd been called by the teacher because his daughter had a problem at the school, had been livid. The teacher had explained that when the child had gone from the gym to use the bathroom, the door had closed and locked behind her. She had banged on the door to be let back in, but the music in the gym was too loud to hear the knocking. The 5-year-old was forced to stand outside and wait for someone to let her back in. And since the door never opened, the little girl was forced to stand outside in the cold for over 45 minutes. When my friend was told this, he'd lost his shit on the school and pointed out all the problems that he saw there, such as the gate that was directly next to the gym that stayed open all day long. And since it was on a side road that was rarely used except for the buses, nobody thought it was necessary to actually close the gate, a gate that I planned to use today. Or I would have had I not pulled up and seen Tyson and the girl walking to the car from the front of the school. Grinning, I waited until they were both in and then followed them to the nearest gas station where Tyson bailed out of the car like a NASCAR driver and rounded the hood only to come to a stop when he saw me. "Oh, thank God," he breathed, looking as if he'd run a marathon already that morning. "I need help." I blinked. "You want to follow me to my house?" He didn't even hesitate. "No, I want you to take her and run, as far and as fast as possible." I thought about that, then thought more, and wondered if maybe I should be doing this right in the open with at least 4 people within earshot. "Meet me at the end of the road." I lowered my voice. "There's a turnoff right before it tees off. Take it and wait for me. I'll be there after I get fuel." He glanced around at the people that were staring at him as if he'd lost his mind and then nodded. I doubted any of them had actually heard what he had to say, but they could read the tone of his voice. That was for sure. That, and he'd pulled into the gas station on a screech of tires. It was hard to ignore that. "Okay," he nodded once, seeming to collect himself. "Okay." I watched him walk calmly to his newer model Mercedes and get in, and I saw the worried look of the little girl as she stared at the man that had in so many ways been the only father she had ever known. Tyson pulled out and began his slow drive away, motoring down the street as if he didn't have a care in the world. When I pulled up at the gas pump, I took my time, played with my phone, screwed around on it, scrolling through pictures even though I didn't play on my phone all that much. I didn't have any apps that I could make myself look busy puttering on either. Hell, Theo had more on her phone that she'd had for only days than I had on my phone that I'd had for years. The pump clicked, indicating I'd reached the limit. Of money, not of actually filling my tank up, and I sighed and pulled it out of the holder. Such a stupid fucking rule, I muttered as I glared at the $75 price tag. If I wanted to put in $200, y'all should have fucking let me. What's it matter if I do? I mean, are you going to stop me from pulling it right back out again and getting more? No, you're fucking not. Talking to yourself is a sign that you're going crazy, I heard muttered from my side. I flipped Brielle, Bayou's adopted sister, off. She snorted and dropped down in her car, slamming it closed behind her. I watched her drive away while I shoved my wallet back into my pocket. I didn't want Tyson to sit there too long anyway. I wanted to get to him before he decided to run again. His head hadn't looked all that screwed on. Heading to the same road but taking the longer way, I finally pulled into the almost hidden road and made my way about half a mile down it before I found Tyson's car sitting there, on the side of the road, with him pacing back and forth next to it. He saw me and looked like he'd utterly deflated all over again. His hair was in disarray, or even more than it had been earlier, and he looked like he was about to puke. I pulled the vehicle to a stop and got out, walking to him. He opened the back door of the car and started collecting. Girl shit. A pink pony that looked like it had seen better days, a white fluffy chair with the name Lenny monogrammed in bright pink letters, and then a suitcase with Minnie Mouse on it with bright pink polka dots. He started walking to my truck with it, and I gestured for him to put it in the passenger side. Tyson redirected himself and opened the side door, grimacing at all the dirt. "Gross," he muttered. "It's a work truck," I told him. "What did you expect, it to be spotless?" Most work trucks weren't. In fact, mine was better than most. "It's fine," he said. "Lenny'll love it. She's all about dirt. I'm constantly cleaning her up." I smiled at that. Tyson did love the kid, even if he didn't show it outwardly when other people were around. Once everything was transferred except for Lenny, who was silently playing on her tablet, acting like her shit was taken from her vehicle every day, Tyson closed the door to his car and walked over to me. With my work truck still running and the powerful diesel motor humming, he had to step closer to me to be heard. "My sister knows Theo is alive." I blinked, trying to mask my surprise, but doing a shit-poor job at it. "I know," he shook his head. "I know that she's with you." He squeezed his eyes shut. "I don't know how, when she wasn't found in the wreckage over the last couple of days, I got to thinking, and I realized that she probably went to you. That you have her, or someone you know has her." I didn't say anything. "Tara has no clue about you, but she knows that Theo is alive, and she said she'd be picking Lenny up from school today." He shook his head. "I have a couple of the people there that are loyal to me, to Lenny. They called me the moment that they heard, and I went and picked her up from school when I did." "You don't know any more?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but I'm hoping that since I didn't know about it, that Tara won't think it was me that picked her up. I stole her out of gym class when she went to the bathroom. What I was going to do. Holy shit. The teachers didn't see me with her, he said. The only person that I passed was another little girl that was looking down at the sidewalk. Okay, I said. What are you going to do when she doesn't come home anymore? How are you going to work that? He shook his head. I was thinking about filing a missing person report, but then I thought I might storm the compound, so to speak, and act outraged that they picked the kid up without asking me. I nodded. That one might get them off your back for a while, or it might alert them that your sister isn't actually dead. From there, I'd just unenroll her from school. Don't do anything. Nobody knows you have her but a few, anyway. He nodded, looking like he was taking mental notes. I can do that, he said. You can't know where she goes, I said bluntly. He was already shaking his head before I'd even finished. That's good because I don't want to know. I don't want to ever see her again, if you catch my drift. I was already nodding before anything else could be said. I'll get Lenny, he paused. Take care of them, man. I didn't say anything as he walked away, but I prayed that I was the right one for this job, that for the next 36 hours I could indeed keep them safe. I would. I wouldn't allow anything to happen to them, at least while I was breathing and alive anyway. But hopefully it wouldn't come to that. My eyes took everything in as Tyson opened the door to his car and started speaking. Moments later, Lenny started to emerge from the vehicle. Up close, I couldn't help but smile at what she was wearing. Black, sparkly, long-sleeved shirt, black leggings, black miniskirt that covered said leggings, and a black pair of combat boots. She looked like a mini badass. Her hair being so dark brown that it appeared to be black only added to the appearance. She had tanned skin, the color of Rome's, and Jesus Christ, she did look exactly like Rome, down to the hair color. The only thing that had screamed Theo about her were the bright matching blue eyes. Lenny saw me and grinned. Hey, cupcake dude. I grinned right back, not saying anything until she was at the side of my truck, her booster seat in hand. Hello, cupcake girl, I called back. You're the man that got me that cupcake, she said. I nodded. Would you like another one? She tilted her head and studied me for a few long seconds. She looked a little like Theo with her curly hair and her bright blue eyes, but that was where the similarities ended. She looked like Rome, and Matthias, enough that I would have second-guessed everything that I knew had I not already taken that step to ensure that she wasn't. I think I would, she said. Uncle Tyson said you were taking me to see my mommy? I swallowed hard, my eyes lifting up to see Tyson. My brows rose as if to say, she knows? And he nodded. Yep, that's where I'm taking you. She's staying at my place. Would you like to stop and get her and you a cupcake on the way? I questioned. She was already nodding her head. Yes, please. I looked over at Tyson only to see him walking toward his car. Before I'd even had Lenny settled in the truck, he was starting his own and accelerating down the street. When I got Lenny's seat in, I really had no idea how to do it. She had to show me, and had her sitting in the truck. She stared at me expectantly. Chocolate milk too? She asked politely. Please? I grinned. You got a smile just like your mama. Her eyes lit with excitement. I didn't know that. I winked. Let's go. When I walked into the house an hour later, chocolate milk in one hand and a fucking dozen cupcakes in all shapes, sizes, colors, and flavors, it was to find Castile and Turner on the couch, with Theo nowhere in sight. Castile looked up, grinned at me, and then looked back toward the television. Only that lasted for all of 3 seconds before he was standing up and staring at me in horror. Castile, I said before he could speak, I would like you to meet Lenny, Theo's daughter. Castile looked like he was about to throw up. Turner looked confused. And Theo, who was now standing in the doorway of the kitchen, looked confused. Mama! Lenny called out, running toward her. The chocolate milk jug that she was filling her cup with came out faster than intended, causing the cup to overfill. I watched as my white rug got its first stain ever on it. I couldn't find it in me to care. Theo dropped down on one knee and held her hands out for Lenny, who barreled into them. The chocolate milk spilled all down Theo's side, but she looked like she wasn't bothered either. Our eyes met over the top of the little girl's head, and I winked as I mouthed, later. She nodded her head and squeezed Lenny tighter.
"You got me a cupcake?"
she asked, pulling back slightly.
"Yes,"
Lenny cheered.
"We also got Mr. Castile and Miss Turner one. Mr. Liner said we couldn't leave them out since they were staying here with you. Though we got Miss Turner a special low-calorie one, seeing as Liner said she had belly surgery."
She actually went as far as to use actual air quotes. Jesus Christ, the kid was cute. And talkative for a 5, almost 6-year-old. I hadn't met one that talked as much as that one. Then again, I wasn't around kids all that much either. I didn't have any brothers and sisters, which meant no nieces and nephews. I also wasn't around the MC's kids a lot either. Not because I didn't want to be, but because I worked too goddamn much. Turner snickered and smiled. Castile still looked pale. I gestured for him to follow me outside, and he did. "What the fuck, Liner?" he asked, looking shaken to the core. "Before you ask, it's not his." I held out my phone, and he looked at the results of the DNA test. I had them both tested the other day. Castile seemed to deflate before my eyes. Thank fucking God.
Chapter 14. Sometimes I think, screw it, I'll just be a stripper. Then I remember that my ass is bony, and I have stretch marks galore. Text from Theo to Liner. Theo. I waited until he was in the shadows with me before throwing my arms around him and burying my face into his chest. "Thank you," I said softly to the man that had just given my world to me. Liner's arms went around me and he pulled me close. "Thank you for what? Doing the right thing?" I turned and pressed my lips to his neck, causing him to shiver. That had crossed a line, but I couldn't find it in myself to stop. Linny was now officially in my room, sleeping without a care in the world. The alarm was set, and Monster was at the foot of her bed, refusing to leave. Monster and Linny had hit it off well. Linny had never had a dog before, and Monster had never really been around any kids. Seeing the two together, you'd never really think that. They looked like they'd been together forever. I leaned my head back until I could see Liner's face. "Did my brother look all right?" I asked, trying to tone down the riot of emotions that were rolling through me at an alarming rate. I wanted him. Again, I wanted him badly, too. "He was okay," Liner admitted, letting go of one of my hips so that he could tuck a piece of my hair behind my head. The door down the hall opened, and both of us looked over our shoulders at the woman that hurried toward the kitchen. She didn't see us in the shadows, but if she had, she would have had some questions. Not that she would have asked us those questions. "I like her," I admitted softly. The fact that she cared about Linny and Linny only definitely showed today. Liner sighed and tugged lightly on my hand, pulling me into his room. He didn't shut the door all the way due to Linny being down the hall, but he did close it the majority of the way so that we wouldn't be overheard. "Castile's a good man," Liner admitted. "But he's a cop, first and foremost. It's hard for him to see past the evidence, so to speak." "He looked me up?" she guessed. He nodded. "I'm sure he did that the moment that he could do it without alerting people that you were alive." I sighed. I don't like that people don't like me. Liner pulled me into his chest as he said, "What other people think about you is irrelevant. What matters most is what I think about you." He paused. "And soon, even that won't matter since you're going to be gone. Starting a new life where none of this matters anymore." I looked around the room at where his wide sweep of his arm indicated and felt my heart clench. I didn't want to leave him. But he was right. Tomorrow, it was time to think about the big picture. About how my family could very well make Linny's life a living hell, just like they did mine. Honestly, I was lucky that they hadn't seen a use for her until now. Linny was 5 years old. Right now, all she should have been worrying about was how much television she was watching, what time school started in the morning, and whether or not she was needing to go to bed early or not. Instead, before she'd fallen asleep, she was worrying about why my eyes were so sad, and why Liner looked like he was readying for a war when he locked down the house for the night. I really should go back, but I couldn't pull myself out of his arms. Not knowing that tomorrow night, I wouldn't have this for the rest of my life. You should go back to your room, Liner said, echoing my thoughts. I should. I don't want to, I whispered. I want to be in your arms for a little bit longer. The brutal honesty didn't hurt to admit, and the tightening of his arms around me felt like a whisper, a declaration that he felt the same. Not that he admitted it or anything. He didn't really need to, though. I could read between the lines just like he could. I skimmed my hands down the length of his sides, loving the way he was so hot and warm, hard all over as I explored. He allowed me to, running his hands up and down the length of my back. We both knew where this was going. Or at least I did. I knew and I wanted it badly. Though, saying that, I knew that we shouldn't. What it was going to do was remind me of what I wouldn't have for the rest of my life. Sure, another man would come along. At least that was what Turner said this morning when she'd heard the whole sordid tale from me. But that man wouldn't be Josiah Liner Paldecki. He'd be another man. One that didn't know anything at all about me. One that didn't know my struggles. One that didn't know anything other than the fake me. One that didn't like me despite those things. Because that was what Liner showed me as he suddenly picked me up and carried me to his bed. That despite everything he knew about me, and who my family was, he liked me anyway. I felt emotion start to rise as it filled my chest, and I lost the ability to speak. Instead, I ran one hand up Liner's chest and snaked it around his neck, pulling him down so that he'd kiss me and hopefully take away all my pain. Pain at the thought of losing him. At the thought of never having his hands run up and down my sides again like he was doing to me now. Take my shirt off, I urged, loving the sensations of his hands sliding up over my cotton pants and my t-shirt, but knowing that the sensation of his hands against my bare skin would feel so much better. Probably best if we keep our clothes on, he suggested. Or at least most of them, he said as he pulled my sleep pants free from my body. I laughed, which quickly turned into a strangled moan as he descended down the bed. My heartbeat started to quicken as he made room between my thighs with his large, wide shoulders. I reached up and caught the pillow that he used every night, then brought it down over my face as he took the first swipe of my slit with his tongue. Oh, God, that had felt so good. Then he did it again. And again, and again. Over and over he licked me, tasted me. Then he started to swirl that same devilish tongue around my clit, flicking and teasing. And his beard, oh my God, his beard was divine. I'd, of course, really enjoyed running my fingers over the neatly maintained beard. It wasn't long, but definitely wasn't short. It was so thick that you wouldn't expect it to be so soft, but it was soft. Until he was running his mouth between your legs, then soft became divine. There was the perfect abrasiveness as he slowly swirled his tongue, and subsequently his entire head, around and around. My heels dug into the bed and my hands went to his hair, clenching the hair that was barely long enough for me to sink my fingers into it. And then his fingers came into the mix, just one, swirling around the very tip of my entrance. I nearly swallowed my tongue when said finger started to slowly sink inside, inch by inch, until I could feel his knuckles against my skin. I shivered hard as things inside me began to tighten. That shiver turned to a downright body-locking orgasm when he sucked my clit into his mouth and curled the digit inside of me. The two things sent me catapulting right over the edge. It wasn't until he was climbing up between my thighs and angling his cock toward my entrance that I realized that I'd blanked out for a few long seconds. Though the way my body was still tingling, and aftershocks were still rocking through me, I could see why. The pillow moved, and suddenly I found myself facing a very pleased Liner as he stared down into my face. Our eyes connected, and he watched me gaze up at him as he slowly settled inside me. His cock was a steady pressure as he sank inside, and my body started to move on its own accord, conveying my soundless plea to urge him to go faster as well as help get him inside of me completely. He reached down and pulled one of my legs up, pressing it out and wide, allowing him more room to maneuver. The movement caused him to descend another slow inch inside of me. I licked my lips and couldn't decide where I wanted to look. His eyes were bright and focused directly on me. But then there were his abs that were clenching and unclenching as he slowly moved back and forth as he worked his substantial length in. And then there was where we were joined. That was something that I couldn't look at. Not for more than a brief glance, anyway. It was too hot, too perfect, too temporary. He was thick, so thick, in fact, that he looked almost obscene as he worked himself into my pussy. "You feel so good," he growled, causing me to move my gaze back to his eyes. "You feel better," I countered. He snorted and dropped down onto his elbows, bringing our faces close and pressing my legs farther into my chest. My breasts behind my t-shirt felt swollen and sensitive, and I wanted nothing more than to feel his hands on them again. I wanted his hands everywhere, in fact. On my breasts, on my ass as he pumped away inside of me, clenching and unclenching his fists. On my legs, spreading them apart, everywhere all at once. I wanted him. Twice wasn't going to be enough. I knew it deep down to the bottom of my soul. I pressed my lips to his and curled my tongue around his, tentatively at first until he was taking control of the kiss. His hips met the back of my thighs, and suddenly I felt every single one of his solid inches exactly where they were supposed to be. He broke off from the kiss and looked down into my eyes. "Feel okay?" he asked. I loved that he was concerned. I loved even more that he was once again inside of me where I felt like he belonged. "Yes," I whispered, eyes soft and pleading. "Now get back down here and kiss me some more." He snorted but gave me what I wanted. His hips moved, slow and steady. And it wasn't long at all as we were kissing and touching that I realized his movements were getting a little less unsteady. Squeezing my muscles, I caused him to groan and pull away from the kiss. "No more of that," he ordered gruffly. I squeezed again, testing his limits this time. What I hadn't expected was for him to pull out, drag me off the bed, and then take me to the floor. "Liner," I gasped as quietly as I could. "What the hell?" "The fucking I want to give you will be loud as hell on that bed," he explained as he moved me until I was up on my knees beside the bed. "You can't voice any of those sighs of pleasure out loud, though, just FYI. I felt him line his cock up with my entrance, and before I could agree or disagree, he was once again inside of me. This new position felt like he'd gotten even farther inside of me. I felt like I could feel him in my throat. It was everything to me. Everything I'd ever imagined and wanted rolled all into one exquisite test of torture. His thrusts were long and hard, slow and sweet. His large hands framed my hips, and with each thrust of his cock he pulled them backward so that I was taking all of him and more. I dropped down onto my elbows and then even farther so that I could wrap my hand around the base of the nightstand. When I grabbed hold of it, something underneath of it rolled, but I was too caught up with what was going on between my legs and inside my body to pay attention to what was on the floor. Instead, I held on for dear life as he gave me everything he had to give. I had no clue how long it was until I was on that brink, the one where I knew I was about to come. A couple of minutes, hours, hell, it could have only been seconds. My eyes were closed and my face was rubbing against the rough carpet that seemed so soft beneath my feet, but wasn't so soft when you were touching it with your face. His knees between my thighs shifted, and all of a sudden, one of his feet was now planted beside my knee instead, causing a whole different level of penetration that made me nearly scream as the pleasure of the act assaulted me. Waves of agony and bliss crashed over me all at once, and I had to turn my face so that my teeth latched onto my arm, muffling my cries of euphoria. Lana reached forward and brought me back up to my hands, then went a step further until his hands were resting on my shoulders, giving him even more purchase to yank me back into his thrusts. The pure torture turned into something more. And had he not been holding me up, I would have fallen face first onto the carpet and laid there as everything rolled through me. I heard him grunt in pleasure, heard him curse, then felt the splash of his release hitting my back. I arched it in reaction, loving the way that he marked me as his, and I knew that was what it was. A claiming. Our breathing was harsh in the darkened room, and I couldn't decide whether or not to stand up and risk allowing his juices to slide down my back and possibly hit the floor. However, before I could make the decision to stand, he was there helping me by wiping me down. Or rubbing it all in. Unfortunately, I couldn't go back to my room smelling like sex, so he pulled me into his shower. His wonderful shower that I was going to miss very much right along with him, and washed me off. Being careful not to get my hair wet, he thoroughly cleaned and washed every available surface, then fucked me all over again against the tile wall. What really was an hour later, he led me to his bed, and I crawled inside, loving when he curled himself around me seconds after climbing in himself. I pressed a kiss to the bicep that sneaked its way under my head, then closed my eyes and wished my life was different, that I could have this happy for the rest of my life. Things inside of my chest were tight, and I was finding it hard to draw air into my lungs through the constriction. "Just breathe," he whispered into the darkness. I laughed, and it came out sounding watery and pitiful. "You don't know me, Josiah," I breathed. It hurt to breathe. "Yeah, I do," he said. "I haven't known you for long, but I've known you long enough to deduce a few things." "Yeah?" I asked, trying to sound like I wouldn't start crying at any second. "What things?" "I know you're a good mother. I know that you're a caring, devoted sister." He paused. "I know that you care about me and the lives of my friends. I know that you could have been like them, or worse after all they've done to you, but you've instead turned yourself into someone that your daughter can be proud of." He pressed a kiss to my shoulder. "I also know that when you're gone, I'm gonna have a hole in my heart shaped like a perfect Theo cutout." His words meant the world to me. To know that he thought I did good, that I was a person of worth, was everything. And I didn't want him to let me leave. "I love you, Josiah," I whispered fiercely. "Tomorrow, the day after, I'll never stop." He cupped my face and pressed his forehead against mine. "I'm not saying the words back. Tomorrow, when you leave, I want to be able to let you go." I wasn't sure when it happened. An hour, maybe even less. But when I woke, it was to find myself in my own room. Lenny's face only inches from mine, and Liner nowhere in sight. My heart cried out, and there wasn't a single thing in the world that would make this ache in my heart go away.
Chapter 15. Nice cup of fuck-coffee. Coffee cup. Liner. "Here's how it's going to work," Sam said briskly. "Later this afternoon, we'll come get you. Hoax and my niece Janie are going to take you to your new place. From there, you'll be given birth certificates for you and your daughter, a new home, vehicle, and papers, everything that you'll need to be set up." I couldn't tell if Sam was deliberately being an asshole, or if he was just this abrupt when he was working. I wasn't sure, but that was the vibe I was getting. "Do you have any questions?" I asked Theo, bringing her attention to me instead of the false whatever the fuck Sam had pasted on his face. Her eyes were troubled, haunted, as they came to me. "No, I don't think so." I nodded once, knowing that she did. She just didn't want to voice them in front of Sam and Hoax. I'd be asking them myself after Theo was out of the room. "Anything else she needs to know, Hoax?" I pushed, bringing his attention to me. He ignored me. His eyes went to the little girl that Theo was quietly talking to and narrowed. I knew what he was thinking. That little girl looked a whole lot like the little boy that had disappeared from our lives way too soon. And when I say a lot, I mean nearly identical. I also knew that Hoax wouldn't be leaving it alone, which was why I said something to him as he was leaving 15 minutes later. Don't, I said. Whatever you're considering doing, don't. His jaw tightened. That kid looks exactly like Matthias. Rome's gonna have to know. With her being Tara's sister, it's going to come up. I nodded. But she's not his. Don't do this. Liner, she looks just like him. There's no mistaking that, he whispered. I knew that, and I'd thought that the first time I'd seen her, which was why I'd done a little digging and found a way for the DNA test to be done. My private investigator had been the one to collect an empty chocolate milk carton from Lenny after she'd had it at the cupcake bakery that had been next door to the bridge. Rome's DNA had been easy. I'd collected a beer bottle from him the last time we'd gone out for drinks. The information had come back quickly thanks to my incentive of an extra $4,000 if it could be done within a week. She's not his, I repeated firmly. Hoax's jaw clenched. I'd want to know. With that, he left and didn't look back, leaving me to wonder if I should be preparing for another one of the members of my MC to head my way. I should have known that Hoax wouldn't leave well enough alone. Castile stood back and watched, keeping his opinions to himself. Hoax stood back and watched, too. Rome? Well, let's just say that he was pissed as hell when he arrived at my door later that evening. After everything that had happened the day before, talking to Tyson and collecting Lenny, that was the last thing that I needed. That either of my two girls needed. My two girls. I froze at the thought, wondering how in the hell that had happened. Then I thought about last night, of the hours that we'd shared, and I realized that she'd given herself freely to me. Given me something to remember them by when they left. I squeezed my jaw tight, then stared at the angry eyes of the man that I'd counted as one of my best friends. Only he wasn't looking very friendly. In fact, he was looking downright hateful as I opened the door. Sighing as I came face to face with his angry one, I realized I was grateful that I had some height on him, even if it was only half an inch. Rome's massive bulk, something he'd maintained since he'd retired from professional football, looked downright imposing when he was pissed and trying to control himself. "Where is she?" he asked. His wife, Izzy, looked heartbroken and angry as well, but seemed to be controlling her ire a little better than her husband. "I'm assuming you're talking about Theo," I guessed. His eyes narrowed. "I don't care about that bitch. I care about a kid that I might have." My back stiffened as anger started to roll through me now, too. Nobody called her a bitch. Not even my friend. Liner. I looked over at my good friend and let all the displeasure I felt show on my face. "I think this is the first time I've ever wanted to beat the shit out of you," I admitted. "I thought you were better than this, Rome." Rome looked up at me and glared. "What exactly did you want me to say?" he challenged. "I found out that I could possibly have a kid, one I had absolutely no clue about, from that woman's bitch sister." He punched his finger in the direction of where Theo had just disappeared. "That after all this time, do you know the meaning of a sociopath?" I asked. "Let me enlighten you. It's a noun, a person with a personality disorder with extreme antisocial attitudes and behavior. A lack of goddamn conscience." Rome looked down at his hands. "She gets a high out of seeing other people fucking pissed, scared, hell, even happy in Theo's case. You want to know what happened every time Theo was happy?" Rome stiffened. Izzy looked sick to her stomach as if she could guess what was coming. "Tara relished in taking that happy away," I said. "Do you want to know something else?" Rome shook his head. "Well, I'm telling you anyway." I took a seat on the arm of the couch. The first time that Theo had sex, it was with me. 5 years after her baby was born. Rome's head jerked up. "You know what that means, don't you?" I asked. "That she was artificially inseminated. She wasn't lying about that part." Izzy drew in a breath, thinking what she was about to hear wasn't good. She was right. It wasn't good. Not at all. But I was telling it to them anyway because apparently they needed to know what was done to Theo. Then maybe they would see that they weren't the only victims in this tragic story. She woke up one day groggy and confused. 6 weeks later, she realized that something wasn't right with her body. She suffered through severe vomiting, hyperemesis gravidarum. I had to look it up. That lasted for 6 months of her pregnancy. She was really sick. The only thing she could manage to do in all of that time was eat small amounts of crackers and go to the bathroom. She lost 48 pounds. Rome made a sound in his throat. She's already tiny. He shook his head. I was with that woman for fucking years. How did I not know she had a twin? What the hell is wrong with me? No, I agree. She didn't really have it to lose. She didn't even get to hold her baby before she was taken away from her. I paused. Hell, even during all the commotion of Tara switching the blame to her sister for hurting her own baby, she managed to switch hospital bracelets. Who the hell thinks of that when there's so much chaos going on around you? Tara's a master manipulator. She was always 10 steps ahead of you. She's been 10 steps ahead of us all. Even Theo, who knew her better than anyone. Rome's shoulders rounded even more, and he buried his face into his hands. Tara, her father Thurgood, and Andy Threadgill used Lenny as a pawn to get Theo to do what they wanted. I paused. But honestly, they had no reason for the most part. Tyson raised Lenny. He tried to disappear with her, but eventually he was found. That was when he started bringing Lenny to see Theo. The rest of the family thought it was funny, so they allowed it. 30 minutes of visitation 3 times a week? Seems like the best kind of torture, doesn't it? Rome looked kind of green. Yeah, I said. She was forced to live in that hellhole, to allow them to think that she was the one who tried to smother her baby after they knocked her out and then knocked her up. Oh, but that was only after receiving years and years of abuse from the rest of her family, not allowed to complete her education because it wouldn't do to have her at school where she could tell others that she was being abused. Apparently they let her go for a while until the bruising and scars became too hard to hide. I paused. Do you know her first memory is of Tara torturing her? You had to deal with Tara for 4 years, and you seemed to have forgotten the tame side. Theo's been dealing with her for 28, and she's had not just Tara, but Andy and her father as well. Rome's head dropped to his hands, and he shifted it back and forth, looking like he was regretting coming over here. She looks just like me, he whispered. Hoke showed me a picture and I just snapped. I'm sorry. Sorry's no good to me, I admitted. But luckily it doesn't really matter to Theo either, since the timetable's been moved up and she's leaving tonight and never coming back. Rome's head dropped to his chest and he looked ready to throw up. Hoke said that she looked like me, Rome said. I don't know, man. I just broke. Can you imagine losing one kid only to find out that you have another one that's the same age? I felt like I was betraying Matthias when I felt that spark of hope return to my chest. It doesn't feel good at all to feel that, even for half a second. I didn't know what to say to him, but I did know that I wanted him to leave. I think it's time for you to go, I stated. Between having him and Izzy there, as well as Castile and Turner, who, thank God, had left to give us some privacy for a couple of hours, I was ready to have my house back to myself. I wanted to spend it with Theo before she had to go. But I'll talk this out with you anytime, after. After she leaves? He asked, looking like he wanted to say something more. I nodded once. She leaves tonight, I reiterated. He nodded once. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure that sorry would count very well for me when it came to Theo. A lot of things were different now. Had this happened before Theo, before she'd become all that she now meant to me, I might have been able to forgive and forget easily. However, I was beyond that point now. See you later, Rome, I murmured, coming out of my lean against the door and opening it for him. He and Izzy got the silent message and headed for the door. I was set to close it directly behind him, but a voice halted me in my tracks. Oh, look, I heard called out. It's like a reunion. My hands fisted at the voice that I heard across the lawn, and it took everything I had not to turn around, run inside, and lock the goddamn door. That wouldn't be suspicious at all. "What are you doing here?" Rome barked, uncaring that he hadn't seen the woman in well over a year. Quietly, I closed the door directly behind me, then placed myself in front of it while I studied the woman. Now that I was staring at her and had Theo to closely compare her to, I realized that there was quite a difference between the two women. Granted, I did see the similarities, but without more than a glance, I could tell very easily that this wasn't my Theo. This was Tara. Huge, gaping differences.
"Cat got your tongue?"
Tara asked, grinning wider. It was then I could see that the smile was forced. That wasn't a genuine smile. It was just a couple of seconds too late, and I, though I wasn't sure about Rome, could tell that she'd had to tell herself to put that smile there. It was as if I could see her brain moving at warp speed that said, "Insert emotion on your face here." I studied the woman without saying a word, allowing Rome to field the majority of the questions that were lobbed our way. She was taller than Theo, by at least 4 inches, though that was due to the high heels she'd squeezed her feet into. She had quite a bit more meat on her bones, too, which were the downfalls of practically starving yourself to be able to control at least one aspect of your life. Then there was the hair. Theo's was a natural shade of brown that had a wave to it, no matter what she did to her hair, whereas Tara's was a platinum blonde that was poofy at the top, slicked back into a tight ponytail that made her look harsher despite the more roundedness of her face. Then there were the clothes. I'd only bought Theo what I saw her wear at the bridge: yoga pants, sweats, soft leggings that were stretchy, and basic colored t-shirts without much flair to them at all. She'd loved them. But looking at Tara, who was dressed in a silk shirt, white slacks, and high heels, yeah, I knew that Theo would never be comfortable in that. My Theo was all about comfort. Not that she wouldn't be willing to get dressed up if the occasion warranted. I had a feeling Tara wouldn't dare look anywhere near comfortable because it gave her a layer of protection, of unapproachability.
"I wanted to see if I could get a few things from my old place,"
Tara lied through her lying fat teeth. If fat teeth were a thing, Tara would have them. She knew something. I wasn't sure how, but I knew that she did. What the hell? My mind started racing as I watched Rome shake his head. "The Wheelers moved in there not long after you moved out," I said to Tara. "Your stuff has been gone for a very long time. You could possibly go check the Goodwill on 8th Street, though. They might still have a few of the things you left behind if you're lucky." Tara's eyes narrowed at me, but again none of the emotions took over her entire face. So fucking weird. Now that I was looking for it, I could see how forced everything that she gave us was. Monster started to scratch on the door, and before I could turn and open it to allow him out, the door opened behind me. I felt my heart leap into my throat as I turned. Thank God I was standing in front of the door, otherwise Tara would have seen Theo. Holy fuck. She startled when she saw me standing right there, then read the expression on my face. But before I could say a word, Tara started talking.
"That's against the law,"
Tara tried. Theo looked automatically sick to her stomach as she backed farther inside. Monster, seeing his opening, slipped out. The moment he got to where Rome was standing, he sat, then started to growl at Tara in a low, intimidating rumble. "That's not illegal," Rome said. "Since I was the one paying for all that shit, you left. It all went to Goodwill. End of story. Why would you come now? Why not just call?"
"It was a ring. My grandmother's. It meant a lot to me,"
Tara continued to lie. Monster ramped up the growls, causing Tara's eyes to go to him. Tara started to cross her arms over her chest and narrow her eyes, and I saw another difference between the two women. None of Tara's emotions reached her eyes. They were all partial, as if she was smiling, but it was one that didn't travel up her face to encompass her eyes. For instance, there were no frown lines at all as she glared at Rome. Who didn't narrow their eyes or anything when they were glaring? Wasn't that what a person did?
"I can see you still have that awful dog,"
she sneered. The awful dog had been awful based solely on the fact that Tara hadn't liked him. Even more, Monster hadn't liked her, and had always expressed his dislike of her, even when he was a puppy. "I do," I confirmed. "I can see you still have the unwarranted hate for him." Tara sneered.
"That dog used to shit on my lawn."
He had. But, just saying, that lawn had belonged to me, and it had been at the divide of the property lines. That, and I'd hated Tara, so I'd allowed my dog to shit on her part of the dividing line just because I liked to piss her off. So sue me. Still likes to. And the Wheelers don't give a shit, I told her. Tara scoffed. I'm sure they do. No, really they don't, I confirmed. The Wheelers were great. They were the perfect couple to have in a rental house, mostly because when they were there, they were friendly and courteous, as well as fun, but the majority of the time they spent in their RV traveling around the continental U.S. That was when Andy got out of the vehicle that was parked a little farther down the street. I hadn't realized he was there at all. Can we go already, Tara? Andy snapped. I have places to be. His eyes went first to Tara, then to us, then back to Tara. He knew that he'd interrupted something rather heated and liked it. I'll be there when... Tara began to say. Now, Andy interrupted. Or you're fucking walking home. Tara's face went utterly emotionless. It was quite an eerie sight to see. Tara huffed, took one last look at her old place, and then started walking quickly to the car. How had I not seen Andy until now? Because you were blinded by crazy, that's why. The car started, and seconds later it was halfway down the road. Rome's eyes went round, and he stared from Theo, who was now standing in the doorway, to Tara, who was quickly speeding down the street, and shook his head. I'm not sure how I never saw it before, he said softly. But I definitely do now. I turned to Theo without a word. I need you to check on Lenny, I said softly. Wake her up. Ask her if she has something on her that, I don't know, could be used as a tracking device of some sort. God, it could be absolutely anything. Thank God I was smart and stored all her shit at the rental property that I owned next door, the one that Tara had stayed in with Matthias. When I pulled onto my street, a thought had occurred to me that maybe I should go through her shit and make sure. But I kept second-guessing myself, thinking that there was no way in hell that they'd plant a tracker in the little girl's shit. So I'd stored it at the rental house next door, thinking that it was a good idea. My phone rang, causing me to reach into my pocket to get it. We can't locate Tara, Hoke said into my ear, sounding worried. I laughed humorlessly. I can. Hoke started to curse. She's there? Not anymore. But not really at my place, at her old place, I said softly. I stored all of her stuff there. We'll be there in 20, he said. I was already shaking my head. Don't bother, I muttered. She's gone. We're still coming, he insisted. I shrugged, despite the fact that he couldn't see me. Suit yourself.
Theo. The pounding on the door after Hoax had arrived surprised me, but not the others. I felt my heart start to pound in my chest as Liner stood up and began walking toward the door with what amounted to dread in his every step. When the door opened, Liner didn't bother with pleasantries, mostly because the man at the door said, "Where is she?" within moments of Liner opening it. Then the big man's eyes narrowed into dangerous-looking slits that had me standing up and tensing beside my now-sleeping child. I wouldn't be able to protect her from that enraged man, but I would be able to stop him long enough for Liner to... His eyes narrowed. I don't care about that bitch. I care about a kid that I might have. The words coming out of that man's mouth were downright scary. You need to get yourself under fucking control, Liner demanded harshly, causing me to glance down at Lenny to make sure the loud command hadn't woken her. It hadn't. She'd gotten up very early this morning. Yesterday she had spent half her morning at school, and there was no telling what time Tyson had woken her up in the first place. But then she'd come over here and played with Liner and Monster for who knows how long, and had gone to bed late last evening. Needless to say, today she was very tired. Then, Rome seemed to wilt before our eyes. Liner, you of all people know how hard this is for me. Liner nodded his head and stepped aside, but before he could say a word, Rome's eyes caught on mine and stiffened. Is she mine? Rome asked, looking broken and beaten. I smiled sadly as I ran my hand down the length of Lenny's cheek, causing her eyes to blink open momentarily. But just as suddenly they closed, and she turned. No, No, she's not yours. But I'm willing to do a DNA test for you if you don't believe me. He looked at the color of my baby's skin, at her hair, and then at her face, obviously looking incredulous. Tara found a man that resembled you. I'm not sure who, I'm not sure where, but one day I woke up and nothing. I couldn't remember the last 36 hours. It was only after begging her to tell me what happened for days that she told me that she artificially inseminated me. And that was over 8 weeks later, I whispered. She asked me to sleep with you, but I refused. She knew I wouldn't do that, so she had a backup plan. God, she'd even given me medication to help me ovulate. I didn't even know. I shook my head sadly, but I made sure at the funeral I was able to take a piece of Matthias's hair. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what else to do. I had to know. I whispered brokenly. You were at the funeral? He asked in surprise. I nodded once, feeling my throat thicken. I got a pass for the day and went. I couldn't miss that. Rome looked down at his feet as Liner finished closing the door and turned to lean his back against the cool wood. His arms went across his chest, and he was tense as if waiting to intervene if he was needed. One glance at me and he knew that I wanted to handle it. The situation. Rome. It was the least I could do. What did you find? He asked, sounding sick to his stomach. It took me a while. I had to find time. I was watched day and night, and the only person that truly believed that I wasn't crazy was a woman that was only there once every 2 weeks. I gave her the hair, paired with mine and Linny's. The DNA wasn't a match on Linny's to your son's. There was no match at all, I explained. He blew out of breath. Walking over to a sleeping Linny, I pulled her hair back into my hands and ran my hands through it. A few strands of hair came out as I did, and I walked over to not Rome, but Rome's wife, Izzy. I circled Linny's hair into my hand and then handed it to her. I'm not Tara, I said softly. I may look like her, but I don't act like her. I don't think like her. I don't even breathe like her. Izzy, who hadn't looked at me but with anything but disdain since she'd walked in the door, looked startled when I handed the hair to her instead of her husband. Don't, I said softly, walking over to Linny and picking her up in my arms. She was too small. So freaking small. You don't have to say anything. I know what Tara did. I know what Tara made me do. I don't begrudge you your anger, but saying that, don't ever take it out on my little girl. She's just as innocent as your baby boy was in all of this. With that, I walked out of the room and didn't look back. Chapter 16. I'm too old to care if Kiki loves me. I'm still trying to find out if Annie's okay. T-shirt. Theo. Goodbyes sucked. Goodbyes to the man that you'd fallen in love with sucked even more. Goodbyes, hours before goodbyes were supposed to have happened. Well, that was just horrible. After Tara's visit, things had happened so fast. I'd gone from having the evening left to spend with Liner to having only a few minutes to pack what I wanted to keep and take with me. Hoax was standing there impatiently with keys to a nondescript black car with blacked-out everything and tint on the windows so dark I couldn't see inside, and I was standing right next to the car. I was trying to tell myself to grab the door handle and get inside, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't force myself to open the door. But before I could turn around and inform Liner of that, a tattooed arm snaked around my side and opened it for me. I licked my lips and turned, unsurprised to find Liner standing so close. Rome and Hoax were talking beside the car I was about to plant my ass inside, a car that I'd already strapped Linny into over 10 minutes before, and I couldn't make myself move. It'll be okay, darling, he promised. You're gonna be okay, he promised again. I felt my resolve crumbling, and all of a sudden, I started to cry. He pulled me into his chest and dropped his chin down on my head. pulling me in so close that there wasn't a single inch of space between us. His arms around me felt so right that I stopped crying just as suddenly as I started. "You're breaking my heart," he informed me. I licked my lips and tasted the salt from my tears. "I've never felt so much everything as I have the past week," I told him. "The moment you walked into my life, things didn't seem so bleak. For once, I was thinking about tomorrow instead of trying to get through today." He didn't say anything, and I continued without waiting for him to think of a response. "I just want you to know that no matter what happens to me, you've given me everything I ever wanted out of life for the last 4 days," I whispered, pulling out of his arms and wiping the leather of his vest free of my tears. "For 4 days, everything was right in my world. And I'll forever remember that you gave me that." His hands slid free of my body, and when I finally got the courage to look into his eyes, it was to find his on me, looking like I'd just sucker punched him in the stomach. "Take care of yourself, Liner," I whispered. "I'll never forget you." His eyes were haunted as I finally scrounged up enough courage to seat myself in the black car. When Liner didn't immediately close the door, I reached for it, but paused when it was almost all the way closed. "Take care of yourself, Josiah." With that, I closed the door and didn't look back up again. Hoax fell into the car moments later and started it up with the push of a button. "Nice car," I murmured when it growled to life. I would not look out the window. I would not look out the window. "Meant to go fast," he said, "and bulletproof. Damn near anything proof. Also cost about $500,000 to make it that way." I didn't say anything to that, hoping that we wouldn't need to test out the bulletproof part today. Though, saying that, bullets had never been in Tara's bag of tricks. Electrocution, scalpels, artificial insemination, yes. Bullets, no. "That face was an odd one," he said as he put the car into drive and started pulling away from the curb. I swallowed hard and tried not to look out the window, but failed. When I glanced to the side, it was to see Liner standing in the middle of his front lawn, arms crossed tightly over his chest, staring at the car leaving like it was his soul leaving his body instead of just me. I looked away as tears threatened to spill over my lids once again. I'm remembering the fact that Tara is an asshole and has helped ruin my life. I didn't see a point in lying, so I didn't bother to hold my words hostage. I just let them flow free of my mouth and didn't care that he might or might not agree with me. I used to wish I was never born. I paused. But then Lenny was born, and for once in my life I saw what pure innocence looked like. "Why didn't you fight?" Hoax asked. I thought about that question for a long time, and then decided honesty was best. "When I was 8, I tried to fight my sister when she tried to drown me in the bathtub," I said softly. "She zip-tied my hair to the drain, you know that part that crisscrosses at the bottom of the drain? I thought she was being sweet by braiding my hair. Sometimes she could be that way, sweet. I took it for the boon it was and allowed her to do that since it meant she wasn't trying to kill me any longer. Only when she was done, she yanked me back into the bathtub by my hair and then sat on me while she anchored my hair to the drain by connecting the zip tie through the top of my hair. The braids made it to where I couldn't pull it free." Hoax remained silent. Anyway, long story short, if I'd just allowed her to do what she wanted, which was partially drown me just to see what I'd do, I wouldn't have been tortured over the next couple of hours. I set into the darkness that stretched out as far as the eye could see. We were no longer in the city anymore. She filled the tub up until it was lapping at my nose and mouth, kept it running until the hot water was so hot that it scalded my skin, which eventually turned cold as hell. At first, she sat there and watched, but then she got bored. I swallowed hard. My hair in the drain kept it from draining as fast as it normally would have, and the water being on full blast kept it at a level that I was constantly almost swallowing water. "Fuck," Hoax said. Anyway, that went on for hours, or what felt like hours, I don't really know, I admitted. That night after she finally let me go, I cut off every inch of my hair. I laughed, which then pissed my father off, causing him to beat the shit out of me. Hoax's hand tightened on the steering wheel so hard that the leather creaked. "I don't like your family," he said simply. I grinned. Welcome to the club. We drove for what felt like hours, switched out vehicles, and then drove for more hours. "Your child is doing well," he surmised on hour 8 of the trip. I glanced into the back seat to see Lenny still sleeping. She's always been a good sleeper from what I've been told. Tyson, my brother, told me that from 6 days old she slept through the night. Hoax didn't say anything at first, so I chose to ignore him and instead focus on the landscape passing us by at an alarming rate of speed. We were headed toward El Paso. And from there, maybe out of the state completely. I hadn't asked because I didn't want to know. Each mile that passed felt like more and more of the oxygen had been stolen from my lungs, which sucked because I was supposed to be happy that I was finally getting away from my family. And instead, I was thinking about all the things that I left behind, mainly Liner. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry for treating you like I did at first," Hoax said. "I'm protective of those I count as my family." I didn't say anything to that. "And I was a complete dick," he continued. My lips twitched, but a smile still didn't break free. "Also, I know that you have feelings for Liner," he continued. "But for his sake and yours, you need to remember that he's not safe anymore. Tara knows something, and if you ever think of making contact with him again, remember that Tara will be there in the wings, waiting for you to fail." He had a point. One I didn't like, but a point nonetheless. "I wrote Liner a letter," I said softly. "Would you give it to him?" He grunted out a reply. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "No, but I wanted him to have it anyway." And then we arrived at our new place, which was, in fact, very near to El Paso, but happened to be Morning Glory, Texas, and not El Paso itself. "Why this place?" I asked as we started down a quiet street. "It's near Fort Hancock," he said, "and there's a couple of people we know on the base that would be able to help us if we needed it in a pinch." That made sense. He pulled into a small neighborhood and then continued down the quiet street until we arrived at a small house that looked straight out of a magazine. "Nice," I whispered, though just saying, this is way more than I expected us to have. Hoax looked like he was fighting with himself for a few long seconds, and then nodded his head. "It is. We don't normally go this fancy, but Liner chipped in." Liner chipped in. How? I wondered. "By buying it for you," he said. "We originally had an eye on one closer to the base, but Liner had some of our staff send him floor plans and pictures, and he liked this place. Knew you'd probably like it, too." I did like it. There was no probably about it. My heart constricted that much more. "Come on, let's go inside. I'll show you around, give you the documents you need, then take you into town where I'll show you where Linny will go to school under her new assumed name. Also where you'll be working," he said. I blinked, then swallowed hard as I asked, "I'll be working?" Hoax grinned. "Unsurprisingly, Liner got you this job, too."
Liner. "I wasn't sure that I wanted to give you this," Hoax said to me the next morning. "I contemplated it. Then I decided that I was an asshole for even thinking that this was my decision to make. So here it is." I took the letter in his hand, knowing without seeing proof that it was from Theo. "Thanks," I said, not bothering to call him on the fact that he almost hadn't handed me the letter at all. "You're welcome." He paused with his hand on the doorknob. "For what it's worth, I was in the wrong. Even Rome told me." He inhaled deeply, then let the breath out through clenched teeth. "I just didn't want to see you get hurt like Rome. You've already been through enough." Hoax didn't know me all that well. Nobody really did. But they all acted like they were my mother instead of my friends half the time. I gestured for him to leave, which he did moments later, leaving me in my house alone for the first time in a while. Monster walked over to the couch where Lenny had left her blanket, dropped his head directly on top of it, and made the saddest doggy whine I'd ever heard. "I know, boy," I said as I took the seat beside him and patted his head. "I know." Then I read the letter and was fairly sure that I'd never be the same.
Liner, it's my hope that you're reading this, and it's not in a trash can hundreds of miles away from where you are. I just wanted you to know that from the moment you gave me that cupcake, I was in love with you. Nobody ever did anything nice for me just because. But you did. You showed me kindness when all I ever felt was pain. You showed me what it was like to live, and for that I'll forever be grateful. I'll forever remember that for just a few days I lived. I didn't exist. I'll never have another man. I'll never feel what you showed me I could feel again. But I have something better than that. A great memory that won't ever allow me to forget you. With all my love, Theodora.
When I was through reading the letter, I calmly walked to the front door, slipped into my boots, and then went to work. There at least I was needed. There at least I wouldn't have an infinite amount of time to think about how badly I'd screwed up. There, maybe I'd forget. I was wrong, though. The office was still swamped. Reports of power outages still came through, trucks were dispatched. I was busy, Dad was gone. But I still didn't stop thinking about her. And I had a feeling it would be something that continued to be there, a hollow feeling somewhere in the vicinity of my heart, for the rest of my life.
Chapter 17. You gotta let me nap. I'm gonna get cranky. Theo's secret thoughts. Theo, 1 month later. I was sad, which was stupid because I now had everything I wanted. I had a new life, I had a new job, I had my baby under my roof. There was seriously nothing else in the world that I wanted more than what I had. At least that was before I'd met Liner. Now I wanted more. I wanted him. I wanted him in my life. I wanted him in my bed. I wanted him under my skin. But I'd never have him. Mama, why are you looking so sad? Linny asked softly, bringing my attention from the eggs I was scrambling for her to her bright blue eyes that looked so much like mine. I miss Liner, I admitted, not one to tell a lie when the truth worked just as well. I'm sad that he's not here with us. She tilted her head and stared at me with eyes that were too old to belong to a 5-year-old. Then tell him to come back, she ordered. I smiled. It's not that simple, Sweet Pea. He can't come. He has to work. She pursed her lips. He doesn't always have to work. I thought about her comment. Then I realized that she was right. He didn't always have to work. Placing the whisk and the bowl of half-beaten eggs aside, I walked to the little breakfast nook that was in the corner of the kitchen, then leaned my hip against the wall on the opposite side of where Linny was coloring her Valentine's page she'd asked me to print off the printer this morning. Do you remember why I told you that you had to go by your middle name now? I asked. Linny paused, then nodded her head. You told me I go by Hazel because you don't want your sister or your brother to find me, she repeated word for word. My girl had a memory exactly like mine, the ability to remember everything. It was a gift and a curse. A gift for Linny, I was hoping, and a curse for me. Because by some great twist of fate, nothing bad had ever happened to my Linny like it had to me. And I'd fight tooth and nail for it to stay that way. The reason Liner can't come to see us is because I don't want my sister or your Uncle Andy to find you, I said. Or your grandfather. Linny was already nodding her head. Because they're bad. I nodded my head. Why are they bad? She pushed. She'd been doing that lately. Asking more questions and accepting less. Not that I could blame her. Her laugh had completely and totally changed, and if I was being honest, I didn't really know her all that well. It was quite possible that this was how she was always meant to be. Nosy and full of questions, and I'd just never seen that side of her before. Maybe she was just now finally coming out of her shell where I was concerned and letting her curiosity flow free now that she trusted me more. I thought about lying to her, and then I realized that Linny was a smart kid. She may be 5, but she was also highly intelligent, and I could form my explanation in a way that she'd understand but not know all the details. My family. I hesitated, trying to think of the right words that wouldn't give her nightmares at night about bad people coming for her. My sister and brother hurt me. I swallowed. They hurt me a lot. And my father, your grandfather, let them. Lenny blinked. They would have hurt you too. But Uncle Tyson stopped them. Uncle Andy and Aunt Tara, Lenny said. Uncle Andy is mean and Aunt Tara feels like she can see the back of my head through my eyeballs. I would have laughed had she not been speaking the truth. My phone dinged, and I glanced at it sitting on the counter next to the eggs I'd been about to cook, then back at my daughter. Uncle Andy and Aunt Tara would like very much to hurt me, and you again, and I don't want that to happen. Neither does Liner. So we're hiding, I explained. Somewhere where hopefully they will never find us again. She looked down at the toast I'd given her to help tide her over until the eggs were finished. I was proud to say that not only had I gained weight, but so had my daughter. She was by no means chunky, nor was I, but we were definitely a whole lot healthier and less gaunt-looking. On my end, it was because I was actually eating. Lenny's, I had a feeling, was likely due to the fact that she was just plain growing, and like a weed at that. The clothes that had been provided for Lenny based on her size when we were with Liner were now almost an inch too short. And within the next day or two, I'd have to find some time after work and before school ended to go get some. Or I'd have to take her with me. Either way it went, she needed new clothes. And I was happy because, for once, I could afford them. Oh, and buy them. I'd never been able to dress my baby girl, and now that I was going a little overboard. I still miss Liner, she whispered. I wish he could have moved with us. I know, baby. Me too, I said softly. We'll make do. Because that was what I'd have to do. Make do with what I had. It was enough. At least that was what I kept telling myself for the next 3 months, until making do was no longer good enough.
Chapter 18. My hobbies include trying to close my office door before someone realizes I'm at work. Liner's secret thoughts. Liner. 1 month later. I look out my window to yet again find Tara standing outside the rental house. Yanking the blinds back closed before she could see me staring out at her, I waited for the inevitable. It wasn't long in coming. Mrs. Wheeler called 5 minutes later.
She's back,
Mrs. Wheeler snarled.
Why is she standing in my yard like a weirdo?
Because she is a weirdo, I answered. Did you call the cops?
Yes,
she answered.
For the 5th time.
This had happened a whole lot more than 5 times, but the Wheelers had only been home a week, and in that week Tara had been there every single day. At first, Tara had just started out sitting in her car looking. Then it had turned into her standing outside her car. Each day she got closer and closer until now she was standing in their front yard staring at their front door as if waiting for Theo to come out. She wouldn't be, but for some reason her brain just couldn't compute that they weren't there. Maybe I should suggest she let Tara inside to see that there's nobody there. I immediately dismissed that thought, though. I'm sorry, Mrs. Wheeler, I apologized. I wish that I could do something more than call the cops when she came. Mrs. Wheeler made a sound in her throat.
We're thinking about going back out anyway. Maybe she'll be gone by the time we get back.
One could only hope. But I secretly wished they'd stay and push Tara some more, hopefully get her arrested one of these times and force them to keep her for a while. And maybe a miracle would happen, such as they'd declare her clinically insane and put her into a mental hospital that she'd never come back out of.
It's okay, Liner, Mrs. Wheeler sighed. She's not harming anybody just yet.
Famous last words. Bye, Mrs. Wheeler, I said and hung up. I didn't bother to call Castile or Wade like I would have normally done. I had a feeling that one or both had already been informed of the shit swirling in my neighborhood and one would already be on their way. Instead, I walked to the kitchen and sifted through my mail that I'd allowed to pile up. It was a bunch of bills that I had on auto draft, a shit ton of magazines, and quite a few little random pieces of mail, such as the one from Publishers Clearinghouse that said I had a chance at winning $1 million. It all went directly into the trash but the one and only bill that didn't get auto-drafted, my electric bill. Due to some glitch in the system, it wouldn't allow me to put the payment onto autopay because of some stupid reason, and I fought the damn thing tooth and nail each month. A knock at my door a few minutes into the gun magazine I'd dropped into the trash, then immediately pulled back out, had me reluctantly walking to the front entry. I wasn't surprised to see Wade standing there. I was surprised, however, to see that Tara was already gone. "Hey," I said. "You got rid of her fast?" Wade shook his head. "She wasn't here when I pulled up. Mrs. Wheeler said that they spoke and Tara decided to leave." I shook my head and wished that it was always that simple. Mrs. Wheeler was a very nice person, though, and each time she was there, she tried to convince Tara to leave. "She say if Tara said anything?" I asked curiously. Wade shrugged. "One of these days I want to bust her for something other than trespassing." I wanted that for Tara, too. "Maybe next time she'll do it at night and Mrs. Wheeler will shoot her," I offered. Wade snorted. "Anyway, I gotta go. Just wanted to let you know." I nodded my head and watched him walk down the path that led to his cruiser. As I did, I wondered if this newfound seeing Tara every day thing would continue. Turns out I needn't have worried. Tara didn't show back up on Mrs. Wheeler's property. She showed back up on mine. I was lying in bed, contemplating getting back up and just heading into work a couple hours early, seeing as I couldn't think about anything but Theo when I heard it. A thump, thump. I sat up in bed, as did Monster, and listened harder. I wasn't sure if Monster sat up because I did or because he'd heard what I was thinking I'd imagined. But then there was another foreign sound, a sound coming from an area that should be quiet. This time there wasn't a thump. There was, however, a shuffle of a foot on the wood of my kitchen. I strained to hear more, but couldn't. Monster got off the bed and went to the door, a low, menacing growl leaving his throat, the likes of which I'd never heard before. That was when I realized that I wasn't imagining things. Oh, and there was someone in my house that was able to get past my security system. A security system I'd completely forgotten to set. Son of a bitch. My feet hit the floor just as I heard the shift of the floorboards that were right outside the kitchen. Whoever was out there had come in the back door, otherwise I would have never heard them. The kitchen had some water damage that I hadn't quite gotten fixed yet. Everything in there had to be replaced, the floorboards, the joists. It would cost a fortune, and I hadn't wanted to pay the money just yet since I hadn't decided if I wanted to stay in the house or not. But I found myself thankful that I hadn't fixed them, seeing as the sound of the intruder entering had alerted me that they were there in the first place. Then a sudden thought occurred to me. The doggy cam. The one that my father had jokingly gotten me for Christmas last year. It was one of those gizmos that allowed you to see your dog and give him a treat while you were away at work or wherever you happened to be. I flipped open the app as I reached for my bedside table and the gun that I had tucked into it. The moment that my hand closed around the butt of the gun, the app started running, and I froze. That was because Theo was inside my house. I frowned, my heart starting to beat an unsteady tattoo against my ribs, only to reprimand myself harshly. That wasn't Theo. That was Tara. With her hair tucked up into a black cap and it pulled down low over her eyes, I could only see her face from the cheekbones down. And at first it had fooled me. But my rational brain and my irrational one were now on the same page, and I was not happy to see that woman in my house. Though I had expected it after she'd been watching the house next door where I supposed whatever they'd planted to track her and Lenny's things was stashed. Rethinking the gun, because I knew that I could handle whatever Tara had to give, I replaced it into the drawer and shut it quietly. Then pulled up the call app on my phone and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? Came a calm female voice. I looked at my closed bedroom door where Monster was tensing further and further and knew that she was now making her way to the bedroom. Yeah, I have an intruder that just entered my home, I said softly in order for Tara not to hear me. You might want to send someone over. I think she has a gun. She? The operator said. Yeah, she.
Units are being dispatched. Can you stay on the line?
Before I could answer her, Monster went crazy and the bedroom door creaked open. I flicked the light beside me on, illuminating the room and momentarily distracting her enough that she flinched away. Monster lunged, but before I could do anything, I called him off and told him to heel, just as I wrapped my hand around the hand that was aiming the gun at my face. Tara went wild. There was no other way to describe it. She started kicking and screaming, throwing herself bodily against me and using every available weapon in her arsenal. I went from being able to control her to protection mode so she didn't kick me in the balls or scratch out my eyes while also trying to keep the gun aimed up and away. Then there was Monster, who was super unhappy that I'd called him off. I'd never in my life seen him act so defensive, and he'd been around a lot of unsavory people in his time with me. Tara shifted, causing me to squeeze her hand with the gun in order to get her to stop digging her nails into the soft flesh underneath my arm.
"Where is she?"
Tara screeched. "Where is who?" I asked, feigning ignorance.
"My sister," she screamed. "I want my sister."
"Sorry, you crazy bitch," I said to her, "but I don't know what you're talking about." It felt good to get on her nerves. It felt even better to have her hiss at me and narrow her eyes in affront. She practically slammed herself into my body, hitting and kicking, and I wondered how long it would be before officers arrived and I could get her off my hands. I could easily subdue her, but it would look better for all involved if the cops walked in and saw her going absolutely apeshit, completely and utterly losing her shit. I was sure that 911 was still on the line as well, recording the call for future evidence. Hopefully this would put the crazy chick away for at least a couple of years, if I was lucky, longer. Then the thought occurred to me, and I realized that this was the perfect opportunity to get rid of her for even longer than just a couple of years. Allowing her hand to re-aim the gun, which was where she'd been struggling to get it but not accomplishing, I pushed it to the side and waited. It didn't take long. The bullet tore through my bicep, making my stomach tighten and my head to swim. I didn't allow it to get the best of me, though. Monster, my good old dog, grabbed a hold of Tara and started to pull. I heard her cry out in pain, and I used that to my advantage and rolled, pushing myself on top of her and hating every second of it. Straddling her with my body, I moved until I had both of her hands in my good fist, then waited. I'd called the police when I'd first heard the sounds in the kitchen. I knew it wouldn't be long before someone showed. In the meantime, I could feel the blood running down my arm, could also feel it dripping down and falling onto Tara. I hated that she was getting anything that belonged to me anywhere near her, even if it was my blood and it wasn't by conscious thought. But before I could put much more thought into it, my front door slammed against the wall in my living room and I heard the sound of running feet heading our way. "Last door on the right," I called out, just in case the police officers that were announcing themselves weren't ones that had been in my house ever before. I shouldn't have bothered. It was Wade, and he looked rough. His hair was all a mess and his eyes were half closed. But he was brandishing a weapon, and it was aimed at Tara's face, seeing as the majority of my body was covering hers. He took one look at the situation, kicked the gun out of her hand without care that it would hurt, and gestured for me to get off of her. "If I get off, she's going to go crazy," I admitted. Wade shrugged, and I could see that we were on the same page. "Just get the gun off the floor and stand up," he ordered. I reached for the gun and did as he asked, making sure not to put my back to the bitch and risk serious bodily harm. She did exactly what we both thought she'd do. She went fucking nuts. For the third time, Monster tried to intervene, and I called him off, again. He was so getting steak for dinner after this bullshit was through. Wade didn't even flinch when Tara decided to change her targets, and I found myself wishing he was dressed in uniform instead of looking like he'd just rolled out of bed. That way, he would have had his body cam and would have been able to record every single fucked up thing she did. Like reach for the goddamn closest object, my steel-toed boots, and brandish it as a weapon as she went after Wade. Wade let her get close, then stepped out of the way just as she sailed past him. Tara's momentum carried her past and slammed her face first into the wall. She went down hard, but rolled back to her feet only to have another go at him. It was as this was happening that a patrol officer arrived, this one with a body cam. Wade reholstered his weapon and tried to catch Tara on this pass, but Tara elbowed and punched her way out of his grip, moving so that her face was only inches away from his arm. Realizing her intention, Wade wrapped his hand around her hair and pulled, stopping her from biting him only inches before she would have sunk those teeth home. "Cass," Wade barked, "are you going to help, or are you going to fucking watch the whole time?" Castile came in at a sedate walk moments later, his eyes taking everything in at once. "Well, I see I'm late to the party," he surmised as he crossed his arms over his chest and watched Wade struggle. Eventually, Wade became uncaring that he'd hurt her and used a pressure point on her wrist to cause her to let go of him. Then he moved fast and brought her down to the ground and had her face first in the carpet before anyone else could decide to help. "Medics are outside," Castile said. "Head on out there." I rolled my eyes and reached for my phone, shoving it into the waistband of my underwear. The next thing I got was my sweatpants that were hanging on the end of the bed, draped loosely over the right post that would be closest to my feet. "Before y'all leave, will you do me a favor and grab me a change of clothes and my boots?" I asked as I headed out of the room. It was Castile who said, "Yep." I stopped and looked at my dog, giving him a good scratch on the head before I turned to Castile. "I'll go drop the dog off with Turner," Castile said, understanding the unanswered question. "Then meet you at the hospital." I gave him a nod of thanks and headed outside to the medic so he could look at my arm. It hurt like a motherfucker. In fact, it hurt so badly that I was convinced that I'd done the stupid thing and allowed Tara to shoot me for no reason. Walking up to the medic and wondering if I'd made the right decision in the heat of the moment, I nodded my head at him. "Hey," I said, "they sent me out here." The medic nodded for me to climb into the back of the ambulance and then said, "Have a seat. Mi casa is yours," and all that fun jazz. I rolled my eyes and took a seat on the gurney, which he then followed suit, but on the bench in front of me. I cursed at the medic, who had the nerve to poke my wound. "Jesus Christ," I muttered darkly. "Careful there." The medic grinned. "Sorry, man. Just wanted to see if the wound was through and through." I rolled my eyes. "It is." He nodded his head in confirmation. "I know." Then he started wrapping it up and applying even more pressure, making my belly dip as pain raced its way through my system. "Hurt?" he asked. I rolled my eyes. "Not in the least."
Chapter 19. I like to send notes to school in Lenny's lunchbox that say, "Sorry the Cheez-Its are stale. That's what happens when you leave the box open." Theo's secret thoughts. Theo. I swear to God, I looked at my coworker. I put that on autodraft the moment that you showed me the ropes. What is going on? In a funny twist of fate, my job that I'd received was also for a company that had a special place in my heart. Ampere Electric. Well, Ampere was the parent company anyway. The company that I actually worked for was a branch off of Ampere Electric and went by the name Amp Electric. I wasn't sure why they didn't just keep the Ampere name, but I chose to ignore it and not ask questions, which would bring light to the fact that I knew more than I probably should as a new employee. "We found a glitch in the system," she said. "There are a few individuals, which usually only affects the owners, that have to pay the system manually. There's just something in the system that doesn't allow them to use the auto-draft feature. Like, the auto-draft refuses to be paid by a card that has the company's name on it. I don't know. We've actually been trying to figure it out ourselves for 6 months. You'll just have to pay by check or call over the phone. I'm sorry." I wondered if Liner had the same problem, then berated myself for thinking about him. Thinking about Liner was a dangerous game, and one that I tried really hard not to play. But it was a game I usually lost and was forced to participate whether I wanted to or not. It had been just a few short months since I'd left him, and it felt like a lifetime. A lifetime of staying awake, thinking about him at night. Thinking about what he was doing, where he was at, who he was with. I knew without a shadow of a doubt that he wasn't with anyone in that aspect. He was with people that he worked with, or his club. A club that hadn't been very happy with him after everything that had gone down with me and him. Poor guy. He was definitely between a rock and a hard place. "How are you liking it so far?" my coworker Jenny asked. I shrugged. "I'm liking it okay. It's definitely a place where I can see myself working for a while. My only problem at this point are the weird hours." She laughed. Welcome to my life. I have to get my husband to get home before the school bus lets off, otherwise my kids are all by themselves. I'm honestly surprised the owners worked so well with your hours. It was a miracle that you got them to agree to let you off at 3:15. Was it? I'd had those hours when I started, and I had a feeling it had a lot to do with the man that had likely pulled a few strings to get me here in the first place. Liner. God, everything just circled back to him one way or the other, didn't it? I had a sneaking suspicion he was also the reason for my card not working as well, in a roundabout way. I was certain he was paying my way. Hey, wow, look at that! I turned to see the television in the corner of the room displaying what looked like a shooting scene. My heart started to pound as I reached for the remote at the corner of my desk and turned the volume up. Normally, we weren't allowed to listen to it, seeing as it would affect our calls if we got one, but I couldn't stop myself from looking at the screen. Not in a million years. Not if the building was on fire around me. "What is it?" Jenny asked worriedly. "Oh, holy shit." I stared at first, not quite comprehending what I was seeing. The news reporter was standing in the neighborhood. She was a pretty little thing, but she was wearing too much makeup. Not that I was really an expert on makeup, but that girl was a beautiful girl. She likely didn't need the tons that was slapped on her face. But when I finally looked behind the reporter, a little niggle started to tease the back of my brain. Something about the place was familiar. Why was it familiar? Then I realized that I'd seen that house before, the one in the background. I also realized rather quickly that the town that was splashed against the bottom of the screen in the ticker was familiar too. The banner at the bottom of the page read, "Attempted murder in Bare-Bottom, Texas of Ampere Electric millionaire." My heart started to beat 1,000 miles an hour, and my palms began to sweat. "Wow," Jenny said in surprise. "Did you hear that?" It was then that I realized that despite turning the volume up, I hadn't heard a word that the news reporter was saying. "No, what?" I croaked. "That's the owner of our business," Jenny said. "I mean the big owner." I nodded hard, feeling my hands start to go numb as I listened closer to what the reporter was now saying. "Entered the location while the Ampere Electric owner was still asleep. The owner's dog, a beautiful standard poodle, alerted the gentleman of his intruder." The screen panned over to where Castile was standing, holding Monster's leash while he gestured for the dog to get inside the back of his police cruiser. The woman had a gun and shot the owner once. That was all I was able to hear before I was reaching for my phone. "I'll be right back." I placed the remote on the desk in front of me, trying to appear calm. "I have to use the restroom." With my phone in my hand, I walked as sedately as I could toward the door. Once it was closed behind me, I practically sprinted out of the office and straight outside, my phone already to my ear. I was a quivering mess as I waited for somebody to call me back. The only number I'd been given by Hoax in case I needed to contact them was an emergency line, one that went through a series of operators to get to the right person according to the woman that I had on the line. So there I waited, working but not really putting my all into my work for what felt like days but only ended up being a couple of hours. Eventually, it turned 3:15 and I started gathering my things. I clocked out at 3:20 every single day so I could make it to school pickup by 3:30 to get Linny from school. "I'll see you tomorrow, Jenny," I said softly to the woman at my side. Jenny looked over with a tired smile. "I love your hours." I smiled back. I did have good hours. I needed to thank Liner for that. There was no doubt about that. Liner, who might very well be dead. And I was still here twiddling my thumbs. God, I wanted to leave so badly that my foot was twitching on the gas pedal 20 minutes later as I waited in the school pickup line for Linny. And when Linny finally made it into my car, I had to remind myself of Liner's words as I'd left him, of his certainty that I should forget about him and keep myself safe. I just hated that he was right. "Mommy, can we go straight home?" Linny asked softly. "I'm tired." I looked at my daughter in the back seat, strapping herself into the car seat, and nodded my head. "Yeah, baby, we can go straight home." My eyes closed, and I told myself that if I didn't hear from them by tomorrow morning, I'd go. I couldn't help myself. I'd go. And God help us all then.
Chapter 20. Welcome to the South, where who made this tea means the tea is nasty. Liner's secret thoughts. Liner. You have a minute and a half. Hoax tossed me the phone. Call her, make sure she's going to stay where she is, and then hang up. No longer than a minute and a half or it can be traced. I nodded my head and immediately flipped open the phone. And yes, you heard that right, flipped open. The phone was one of the oldest phones I'd ever seen, and honestly, I wasn't even sure that they made the likes of these anymore. Regardless, I dialed the one number that was saved in the phone, then pressed it to my ear, not bothering to leave the room where I had at least 6 of my club members now crowded around me. Slate, the newest member, was leaning against the wall next to the door, glaring down the hallway at where I suspected Tara sat, still handcuffed to her hospital gurney. When I'd arrived 8 hours ago, Tara had been hot on my heels, via police escort, because she'd been freaking out. Meaning they feared for her psychiatric health and stashed her in a goddamn psych room a few doors down from my own. She hadn't been freaking out. She'd been putting on a show. Regardless of what it was, there was now a psych evaluation being run on her, and if we were lucky, she'd be taken to jail shortly after the test was administered. Or hell, I'd even be happy with her going straight to a psych ward, one that wasn't going to be influenced by Daddy's money. The phone rang once, if you could even call it once, since it rang for half of one, and a frantic Thea was on the other end of the line. "Is he okay?" she asked, sounding sick to her stomach. I smiled as I said, "Yeah, baby, I'm fine." Then she burst into tears, and I would have much rather been holding her when I told her that news. "Are you okay?" I asked softly. She sniffled. "I am now." I felt like the lowest pile of shit when she said that. "I can't stay on the phone long," I explained, "but I wanted you to know that I'm okay and that Tara is in police custody." There was a long, drawn-out pause before she spoke. "It was Tara?" I could practically feel her outrage over the distance separating us. "Yes, it was Tara." "I'm sorry, sir," a female nurse said loudly, bringing all of our attention to the hallway where a commotion was in progress. "You can't go in there. She's in police custody." There was a gasp, and suddenly that woman lay on the floor. The X-ray technician that had been in the hall, the one I'd heard talking to the nurse earlier about taking me down to X-ray, that woman being a tiny little hobbit of a female who was adorably cute but honestly looked like Tinkerbell in Scrubs. Her hair was in a long braid that went to the top of her ass, and she was now lying on the floor holding her cheek. Andy, who'd been the cause of the commotion, caught everyone on the floor by surprise. That is, the young cop that had been assigned to cover Tara, but was busy talking up a nurse at the nurse's station instead of being where he was supposed to be. "Oh, fuck," Hoax murmured as he started out the door. "That's Max Tremaine's daughter, Harley. Be back." Then he was gone. But Slate had beat him to the punch, literally. Before Andy, who'd been the one to backhand Harley and send her to the ground in his effort to get to his sister, Slate was taking him out with a single punch to the face. Only the moment that Andy hit the ground, he popped back up like one of those plastic clowns, uprighting himself and going after Slate all over again. I pushed Wade, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. "Go get him to shoot you." Wade looked at me incredulously. "I'm not going to allow anyone to shoot me like you did last night." I turned to Castillo. "How about you? It would look better if you attempted to murder a cop." Castillo rolled his eyes but walked toward the door, looking out at the commotion in the hallway. Hoax was standing there, allowing Slate to handle Andy, who just kept popping back up, running at him like he wasn't going to get knocked down like the last time. And Slate, who didn't look like he was even winded or hurting in the least, continued to pop him with a punch to the face. When Andy would try to get around Slate to his sister, who was watching it all with a blank expression, which I assumed was her usual expression when she wasn't trying to act like she had a conscience, Slate would just knock him away again. But then he made a mistake. He tried to go to Harley, who'd only managed to back up and push herself against the nurse's station in her haste to get out of the way. Slate shifted, trying to draw the fight away from the entrance to Tara's room, and Andy pulled a gun and aimed it directly at Harley. Slate froze. Hoax, who'd been creeping around to Andy's back, froze. Harley, she didn't freeze. She went wild. She dove and rolled behind Slate in her haste to get behind the nurse's station, but only managed to get mostly behind Slate and nowhere near the nurse's station because her roll went wild due to a cart that Andy shoved forward. The cart hit Harley in the side, causing her to squeak in pain, and Castile and Wade finally managed to get into a position with their guns drawn. "Drop it," Wade said, his weapon aimed right at Andy's chest. Andy's eyes went wild. "No," he shook his head. "I will not." "You've already committed a felony for assaulting a healthcare worker." Wade gestured with his chin to Harley, who was now fully behind the cart and no longer behind Slate. Slate, however, was guarding that goddamn cart with his life. He looked like an avenging angel holding his sword at the ready to defend, yet the sword he held was actually an IV stand, and he didn't look angelic as much as devilish. "And resisting arrest as well as whatever else we can pin on you. Don't make this worse than it has to be." Castile tensed, and that was when I saw that Andy had moved his gun to his sister. "I told you this was a bad idea," he hissed at her. "That you should have stayed home and left well enough alone." "She's alive," Tara said in her near-monotone voice, no inflection whatsoever. "And she has Lenny." Andy rolled his eyes. "Who fucking cares? What is your obsession? If you'd just left well enough alone, I wouldn't be here on Dad's request." "Oh, this just got better and better." "Then maybe you should stop being Dad's little bitch," Tara suggested. Andy burst out laughing, but stopped just as quickly when he saw a security guard creeping up behind him and swung the gun around. "No!" Castile's fingers started to waver, lightly feathering the trigger, and I wondered if I was going to see another person shot today besides me. The security guard got the message and backed up without a word, but not far enough, because I could still see him in my line of sight from the doorway, where we were all crowded around. "And," Andy swung his gun back, aimed once again at his sister, a sister that didn't look scared in the least. "I'm not Dad's little bitch, you are, which is why I'm fucking here instead of doing other important shit like—" He trailed off when he seemed to realize that this conversation he was having was fairly public. "Put the gun down," Wade ordered. "Can't," Andy said. "I'm under strict orders to bring her home or—" "Or what?" Tara laughed, this time with a little bit of her crazy leaking out in the manic state of her eyes. "Come on, tell us. Or what?" Andy looked at her sadly. "I'm tired of handling you anyway, Tara. You're exhausting." "I'm exhausting," she agreed. "But I'm Daddy's baby. I'm Daddy's one and only girl. I'm Daddy's ticket." "Maybe," he agreed. "But honestly, so is Theo. If you're not here, then it all goes to Theo." It all goes to Theo. What in the fresh hell was going on? Tara went absolutely wild. There was no other description for it. "Don't say that!" she screeched. The bed tipped over. The officer that had been guarding her tried to catch it, but all it did was take them both out instead of leaving him standing, which was how both the officer and Tara ended up getting shot. Andy shot two off before anybody could react. The officer took one to the foot, and Tara took one to the head. Andy took a near 300-pound Slate to the chest. "Give me her address or I'll beat it out of you," I grumbled. Hoax rolled his eyes and pulled out a GPS. "Just take this. The last GPS coordinate is the one you need." With that, he left me with the device, knowing I'd find her if it took me a year to do it. But I couldn't allow Theo to go on thinking that I was hurt too badly. Since Tara had interrupted the explanation I'd been giving, I'd been forced to hang up, despite not being able to explain fully. She did know that I was all right, however. There was that. But I knew that she had to be freaking out, so I'd be going to her, and possibly staying. Who the fuck knew? I mean, I'd been shot. I had to recuperate. That could take months.
Chapter 21. Whoever created a 5-day work week and a 2-day weekend was a real piece of shit. Theo's mumbled thoughts. Theo. Needless to say, after the commotion of that phone call that had disconnected Liner and me last night, the very last place that I wanted to be was at work, answering calls and making collection calls. Yet there I was, working my ass off, wishing I was anywhere but where I was. I have to go get some copies made, I said as I stood up from my chair and placed my company phone into sleep mode. Then I'm going to take my 15-minute break. Do you want me to grab you anything? Jenny had taken her 15-minute break an hour ago and was already looking fairly ragged. My twins wouldn't sleep last night, she sighed. Both are teething, I think. She explained when I looked at her like she could use a cup of coffee. My husband is on some maneuver exercise too, and I haven't seen him in 2 days. Her husband was military and worked at the base that wasn't far from town. She'd also told me he'd just gotten a promotion and had taken on quite a bit more responsibility than he was used to. So, coffee? I asked teasingly. At least I tried for teasingly. I really wasn't in the greatest of moods myself. Sure, she sounded relieved. Thank you. I nodded my head and grabbed my personal phone, even though I knew that it wouldn't ring. I'd gotten one single text from an unknown number last night. It had read, "He's okay." That was it. Then, after about 2 minutes, even the message had disappeared from my phone. It was then I realized that I wasn't going to get to find out anything more. I'd have to pay attention to the media just like everyone else. Upset now all over again, I kicked a can that was in the parking lot as I walked to the food truck that was just down the street from the electric company that I worked at. The little building we were in was part of about 10 such office buildings ranging from our electric company to a hair salon. At any given time, the food truck had at least one lady in line with foil in her hair. Then there were the teenagers that worked at the hardware store 2 down from my building. They were too young to know what exhaustion was, but there they were getting their own coffee along with pastries. 15 minutes later on the dot, when I arrived back with 2 coffees, a chocolate chip muffin, and a cinnamon scone, Jenny looked to be much more alert. "What has you looking all perky?" I asked as I held out her coffee. She took it and placed it on the corner of her desk as her eyes went down the hall to where the big boss kept his office. "While you were gone, the big boss showed up," she whispered. My heart started to pound. "You mean the one that was hurt yesterday?" I asked. She nodded her head. "That one, and he doesn't look hurt. He looks just fine." I licked my lips and tried to decide whether I should run down the hall and see for myself if it was really Liner. But I forced myself to sit in my office chair, unmute my phone, then start delicately eating my scone. It was when I was 2 bites into my muffin, scone demolished and a nervous, I didn't taste it at all devour, that they finally came out of the office. I didn't have to see the rest of the body. All I needed to see was that familiar pair of scuffed-up motorcycle boots to know it was him. My heart started to pound, and moments after his body emerged, his eyes moved to meet mine. It took paramount control to keep me in my seat as he made his way toward me. His face didn't betray a single thought or feeling. Meanwhile, I was sure that my smile was going to burst free of my face. And don't even get me started on the man that followed him. I liked my boss and all, thought he was great, but with Liner in the room, he didn't even get a single glance. "Great news," my boss Eric said. "We're going to go get some lunch with a few of the crew members. Y'all are coming since we won't have any crew members to dispatch. We'll be gone for an hour or so. We're going to set the phones as a way while we're gone." Eric might have been looking at me. He might not have. I didn't really know. Liner's eyes were sparkling, though, as if he read my mind. "Oh, sorry, darling." Eric jumped. "Mr. Paldecki, this is our newest employee, Wren. Wren, this is the company's owner, Mr. Paldecki. You were on break when I introduced him to Jenny." I found myself standing up and holding out my hand almost on autopilot. Liner's hand was already extended toward me, and it took a massive amount of control not to just pull Liner toward me as he pretend shook my hand. "Nice to meet you," he said softly, eyes boring holes into mine. I licked my lips. "It's nice to meet you, too." Lies, all lies. "Jenny, can you get the phone set up?" He paused. "It's kind of a long process, so Wren, if you want to take Mr. Paldecki and show him around for a bit, I'll get the crew called and have them meet us at Dex for lunch." Wren. My name was Wren now. I was nodding my head even though I hadn't heard a word he'd said. "Yes, sir," I said softly. "I can do that." Eric nodded his head and walked away, and Jenny went to work setting something up that I had no idea what was required to do it. I should probably be paying attention, since eventually I'd be doing that sort of thing myself at some point, but my heart was pounding, and I wanted nothing more than to throw myself at the man standing in front of me expectantly. "Where to first?" he asked. Then his hand was on the small of my back, and I was leading him down a side hallway that led to the outside forecourt area, where I sometimes took breaks. It was a little covered patio-like area where Eric took his smoke breaks. It was outside, but huddled in between the buildings, and so not much could be seen other than a little bit of sunlight filtering through the roof and the very tall wall. The moment that the door closed behind us, I whirled and found myself pressed up against Liner's body. Seconds after that, I was being thrown against the building, and Liner's mouth was coming down onto mine. My hands automatically went to his biceps to steady myself, and he broke the kiss off just as abruptly as it had started, only this time with a curse. I immediately let go of his arms, worried. "Grip me a little higher," he ordered roughly. My head was swimming, and I couldn't understand even the most simplest of comments, like, "Move your freaking hand." But he gently pried my hand away from his bicep with his other hand, then pushed it up until it was resting on his shoulder instead of his bicep. "That's where she shot me," he explained. I opened my mouth to tell him to put me down, to let me see. But then his mouth was once again on mine, and I was forgetting that he was injured. I was also forgetting the fact that I was at work, and he was supposed to be my boss and not my Liner. My Liner. He wasn't my Liner. He was Josiah Peldecki, the owner of Ampere Electric, visiting. Just visiting. I was supposed to be showing him around, not letting him see what was underneath my skirt. And thank God for skirts, because it made this easier. My legs wrapped around his waist, holding on so tight that it was hard for him to move or reposition me, which apparently was what he was trying to do. But God, I'd missed him. Missed having him in my arms, missed having the taste of him in my mouth, the feel of him between my legs. "You gotta let me go or I'm gonna fuck you," he gasped, pulling back with a ragged moan. I couldn't see the problem with that at this point. "You have to," I said urgently. "If you don't—" He didn't need any more encouragement than that. With one twist and yank, my panties were just gone. Seconds later, his belt was undone and his cock was being pulled out of his pants and notching at my entrance. Seconds after that, well, let's just say we were both very, very focused. I hadn't had him in what felt like forever. Weeks and weeks of pent-up frustration was simmering at a low boil inside of me, and when his cock finally forced its way home, exactly where he should have been, I went off like a bottle rocket. There was no build-up, no thrust other than his initial shove all the way inside of me, just a single, hard, forceful push all the way inside of me, and I was gone. My eyes closed, my head hit the building behind me, and I was fairly certain that I'd screamed, or at least tried to. Liner's mouth had come back down onto mine before he'd thrust, and his mouth caught my wail of completion. My pussy started to ripple around him, tightening so hard that my abs clenched, and my body tried to bow. But his big body was right there, pinning me to the wall, causing me to be unable to do anything but take him and what he had to give me. My vision blurred as everything felt like it broke inside of me. There were two things that were working right then: my vagina, and whatever made the juices that secreted from my vagina. Suddenly I was wet, very wet, and that was what set Liner off. He grunted hard, pulling away from my body just far enough that he could brace his hands on the cement wall behind me. Then I felt him twitching inside of me as his cock jumped with his release. Long seconds later, my legs screamed at me to either let go or pay the consequences. For example, not be able to walk straight when I had to leave later. "Fuck," he breathed, his hands going to my legs as if he could tell that they were tired. The instant relief of him holding on to them was enough for me to want to stay right there, like that, forever. "I miss the hell out of you." I pressed my forehead to his chin, ignored the way his beard tickled my nose, and felt tears start to burn the backs of my eyes. This has been the worst and best months of my life, I told him. You showed me what it was like to live, then took it away. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. I was happy and sad, heartbroken and happy all rolled into one. I had everything I ever dreamed of. After I found you. Then you were gone. His arms went around me, and he pulled me up until I was face to face with him, which inevitably caused his cock to mostly pull out of my pussy, which then caused a chain reaction of me clamping down on what was left of him. Careful, he said as he looked into my eyes. I doubt that we have much more time out here before they come looking, but I'm more than willing to give it a chance. I smiled at him and tightened my muscles all over again, causing him to curse and pull away, leaving a trail of wetness down the length of my thigh that followed in his absence. He used the panties that I wasn't aware he was still holding on to help clean me up, then seemed to be undecided what to do with them. Throw them away, I suggested, pointing to a trash can. Instead, he folded them in on themselves, being careful not to get any of his or my juices all over him, then stuffed them into his pocket. I just shook my head with amusement written all over my face. That's going to smell here in a little bit, I told him. He shrugged. It's only until I can get to the truck and stash them. I don't want to throw them away. I didn't either. I quite liked the idea of my panties being in his pocket. Okay, I said softly. But before I could do anything more but straighten my skirt, he was back in front of me, pressing me back into the wall. With my feet on the ground, we were at much different heights, but that didn't stop him from dropping his mouth down until it rested against my ear. I've never in my life needed a woman, he said, holding my gaze. I've never needed anything. I've lived my life the way I wanted to live it. Then came little old you, and the desire to do anything that didn't include you lost any and all appeal. He pressed his mouth to mine. This has been the hardest time of my life being without you. And I can't find it in me to care that I was shot, not when it brought me back to you. My eyes started to water, and the I love you was on the tip of my lips. But before either one of us could say so much as an I love you, he was backing away and putting distance in between us. That was when I heard the door to the patio opening and a chipper already from my boss. Liner's eyes still held mine, though. And I could tell with just one single look that he didn't need to say I love you. I could read it in his eyes. I was practically squirming in my seat. It took everything I had not to throw myself into the man's arms and hug the crap out of him. But he was probably hurting horribly. And ultimately, if he'd wanted me to act like I knew him, he would have introduced himself as an old friend and not as Josiah Paldecki, nice to meet you. God, the feel of his hand around my own still burned. I felt like it was seared onto my skin. So you're looking into expanding up here? We were still finishing up the entrees and conversation was still flowing amongst the men. There was one man to the side of me that separated Liner and me. The expanse between us was excruciating. I wanted to be next to him. I wanted to feel his heat up against my own. I wanted to be in bed with him while simultaneously being exactly where I was. My mind was running 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I couldn't figure out which I wanted more. Him to sit next to me, or him to be holding me while we basked in the peace and quiet of my home. The idea of having to separate, though, to drive separate vehicles while I went to pick up Linny, and him being in his own vehicle, well, that sounded like the most awful kind of torture, and God, Linny was going to be so excited. Speaking of, I looked at my watch and grimaced. I was cutting it close, too. I had less than a half hour to get back to the office and then get to the school pickup. Our lunch had gone way, way over. We had gone away over the original estimate of about an hour, and were now already approaching 2.5 hours, and no end in sight. I looked at my watch again and knew that I'd have to leave. I stood up and smiled at my boss. If I don't go now, I'm not going to be able to make it to the school pickup. I'm sorry for cutting it short. I started to pull out my wallet from my purse, but a big, massive hand stopped me. I knew it was Liner's, and my heart started to pound as I met those eyes. "I'm paying." I barely refrained from rolling my eyes and saying, "You're paying whether I want you to pay or not, apparently." Instead, I smiled at him. "Okay." I felt like a lovesick fool. I was deliciously sore, overly happy, and I wanted to cry. Happy tears, but tears nonetheless. "Do you need a ride?" he asked softly, reluctantly allowing his hand to slip from mine. The man that was between us was sitting back in his seat to allow Liner to reach over him, and the look on his face, as if he could tell that there was something going on between us, was enough to have me blushing. I didn't know the lineman all that well. I did know that they were all big, hulking alpha men that didn't miss a single thing, especially something so obvious as what Liner and I had. I just called an Uber," I admitted. Liner's face darkened. "Cancel it, I'll take you." I opened my mouth to deny him, but the man's face between us had me biting my tongue. He looked amused by the situation and clearly thought that I wouldn't be winning the argument. "Okay," I admitted defeat. "But you can come back after." He was already shaking his head. "No can do. I have to go to a couple of other area offices while I'm down." Those words made my heart sink. He did? "Okay," I said as I pushed my chair back farther and skirted around it. Liner stood as well and tossed 3 crisp $100 bills on the table. "I'll see y'all tomorrow," he said as he did the same with his own chair. "And please take your time with lunch. I know we haven't had time to finish all the courses." Some of them had just ordered dessert at Liner's urging. I hadn't, because I'd been too nervous to eat. Not because of the time. I knew that I'd get to the school in time to pick Linny up. But because of the man that I was all too aware of, 2 seats down from mine, watching my every move. "If you don't mind, I have to stop at a satellite office before we head all the way to the office," Liner said sweetly, betraying nothing. I nodded my head and swallowed hard. "Sure, as long as you don't mind me getting my kiddo first." Liner shrugged as if he could care less. "Of course." That was when we made it far enough away that the table behind us wouldn't hear. "I just about died during that lunch," he said softly as he held the door open for me. I laughed softly as I brushed past him on the way out the door. "You have no idea."
Chapter 22. Triscuits are what I imagine a scarecrow would taste like. Liner to his father. Liner. To say that Lenny was happy to see me in the truck would be an understatement. Instead of getting in the back door, which was held open for her by the teachers, she crawled through the front door and inside the cab of the truck, only to crawl straight over her mother and throw herself at me.
"Liner!"
The teacher started laughing with delight, then closed the back door with a wave.
"Y'all have a good one?"
With that, we were informed to move up so we could get Lenny settled into her car seat, which we did after about 8 more hugs.
"Did you bring Monster?"
were the first words out of her mouth once she'd gotten settled in. I shook my head as I maneuvered around other parked cars to head out to the road that would lead us away from the school. "No," I answered. "I left him with Castile. Remember him?" I watched her nod her head in the rearview mirror, and I grinned at the look of disappointment that was on her face at hearing those words. It was like I'd forgotten to bring her best friend. "Would you like to go to that cupcake store that I saw on the way here to pick you up?" I asked, hoping bribery would take that sad look off her face. Lenny's eyes lit up, and she started nodding immediately, sadness forgotten.
"Yes,"
she practically squealed.
"Yes, yes, yes, yes."
I looked over at the woman on my right. "Do you think that means she wants a cupcake?" Theo's lips twitched.
"She's been begging me for weeks to go there, but seriously, that place is hopping in the afternoons. There's a line out the door. I keep telling her that I'll take her when it's not busy, but that place stays busy. I've never passed by it without there being a line."
I saw what she meant 5 minutes later when I pulled into the parking lot. There wasn't a single parking space anywhere, causing me to park in the Lowe's parking lot that was 3 down from the cupcake place. "Wow," I said as I took all the people in. "This better be the best darn cupcake in all the land for this kind of line." Lenny, after being let out of the vehicle by Theo, walked up to me and put her tiny hand into my own. My heart gave a little squeeze, and a wave of sadness washed over me. I hadn't really given myself enough time to ever think about the fact that I couldn't have kids. But knowing what I was missing now, what it felt like to have a child that was half Theo's, so trusting that she'd grab my hand instead of her mother's, well, that was just a nail in the coffin that I could never pull back out. I loved my dad. The moment that he'd woken up from surgery and been himself again, he'd cried. He'd cried big, hulking tears and apologized to me over and over again. He did that for an entire month until finally I pulled him to the side and explained that I'd forgiven him. But right now, I was mad at him all over again. It wasn't fair. I wanted kids. And I wanted kids with Theo. And I'd never have them. That saddened me more than I would ever be willing to admit.
"Oh, I got to take a bite of Jessica's cupcake at lunch a couple of days ago,"
Lenny chattered.
"It was so good, and it was 5 days old. She found it in her mom's car in a plastic bag. Her mom told her not to eat it because it was so old, but Jessica brought it to school anyway. Her mom was wrong. It wasn't bad."
I looked down at the little cherub holding my hand and decided that I'd need to give her a lesson in why 5 days was too long to go to be able to safely eat something that had been left in the car. Gross. I said. How about you don't do that anymore? Theo started to giggle softly at my side, then could no longer contain it in and started laughing in full. I watched her laugh, and felt the sadness from earlier start to dissipate. Between her and Lenny, I had all that I would ever need. I was certain of that. Any idea why your brother would say that he needed Tara or you? I asked. Theo shook her head. No, she said quietly, trying to keep her voice down so she didn't wake Lenny, who'd just gone to sleep, finally, after her major sugar rush from this afternoon. I have no idea, but I'm going to find out. My phone rang in my pocket and I grinned at it. Maybe you won't be needing to find out at all, I said as I pressed the green phone icon on my phone. Hello? So I found out who it was, my private investigator said. When you called, something niggled at my brain and I started doing some digging. Had a friend help me. I frowned. Okay, so what was it? It's actually kind of funny when you think about it, he said. The mother left both girls her fortune. If one twin died, it went to the other twin, passed down through the generations of females. The boys and husband were excluded from anything that the mother left. The little niggle that I remembered was reading an article in the newspaper about 25 years ago. A millionaire's wife died and left her fortune to her two girls that were too young to take care of the estate. Father had to go to court to get appointed guardianship of their estate, and the court denied him, assigned a lawyer in town as their appointed guardians. Last I ever heard of it until today. My brain was racing with all the implications of what he'd just told me. Your girl has about $590 million to her name, he continued. I wondered if Theo had been aware of her money, which I highly doubted, and if she understood the implications of it all, which was even more unlikely. Thanks, man, I said. And did you find out anything about the dad? I thought he might leave to go bail out the kid, but he didn't, he answered. Been watching his house for about 3 hours now, and not a single thing has happened. A couple of the people that work on the estate have come and gone, but ultimately he's still holed up all alone. I sighed. If that changes, please let me know. He grunted out an affirmative and then hung up, causing me to drop my hand from my face and toss the phone onto the couch cushion between me and Theo. Theo was leaning against the arm of the couch, a cup of coffee in one hand and a rather large blueberry muffin in the other, staring blankly at the television screen. You hear any of that? I asked her. She turned to study me. Most of it. He talks really loud. She looked sick to her stomach, which caused me to pull her into my arms, coffee, muffin, and all. She immediately shifted so that she could place both items on the coffee table before turning fully in my arms, her hands smoothing up my chest to come to a halt on my shoulders. I'm sorry about your sister, baby. I pressed my lips to her head. My guess is that your father latched onto the one kid he knew he could control. I blew out a frustrated breath. The PI is going to do a little digging into this situation, but I think that you've just found your reason for being treated like absolute dirt for your entire life." Her body stilled, and her beautiful blue eyes turned up to catch mine.
My sister means nothing to me. No more than a bug that hit my windshield and splattered all over it, she whispered. What worries me is that I'm going to have to go back.
As much as I hated to admit it, the only person that could figure this all out for sure was her. In the end, she was the part controller of all that money. If this was ever going to end, and that father of hers was ever going to pay, it had to come from Theo. "Theo, baby," I said softly. "I'm a millionaire in my own right. We could live here. We could continue to live our lives the way it was always supposed to be lived, quiet and peaceful." She looked down at her hands.
You wouldn't take me as a coward for taking that road?
I immediately started shaking my head. "No. I think that you're brave and courageous, selfless and kind. I think that you've lived a very hard life, and you can't win a battle you didn't know that you were fighting for your life in. I think that you've given it your all, and that you've finally been given all the pieces of the puzzle that will help you move on with your life, but still know why everyone in your family did what they did. If I was being 100% honest, I think you should leave it alone. I think that you should stay here, and we should live our life."
What about your family? She asked. What about your club brothers, your job, your life there?
I shrugged. I'd miss the absolute hell out of everyone, but I love you, Theo. I've gone months without you, and I know which one that I can stomach living without more. And that's not you. It'll never be you. Her eyes closed, and her hand went to her chest to rub over her heart as if it was hurting her. Hurting her because of me being hurt. "Baby, listen," I ordered. "I'll be okay."
Chapter 23. I only do butt stuff at the gym. T-shirt. Theo. I had no doubt that he could. But I now knew what a loving family felt like. I'd seen how Liner had been treated by his club brothers. Had seen them come around and shoot the shit with him just because they were in the neighborhood. And I didn't want him to have to live without that for the rest of his life. But then, his mouth was on mine and I no longer was thinking about the future or the past. I was thinking about the here and the now. The way his mouth felt on mine. The way his hands were running down my shirt, urgently seeking the hem so he could push it up and over my head in one swift, suave move. My hands did their own thing, go into his face and his beard, stroking it as I slowly started to grind myself down onto him. "We need to take this to the bedroom," I said. "Lenny went to bed, but there's no way of knowing if she'll actually stay there after all those cupcakes and muffins she devoured." Lenny had been right. The place that she'd been begging to go was a massive bakery. There were muffins, cupcakes, cakes, scones. Anything you could ever want was there in that one perfect shop. And though the wait in line was 30 minutes long, it was well and truly worth it. Liner didn't waste time scooping me up off the couch and taking me to my bedroom. Nor did he waste time closing the door and locking it. "You set the alarm, right?" I asked as he laid me down on the bed. He nodded his head and reached for his shirt and grinned and hunched his back, curving it to allow the shirt to slip free more easily. "Yes," he answered as he reached for my jeans. "I did." I licked my lips and watched as he unbuttoned them, then slowly shimmied them off my hips. His eyes were so intense that it was almost hard to keep my eyes on his, but I managed it through sheer force of will. That, and I had a feeling if I let his gaze go, I'd never get it back again. Mostly because he was watching me with so much intensity, as if he was trying to convey his every thought and feeling that had crossed his mind while we were apart, that I knew he was having trouble holding my gaze, too. "I missed you," he said simply. I felt tears start to gather in my eyes and the familiar burn behind them that indicated that I was only seconds away from letting them fall. But I managed to hold on to them somehow, and he gave me a sad smile. "I spent every night dreaming of this," he said. "Every single night." That was when the first tear fell. I'd lie awake at night, wondering if you were feeling the same way too, he rasped, his voice like sandpaper. I'd think, if I could just make it through tonight, I could wake up and forget all about you while I buried myself in work. I swallowed hard as another tear fell. But it never worked that way. I'd lie awake for hours, thinking, wondering if you were okay, hoping that your daughter would keep you busy enough that you weren't going through the same thing as me. He pressed a kiss to the inside of my thigh, his beard tickling my skin as he did. I'm so glad that I don't have to pretend to be okay anymore. A third tear fell. But before I could get into full-on crying mode, his mouth descended, and I no longer had eye contact with him. My eyes closed and a fresh set of tears fell, but those were the last as he pushed my legs wide, and then carefully dropped his head so that he could take one long swipe of my slit with his tongue. I shivered as a chill shot straight down my spine, and the moment his tongue touched my clit, that shiver went to a full-blown, oh my God, what was that feeling? My legs started to close on their own volition, and Liner caught them before they could slam closed on his head. He started to chuckle as he caught them with both hands, then slammed them back down onto the bed, this time much wider than I ever would have given him on my own. Stay still, beautiful, he ordered. I know that it's hard, but I want this just as bad as I want to breathe right now. I bit my lip and fisted my hands into the sheets at my sides, hoping that I could stay still for him, but knowing that he should probably keep his hands there just in case. But he didn't. And I told myself that I would stay still if it killed me. Pull your legs back and hold on, baby, he ordered gruffly. I hesitantly let go of the bed and hooked my hands behind my knees, pulling them up and wide as well as anchoring myself for the assault he was about to do on my senses. Good girl, he growled. I could feel the vibration of his words on the lips of my sex. I bit my lip as I closed my eyes, loving the way he made me feel even when he hadn't done anything yet. He leaned forward and took another swipe, centering this one around my entrance, causing my hands to clench on the soft skin of my thighs. His hand smoothed up the outside of my legs. Then one fell off and moved to my pussy, spreading my lips apart for his seeking tongue. I moaned when that tongue swirled around my clit. Shh, he ordered. We don't want to wake our girl up. Our girl? If I wasn't in the middle of something, I would have thrown myself at him in joy. But as it was, he had me paralyzed as he assailed me with his tongue. You taste so good, he growled, pulling back slightly, the breath of his words fanning my overheated sex. I've dreamed of your taste. My hips shifted up, ordering him to give me more, which he did. My eyes were closed as I felt him tongue me, lazy, slow licks over the length of my sex, starting at my entrance and ending at my clit. I started to anticipate each lick and knew that if he kept doing what he was doing, I'd come. There was no doubt about it. But then he stopped and changed tactics, and that would come became did come. I heard the distinct sound of him licking his fingers, and then two were shoved deep inside of me at the same time that his mouth came down to focus solely on my clit. The dual sensations robbed me of my breath as I felt like I'd been sucker punched. Then, before I could so much as draw in a breath to scream, spots started to dance behind my eyelids as an orgasm, the likes of one I'd never felt before, rolled over me. It was so raw, so intense, that had there been breath in my lungs, I would have screamed and been unable to help myself. As it was, I'd let go of my legs and latched onto his hair. My legs had also closed around his head, and I hadn't cared in the least. It was when he was laughing, as well as giving me lazy licks along the outsides of my clit, that I finally realized what I'd done, and let him loose. Sorry, I breathed out, panting now. I don't even know what I am anymore. He chuckled as he crawled up my body, keeping his fingers buried deep in me. Feel good? He asked. That's a stupid question, I informed him, pulling him down on top of me. When he got closer, I could smell me on his face, and I loved it. And when his mouth came down on mine, I could taste myself on his tongue. His fingers came loose as he shifted his hips up, seamlessly fitting his hard cock to my entrance. "Ready?" he mouthed against my lips. In answer, I lifted my hips and took him back inside me, just an inch, but it gave him the answer he was seeking. In reply, he shifted his entire length inside of me, one slow inch at a time, until his pubic bone was resting against mine. I could feel his balls snugly against my back entrance, and I clenched at the thought of him doing anything with that. I'd read books, lots of them, and in some of those books, there was a scene about the back door taken, and every time I read that, I'd wanted it. At least, I wanted to try it. "What is all that shivering you're doing underneath me for?" he asked with amusement lace in his tone. I swallowed and wondered if I should tell him my exact thoughts, then decided that I'd never get what I wanted if I didn't ask for it. "I was thinking about a book I read last month," I informed him. "You're thinking about a book when I'm buried deep inside of you?" he asked, laughter strangling his voice. "Yes." I paused. "But to tell you the truth, I was thinking of you during the book. Pretending it was you and me anyway." He paused with a shift of his hips, and I knew I had his full attention. "What was this book about?" he asked, pressing a kiss to my throat. "The book wasn't what I was thinking about. Just a certain scene," I admitted. "One where—" "Where?" He left that hanging, urging me to continue. "One where he puts his cock in her ass," I blurted out, zero tact. His entire body stilled, and I felt his cock twitch inside of me. "What was this scene about exactly?" he asked. "I need details." He said this and started to slowly rock his cock back and forth, deeper and shallower, slowly and deliberately. My nails dug into the skin of his shoulders, and I slowly started to tell him each and every detail. By the end of my recounting, he was fucking me hard, and I was having trouble drawing in breaths. I could feel another orgasm building and knew that it was only seconds away. And just when I thought that I was about to fall over the edge, he stopped. Just stopped. I moaned in frustration and dug my nails in deeper. "Liner, please." He brought one of his fingers to his mouth again, pulling the digit in deep and swirling his tongue around it. I watched as he pulled that same finger free and trailed it down the length of my body. And when it disappeared underneath the covers that were still partially covering us, I knew exactly what he was going to do. "Never wanted to do this particular act with a woman before," he informed me as he brought his hand up under my hips. "But with you, I'm fine that I'm willing to do a hell of a lot more than I ever thought I'd want." When his finger finally touched me there, I jolted in surprise. I'd, of course, known it was coming, but thinking about someone, Liner, touching me there and having him actually touch me there were two different things. I felt dirty and excited, hesitant and gleeful, all rolled into one tight and needy ball. He rocked his hips, momentarily distracting me from the alien feeling, and while I was, he breached the entrance. I cried out, clenching so tight around both parts of him that were now inside of me that it caused a grunt on his end this time. "Goddamn!" he growled. I slowly pulled my nails free of his skin and moved my hands back to his head, yanking his head down as well as arching up to meet him halfway. And then kissed the holy hell out of him as he let his fingers slip all the way inside. His hips started to move once again. And seconds after that, I knew that the orgasm that I could feel rushing toward me was about to destroy me. And I was right. It did. It so freaking did. With his mouth covering mine, he muffled the scream that burst free of me. And when his cock started to jolt inside of me, bathing my insides with his release, I only came that much harder. My muscles tightened and my body went stiff. My pussy was clenched so tightly that I could feel a cramp forming in my stomach, but none of it mattered, not one single thing. Hours later, I was staring at the phone like it was a dangerous creature sent to do me harm. Liner was asleep in the bedroom, and Lenny was asleep in hers. I closed my eyes and dropped my head. I'd never considered myself a religious person, but in that moment, I prayed to God that I could keep him, that what we had would be forever. Because I needed Liner in my life. I needed him like I needed to breathe, like the human body needed food and water to survive. I just knew that after tonight, I wouldn't be able to do this without him. He showed me that I hadn't been living while he was away, merely surviving. And after my prayer was said, and hopefully sent to the right person, I prayed that for once in my life, God granted me the wish. He'd been rather shitty to me over the course of my life, handing out obstacle after obstacle for me to overcome, but this, he needed to give me this. Liner, me and Lenny all together, all happy. He needed to give me this, or that would be the last prayer I ever sent. And as I closed my eyes and reached for the phone, I hoped that I was making the right decision. And Liner forgave me for it in the morning. "Mommy?" Lenny called, sounding excited. "Come here." I got up off the bed where I'd been lying with Liner and headed in the direction of my daughter, who sounded like she was in her room. But she wasn't in her room, she was in mine. I frowned when I finally found her. "What is it, Lynn?" She pointed toward the window, and I walked toward it, hesitation in each step that I took. When I finally made it to the window, my heart was racing, and I was practically quivering in worry at what I'd see. Steeling my spine, I brought my hand up to the blinds and split them apart with 2 fingers, inhaling deeply when I saw what she was calling me in there to see. "Who are they?" Lenny asked. I swallowed hard. "Liner's Club," I explained softly. All of them." When I'd sent the text off from Liner's phone last night, I hadn't expected all of them to come. I'd honestly just expected Castile, since he said he'd be there ASAP, but all of them? Holy crap! I watched as Bayou dismounted from his bike, followed shortly by the man at his side, whose face I couldn't see due to the helmet covering his head. But then he turned and took the helmet off, and my breath caught. Rome. Rome had come too. I felt my belly tighten as emotion threatened to close my throat. "Who are all of them?" Lenny asked. "Do you know their names? I want to go talk to them." I tried to catch her by the shirt before she could run away, but the slippery girl deftly avoided my grabbing fingers and was running before I could even think to move my feet. Moments later, I heard the door opening and Lenny's feet pattering on the front walk. I looked back out the window in time to see Lenny, black hair flying, hauling ass straight toward the men. Castile, who saw her coming first, grinned and dropped down to his haunches. She stopped in front of him as if she'd applied brakes to her feet, and then sternly addressed the man. Castile tossed his head back and laughed. "Why is my club here?" Liner asked carefully. I looked over at him standing in the doorway and bit my lip. 2 out of 3 are out of the game, I said softly. Tara's dead. My brother's in jail for life after shooting at cops and basically murdering his own sister. It's time for me to take care of the 3rd one. Liner was already shaking his head. There's no guarantee that. I shook my head. My dad's not invincible. I'll figure out a way to make sure that he can't hurt us. But Liner, I don't want to give up that life. I want to live there, with your family, with your club, and raise Lenny. You showed me what happiness could be like there, and I want to experience that for the rest of my life. This town is nice and all, but it's not home. Liner's face softened. And my club? They're here to help escort us home. What about the house that I paid for? He asked teasingly. I smiled then. I talked to Hoax on the way down here. He made it sound like there were quite a few people needing help just like me. And apparently I'm a millionaire. I'll pay you back. He snorted and walked to me, gathering me up in his arms. So what do we do about your dad? I thought about that for a long second, and then shrugged. I have no idea. Turns out, we didn't need to figure out what to do about my dad. He had his own plans when it came to me, and I indirectly led him straight to me. And it had nothing to do with me calling Liner's club, and everything to do with a glitch in the system.
Chapter 24. Bruise my esophagus. Things you wish you'd hear from your woman. Liner.
Let's go!
Lenny practically bounced in her seat.
Can we stop to get beef jerky?
I turned to look at Theo, who was already shaking her head. Lenny, baby, we just stopped for breakfast. You didn't even finish your meal. What makes you think you need beef jerky? Lenny shrugged and sat back into her booster seat with a small huff.
Whatever.
I grinned and returned my eyes to the road. I loved that kid. I also loved her mother. I reached my hand out for Theo's, and once it was in mine, I squeezed it lightly. Love you, I told her. You're sure you're okay driving by yourself? She was going to drive the car that I'd bought her back to Bear Bottom. The car that she'd taken a driver's ed course with a few days after moving to her new place. I'd thought about leaving the car where it sat for the next woman who needed it, but Theo had insisted that she drive it home. I'd reluctantly allowed her to, but now I was having second thoughts. The thought of being away from her for even 7 more hours while we drove home was almost unbearable.
Yes,
she insisted for the 4th time.
Now go. I'm ready to be home. Monster misses me. No, he doesn't,
Lenny insisted right back.
Castile told me he missed me.
I laughed and pressed a kiss to her lips, then slapped the top of her car twice before heading to my own truck. After making an all-ready gesture to the men, bikes began to start up around me, and we began heading out, me in front, Theo behind me, and the bikes behind her. All went well for the next 3 hours. Then all hell broke loose when we hit the halfway point. Hell being in the form of a 2-ton truck hitting Theo and forcing her off the road. I'd never forget what happened for the rest of my life. Watching the car flip, watching it veer off the roadway in the direction of oncoming traffic only for it to be caught by the guide wires separating the 2 different sides and throwing it back into the road again. I didn't remember pulling my truck over. I also didn't remember getting to the car. What I did remember, though, was helping pull them out of the vehicle when the threat of it blowing up was an imminent possibility. I remembered watching as 2 very integral parts of my life were placed on the asphalt road and watching their blood start to pool around them. I remembered that awful part very, very clearly. Mr. Paldecki, a man's voice called, bringing me up out of my temporary sleep. I'd been leaning my head against the pillar next to my chair, and my eyes had shut involuntarily, revealing just how fucking tired I was. It had been 4 hours since the accident. 4 hours since both Lenny and Theo were life-flighted to the hospital. 4 hours since Thurgood Threadgill was pronounced dead at the scene by paramedics. I shot straight up in my chair and was standing, awaiting his news moments after that. My arm ached like a bitch at the move, and I looked down at the cast that I was now sporting on my forearm. Then I dismissed it without a second thought. "That's me," I said desperately, moving fast toward the doctor. My club started to rouse behind me, all taking up silent vigil at my back. "You're Josiah Paldecki?" he asked, flipping through papers. I nodded. "Yes." "Miss Threadgill named you Lenny's sole guardian," he said softly. "You're also the person that is her medical power of attorney." He paused. "From what I'm understanding, you're Theodora's fiancé?" I nodded. I'm not sure how or why he knew that, but I wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. "Okay," he nodded once, flipping back through the papers. "Miss Threadgill has a DNR, a do not resuscitate order, on her. She also has a living will that says that she would not like to be kept alive in a vegetative state." He held up his hand at the look on my face. "I'm not saying that it's come to that just yet, but the DNR is important. The first 24 to 48 hours are imperative for a patient that's been hurt as severely as Theodora has. She could stop breathing at any moment, and we wouldn't be able to help keep her alive. I swallowed hard and felt like I'd been repeatedly punched in the gut. God damn it. At my nod, he continued. She sustained a pretty nasty head injury when her head collided with the car window. He continued. Right now, we have her in surgery trying to relieve the pressure in her brain. Okay, I croaked. What now? The other doctor, Lenny's doctor, waited patiently as the current one explained what would happen next. As soon as she's stable enough, I'll call you and let you know it's okay to come see her. I swallowed hard. And Lenny? The doctor smiled then, and I realized it was good news. Lenny has a concussion, bruising on her face and chest here, he indicated where the seatbelt was, and also a few minor cuts and scrapes on her face. The biggest concern right now is her arm, which is broken. We're going to need your permission to take her to surgery to fix that. I nodded my head. Yes, of course, whatever you need from me. There's some paperwork that you'll need to sign, he said. If you're ready, I'll take you to Lenny. I didn't even hesitate, nor did I look back. I just walked away, knowing the minute my back would take care of anything else I'd need taken care of. I was glad that they were here, especially when, the moment that I walked into Lenny's hospital room and saw her tiny body, deathly pale and bruised, it made me want to kill Thurgood all over again. How could a man do that to another human being, especially with how freaking innocent they both were? He was supposed to be their protector, yet he'd treated them like dirt, like they were nothing more than lint on his sweater. Right then and there, had Thurgood still been alive, I would have walked straight up to him and shot him straight in the heart. That was how very upset I was right then. Damn the consequences. It's all bluster other than the arm, the doc assured me. We have her comfortable for now, but the med she's on for that comfort is making her very sleepy. Feel free to talk to her, though. Let her know that you're here. I sat down next to the bed and hesitated. I didn't know where to touch her. God, I just wanted to lift her into my arms and cradle her to my chest. This was all so fucking wrong. She's okay. Go ahead and touch her, the doctor urged. I did, picking her small hand up into mine. I'll send the nurse in with the paperwork, he said softly, then left me alone with one tiny corner of my soul. I wasn't sure how much time had passed when Castile and Rome appeared in the doorway. An hour at most. The doctor had already come in and told me that they would be bringing her down to surgery soon, and that if I wanted, I could move to the second floor and wait in the waiting room for news. Speaking of news, there was still nothing new on Theo. I asked every single nurse that came in if they'd heard news. Apparently, she was still in surgery, and there was none to be had. You want me to stay here so you can go see Theo? I stiffened. She's out of surgery? Castile nodded. She is, and she is still listed as critical. They have her in the ICU, intensive care unit, and aren't allowing any visitors until they have her stabilized. Still unconscious, though. I can't go, I said softly, looking down at the sleeping child that looked so damn small in the bed. Theo would want me to stay here with Lenny. But you'll keep me updated? Castile's eyes were fierce as they connected with mine. Oh, yeah. I nodded my head once, then brought my gaze back to the small figure in the bed. She's doing better than her mother, I said softly. Rome's face softened, and Castile's arm went to my back as he squeezed my shoulder. She'll make it, man, he falsely promised. But he didn't see her like I did. He didn't see the crumpled, broken bodies as they lay on the cold asphalt road bleeding out before my eyes. Theo was so hurt. There was every possibility that she wouldn't make it. What about your arm? He asked. I nodded once. Broken radius, I said. I'll be in this for the next 2 months. Wade, who just arrived in the doorway only moments before, looked like he could relate. How did that happen? I asked, looking at his almost identical cast. Wade held the cast up and grinned. Used my forearm to break the glass. Apparently ulnas don't like that. I vaguely remembered seeing Wade slamming his forearm against the glass of the car as he tried to find a way in to get to Lenny and Theo. Not sure what I would have done without you guys there, I admitted. Motherfucker, we led him straight to her. I was already shaking my head. Maybe, maybe not. But Theo wanted it to be over. I guess now it is, I admitted. Wade's grin was suddenly ferocious. Guy would have lived, but he was smoking a goddamn pipe when he hit her. My brows went up. The impact shoved that pipe straight down his throat and he choked on it. Castile grinned just as manically. I found myself grinning too. Yeah, I sighed then. I'm fucking terrified right now. Wade slammed his hand down onto my shoulder. We know you are. And we're here until they're both able to come home. With that, they each left, going to see the other half of my heart. The one that damn well better live, or I'd lose it. Can I call you Daddy? Lenny asked weakly. I felt my heart squeeze and my breath stall in my lungs. I had a second to think. What would Theo think about this? Before I blurted out the first thought that came to mind. Yeah, baby. You can call me Daddy, I said, voice cracking on the D word. If you want. She started to nod her head. I want to. I also want you to marry my mommy. I laughed softly and gathered her two small hands into only one of mine. Baby, I was going to do that without you saying a word. But since you want that, I'll make sure to ask her as soon as she wakes up. Her eyes slowly closed. I think you should get her a big pink ring. I think I should also go with you to make sure you get the right one. We can't be too sure about rings. Ring shopping is important business. Smiling despite the ache in my chest, I continued to talk to Lenny even though my heart was breaking. The fact that I wasn't sure whether or not her mommy was going to pull through was making it hard to breathe. I'd been sitting in the hospital now for 3 days. 3 long, scary days, and not once had she responded to any of the treatment to try to get the pressure on her brain under control. According to the doctor, head injuries were tricky, and I believed him. What I couldn't believe was that I was sitting here wondering if she'd make it. I'd had to make a terrible decision when I decided to spend my time with Lenny. Lenny, who was scared to fucking death of the hospital for some reason. The one and only time I'd left her in the last 3 days, she'd freaked out so spectacularly that they were in the process of sedating her when I'd sprinted back in the door. She'd seen me, and her freak-out had instantly turned into a crying fit, and from then on I'd stayed with her. The other old ladies that belonged to the men from the club were taking turns staying with Theo in her room, and they were sending me hourly updates on her and how she was doing. That didn't make it any easier, though. In fact, the pictures and the updates on how she wasn't doing any better were really putting a damper on my spirits. But when Lenny finally fell asleep, her hand still clenched on my fingers, I was comforted in the knowledge that this was what Theo had wanted, me to be with her girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the lengths that she had. A knock at the door had me turning to see my PI standing there. Hey, I smiled at him. You got anything for me? More than, he said as he took a seat. Did you know that you had a glitch in the system that keeps you from auto-paying your bill at Ampere Electric? I blinked, then nodded. Yes. The PI nodded his head once. Well, so did Thurgood. He found it when he was digging into your files, then found Theo's. Did you know it only happens with the owner's company credit cards that were paying for the bills? I opened my mouth and closed it as I realized that it was my own stupidity that had gotten me into this mess. I hadn't thought that he'd find her since she was so far away, and I thought I'd been outsmarted by paying for an Ampere Electric account with an Ampere Electric credit card. What the fuck had I been thinking? I'd done this. I know what you're thinking, he said, and you're not responsible for this. There are over 200 accounts paid by the company credit cards, all employees. In fact, in that office, there were 4 paid accounts before you added Theo's. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I'm not sure how he found it. Likely it was sheer blind luck, but I'm telling you this. Had you not been there with the entirety of your club, she'd have been dead. And so would her daughter. How do you mean? I asked softly. He had enough bomb-making materials in that truck to blow up a city block, a sniper rifle, in case he couldn't get close enough to do that, and enough ammo that he could have continued to do that for hours if need be. He'd been scouting the house for at least 2 hours, watched and waited for the perfect opportunity to do the most destruction he could possibly do. Drove ahead of everyone on the interstate, Then, when he saw all the motorcycles, he took his chance. I let my head fall back on my shoulders and then rolled it, trying to work out the kinks. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Theo had the worst family ever. Speaking of family, have you been able to find Tyson? I asked, straightening my head to stare at him. Dead. I closed my eyes. Hell. Gunshot wound to the forehead. We're assuming by the dad, but without him here to confirm it, we'll never know, he answered sadly. I swallowed hard. I hate him. Before he could say a word, the door to Lenny's room was pushed open, and an excited Castile poked his head in. She's awake. I felt my stomach somersault. She is? Castile nodded. And she wants to see you. We had to explain about Lenny. I looked at Lenny, who was supposed to be discharged in the next hour, and decided to hell with it. Scooping her sleeping form up into my arms, I made a beeline for Theo's room that was 2 floors up from Lenny's. The nurses on Lenny's floor didn't once stop me. And when I laid Lenny down in the bed next to Theo, who was indeed awake, I got one of the best presents I'd ever been given. A smile lighting up my fiancé's face. Hey, she breathed. I pressed a soft kiss to her temple. Hey. She smiled as her eyes drifted shut. It's over? Yeah, I confirmed. He's dead. And he's being indicted as we speak, and from what I understand, Tara will be buried by the state. She snorted. Thank God. I pressed another kiss to her temple. Yeah. Thank God.
Epilogue. Some of y'all don't know what Billy Bob wrote for Charlene, and it really shows. Meme. Theo. I watched from the shadows as Liner dropped down and started to do push-ups. I snickered when Lenny dropped down and started to do push-ups right beside him. Liner looked over at Lenny, sweat dripping down his face, and grinned like a fool at her. Liner loved Lenny so much. There wasn't a single day that passed by that I didn't see that love showing like a beacon of light for Lenny to see with her own eyes. God, I loved the man. 10! Lenny screamed. She'd just turned 7. It had been a year and a half since she was hurt, right along with me in that car accident. A year and a half of trying to forget the first 28 years of my life with a family that wasn't really a family. Well, everyone except for Tyson, my one saving grace. The one man that tried to make living in that hellhole worth it. God, how I wished that Tyson and I had grown up in a different life. That we'd been able to experience what a real family was supposed to be. In the year and a half that I'd been married to the man that I loved, he'd shown me what a real family should be like. He'd shown me what it was like to be loved in a healthy way. He'd also given me a family. His dad, his club, they all treated me like I was a member of their family. I was loved. I don't like burpees, Daddy, Lenny said. Can we do something else? Liner, hearing Lenny call him Daddy, grinned at my girl, just like he always did when she started calling him that in the hospital. Not that I'd been awake for that part, but it had been a sweet sound through the darkness of pain and uncertainty as I'd struggled to live through the trauma that I'd sustained during my accident. Yes, burpees, Liner said with a laugh in his voice. Sorry, Charlie, it's part of today's workout. Lenny grumbled, then dropped down and started to do them faster than Liner could ever dream of moving his big body. I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures, loving the look of concentration on my 2 loves' faces. 2 that would only ever be 2. We discussed trying to have more kids, but in the end we decided that Lenny would be it for us. Not only could Liner not have kids, but I'd come to the conclusion that Lenny and Liner were perfect for me. So instead of trying for alternative ways of having kids, we'd chosen to be happy with what we had. Lenny. Though that didn't mean I didn't wish, every once in a while, that Liner was able to have kids. Having a baby with his beautiful smile, that sounded like heaven. But since I couldn't have that, I was happy with them. Why must you take pictures of me, Mommy? Lenny demanded, catching me in the act. I grinned down at her angry face. If there was one thing Lenny didn't like, it was having her picture taken. After I'd recovered enough to go home with Liner and Linny, there'd been a lot of reporter activity. It wasn't every day that a woman survived her father trying to kill her so publicly. That, and it hadn't hurt that my father had done it with a goddamn media circus swirling around the area due to a media convention that had just let loose for lunch. There'd been 72 reporters on a bus headed for the biggest restaurant in the city, and that bus just so happened to be 4 cars back from mine. The notoriety hadn't done well for Linny. She now had a major aversion to having her picture taken, and didn't care if it was me, Liner, or the media. She didn't like it, not a single tiny bit. That didn't stop me from taking her picture, though. It only made all of her pictures angry ones that I laughed at later. I wasn't taking your picture, I lied. I was taking Monster's picture. Linny looked over at Monster, who was sprawled out on the gym floor behind her, panting lazily directly in front of the fan that Liner had turned on for him. Monster was spoiled, there was no doubt about it. Hey. I looked up to find Liner with a phone to his ear. My brows went up in question and he mouthed, Castile. I nodded and took a seat on the closest weight bench, eyeing the large amount of weight that I'd been watching Liner bench press only minutes before. There was so much weight on there that it was easily 3 times my size. You're fucking kidding. When? Liner said. Linny giggled and bent down to rub Monster's ears. Really? He asked. Well, that's just fucking perfect. Seconds after that declaration, Liner pocketed his phone and looked at me with a grin. Good news. I waited with a raised brow. Your money was released from the state. You're officially a millionaire. He paused. You're officially richer than I am. My mouth dropped open. You're kidding! He shook his head. Not even a little bit. After yesterday's news, I gasped. How does that happen? Yesterday's news of Andy being charged and found guilty of the attempted murder of a police officer. There'd been, of course, other charges held against him, but the attempted murder of the police officer had been what had gotten him the next 76 years in a federal prison, with a possibility of parole at 62. Things like that, both my sister dying and my brother finding his life ruined, didn't happen. Life didn't work like that. It might have been helped along, he admitted. But both of them were guilty and they both got justice served to them, although in different ways. We'll just leave it at that. Suddenly I had the urge to throw myself at him. So I did. We're free? I asked. His arms, sweat still dripping from them, closed around me. I didn't care in the least. Free, he declared, grin wide. Linny laughed loudly at Monster, who'd rolled over and taken her with him. We both looked down at the 2 on the ground, then back at each other. I love you, baby, he rasped. My eyes filled with tears. I feel like I'm dreaming. He pinched me on the ass. You're not. I pressed my lips against his and knew he was right. I wasn't dreaming. This was my life now. My awesome, great, beautiful life that I had him to thank for. All because he believed in me when nobody else would. I squeezed his neck. By the way, I love you too.